Podium Audio presents Before Us. Written by Jewel E. Ann. Performed by Michael Gallagher and Charlotte North.
Chapter 1. Emerson. At least I didn't soil my pants this time. Or did I? The hovering faces above me come into focus. Words gain clarity like someone unmuted this embarrassing scene. I'm fine, I declare after my fingertips graze the crotch of my leggings to ensure they're dry. A short-haired brunette frowns an inch from my face. EMS is sending an ambulance. I'm a nurse. You had a seizure. My head rolls to the side, eyes surveying my surroundings. I'm in the bank lobby. Cold tile at my back. Fan-fucking-tastic. No. I scramble to my feet. Don't try to get up, the nurse says. I have epilepsy. Nothing to see. I'm good. Totally good. Cancel the ambulance. I hold out my hands, giving everyone the signal to stop. Stop messing with me. Stop worrying about me. Go on with your day. Too late. I hear the sirens approaching. All eyes in the lobby are on me. A nervous laugh sputters from my chest. Just a little seizure. I run my fingers through my hair. Probably missed a pill. I'm good. The bank tellers give me wary expressions and sympathetic smiles before encouraging the next people in line to step forward. I glance at my watch, wincing from the pounding in my head. I'm going to be late for my job interview, and I can't be late. I need this job. A young girl with braided pigtails hands me my bag. I smile and whisper, "Thank you," before her mom pulls her toward the exit just as the EMTs push through the doors. Before I can disappear into a corner, or a black hole, the nurse, who so kindly called for the ambulance, decides to rat me out when the EMTs search the lobby for the person in need of medical attention. She had a seizure, the nurse says to them while pointing at me. I'm sorry you were called. I'm good, just leaving. You can't drive, the nurse says. I'm not in a hospital. You're not my nurse. Thanks for your help, lady, but move along. I search my pockets and then my purse for my phone. Yep, I know that. I'll call someone. Holding up my phone, I force a grin and turn in a circle like I'm threatening to detonate a bomb. I have less than 15 minutes to make it to my interview on time. But I've seen that look before, the one the tall guy in uniform is giving me. He's not okay with me walking away. Here we go. After the EMT checks me out in a non-sexual way, I shoot a quick text to Zach Hayes, letting him know I'll be late for the interview. Then I wait in my car, my temporary housing, pretending I'm waiting for someone to get me until the emergency vehicles leave the bank. I have a college degree and live out of my car. There should be a program for that. And free therapy. I waste no time changing my clothes, showing no regard for anyone who might see my half-naked body. You're going to be legendary, I say to the woman in the rearview mirror. An artist of... I frown, as does the reflection in the mirror. Of some sort. But today, I apply gloss to my lips. You're going to get this job. Clean toilets like Da Vinci painted the Mona Lisa, and be grateful for it like... I twist my glossed lips. Gandhi. Damn, my head hurts. After a short drive to my interview, I slick back a few flyaways of limp blonde hair and climb out of my temporary housing, making my way to the house at the end of the cul-de-sac. It's not $1 million home or anything like that, but it's nice, and the only one that doesn't look like all the rest in the cookie-cutter neighborhood with its low-profile roof of asymmetrical lines. Windows wrap around the sprawling single story, giving it a glass house appearance. I don't clean windows, so I hope that's not going to be a deal-breaker. This should be a slam dunk if they're not upset over my tardiness. The Mumfords, an older couple, and my best clients, referred me to the Hayeses. I was told Mrs. Hayes is sick and Mr. Hayes needs help cleaning so he can spend time with her. These new clients could be my ticket to stationary housing. Next step, a job that involves a camera and lots of traveling. Benefits like health insurance to pay for my medication and unexpected trips to the hospital would be nice too. Giving my cuffed sleeve blouse a quick adjustment to hide its wrinkles, I tug it down to meet the high waist of my capris. Shoulders back, chin up, confident smile. I ring the doorbell and gaze through the glass front door. A few beads of sweat work their way to the surface of my armpits. I tell myself it's the heat, but it's only spring here in Atlanta. It's probably my concussion. Epilepsy can be a bitch. So can a life without health insurance. A tall man, maybe in his 30s, struts toward the door wearing a kind, boyish smile, faded gray sweatpants, and a black tee. Their son or son-in-law, I assume. Before opening the door, he scratches the back of his head and yawns like he just woke up. His dark hair is only slightly longer than the 5 o'clock shadow covering half his face. "Good morning. You must be Emerson?" He breaks my name into its 3 punctuated syllables. It's a little amusing. "Yes, Emerson Clark." I return a half smile with a slight squint, trying to read him. He offers an easy nod and steps aside. "Please, come in." "Thanks." I slide my feet out of my Birkenstock knockoffs. "Are you the son-in-law?" Stray hairs brush my face, so I tuck them behind my ear on one side. Eyes narrowed, he purses his lips into a tiny grin and slants his head to the side as if I'm not speaking English. Maybe I slurred my words? Is my brain okay? Or, I wrinkle my nose. A family friend? None of the above? I'll just shut up now, and you can get Zach. I texted him that I was running late, so I hope he's still here. He gives me a hesitant laugh as confusion deepens along his brow. I'm Zach." My eyes widen as my lips part, but I have no words yet. "I got your name from the Mumfords," he says. Ever so slowly, I nod. The Mumfords, a sweet couple in their 70s, said they gave my name to friends of theirs. And for some reason, my head painted a picture of another old couple because elderly people only have elderly friends. Right? Wrong. I clear my throat. I made an assumption. My face sours into a cringe. An incorrect assumption. This is a little embarrassing. I thought you were old. With a nervous laugh, I nod. My bad. I rub my temples for a few seconds. "You feeling okay? If not, we can do this another day." "No." I drop my hands and force a smile. "I'm fine. There was an incident at my bank. Someone had a medical emergency. By the time the ambulance arrived and things settled down, I knew I wasn't going to make it here on time. And I hate running late, so I'm fighting a little headache from the stress." Half-truth. I should get partial credit for not completely lying. "Not like an armed robbery or anything, I hope." "What?" I squint. "Oh, no. Just a customer passed out. They're fine, I assume." Does he sense how flustered I am? My mouth moves. Words spill from my lips. However, I'm not sure they're the right ones. I need this job. I need some sleep. I need my brain to cooperate for once. Just this once. "Well, the Mumfords rave about you, so I'm glad you made it." "They're good people." "Just old," Zach says with a slight grin. Once again, eliciting a nervous laugh from me. "Older than me. And, clearly you, too." "I'll have you pop into the powder room and wash your hands. Then you can meet my wife. After that, I'll show you around." "Oh, great. A germaphobe. It's not what I need right now. Germaphobe equals pain in the ass." I follow him around the corner to the powder room. I've worked for a few others like him. It's not my preferred working environment, but I can play the OCD part when I'm desperate for money, which happens to be right now. After I do a surgical scrub with the door open so he can witness my attention to detail, he leads me into a sunroom. And, oh my God, it's the Amazon. I'm not exaggerating. I've been in homes with a fair number of plants, but this is next level. In the middle, there's a woman settled into a basic gray, oversized recliner. A vibrantly colored patchwork quilt covers her elevated legs. She applies lip balm and adjusts the floral scarf around her head as we approach. "Welcome to the jungle," Zach says. This is my wife, Suzanne. Babe, this is Emerson Clark. Zach squeezes her foot, and she playfully bats his hand away with a tiny kick. My gaze flits between Zach's warm smile and Suzanne's impish grin. Nice to meet you, Emerson. I'd shake your hand, but it will cause Zach to panic. He's afraid I might get sick and die. She laughs. Newsflash, I'm already sick and dying. Okay. It's not that I don't have a sense of humor. After all, I'm homeless with a neurological disorder and a pile of past due student loans and medical bills, and I haven't slit my wrists. However, I don't know if it's appropriate to laugh at Suzanne's joke. She's laughing. Zach grins and shakes his head. I'm 99% certain she has no hair beneath that scarf on her head because she's also missing her eyebrows. So, they're laughing at what I assume is cancer, and I play along and laugh a little. My perfected nervous laugh. Heh heh heh. Yeah, I'm back in the uncomfortable zone. Cancer humor might be an acquired taste. Sorry. Bad joke in front of a stranger, Zach apologizes. No, I'm sure it's important not to take things too seriously when you're dealing with something out of your control, I say. But what do I know? Maybe they do have control over it. Perhaps they've done all the experimental treatments, or they're choosing to let her die at home with dignity in the middle of 80 billion plants. I really don't know. And if I didn't need the money, I'd hightail it out of here. I'd rather not be scrubbing the toilet while a woman dies in the same house. What would be the protocol? Keep cleaning? Slither out? Call an ambulance? Do you call ambulances for dead people? 23-year-olds like myself don't have enough life experience to deal with the stranger's death. We barely know how to deal with the loss of our favorite characters on whatever show we're binging during any given week. Well, I haven't binged anything in a while. Homeless people don't have Netflix. Smart girl. Suzanne winks at me. I beat this once, and now it's back with a vengeance. My boobs are gone, but the cancer is back. Go figure. Yeah, I'm way out of my comfort zone, and yet my next words are, I have epilepsy, so... It's out of my mouth, a dog off its leash and 2 blocks out of reach in a blink. So? Where am I going with this? So what? Why tell them that? Is epilepsy the new cancer? My illness shouldn't kill me if I take my medication and follow precautions, which I don't do that well, but that's on me. It's not like Suzanne can pop a pill, avoid taking baths alone, and surround herself with shatterproof glass, and her cancer will stay in check. Oh, sorry. Have you dealt with it your whole life? Suzanne actually acts interested, like I didn't just imply I know what she's going through because I've had a few seizures. I was diagnosed a year ago. It's no big deal. Really. Except for the time I had a grand mal seizure and lost control of my bowels. And I forgot to switch my emergency contact. The hospital called my ex-boyfriend, who was still listed as my emergency contact. Oh, he was also married with a child. Imagine getting called to the hospital for your ex-girlfriend, who had a seizure while in bed with another random guy she met on a dating app. The early 20s are brutal, even for an optimist. Silence. Too much silence. I overshared. A lot. There's never a rewind button when you need one. Zach and Suzanne share a look, something between a grin and a grimace. Why did I think my best way out of the cancer topic was to talk about epilepsy, swiping right to hook up, and wetting the bed? Zach clears his throat. Are you on medication for it? Of course, he wants to know if he will have to deal with me seizing while he's taking care of his sick wife. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I stare at my feet. I am, I whisper past the suffocating embarrassment. And I'm, sorry. I glance up, nose crinkled. That was more than you needed to know. I'm good. It's a mild form of epilepsy, and I'm basically cured if I take my meds. If I take my meds. If I can afford them. And what's a mild form of epilepsy? They're not calling me out, so I stick with it. Suzanne's grin works its way to her ears. If you can't find a little humor in tragedy, life will kick your ass. I return a stiff nod. In the meantime, let's talk about your outfit. It's adorable. Suzanne eyes my shirt and capris. Girl after my own heart. Anthropology? Glancing down, I run my hand over the bottom of the wrinkled top. Maybe. I smile. I'm not the original owner. I bite my tongue for a second. That sounds weird, like I stole it. I didn't steal it. They don't need to know I buy my clothes gently used because my bank account balance doesn't support my expensive taste. I think the bedwetting confession is enough for today. I love anthropology, Suzanne says, as if I didn't just verbally vomit my way through a shitty explanation as to where I buy my clothes. I bet that's where they're originally from. I haven't been there in forever. Zach isn't much of a shopper. Zach tries to give her an exasperated expression, but it won't stick to his face. He can't look at her for more than 2 seconds without his blinding adoration stealing his features and settling into his golden brown eyes. It should be every woman's goal in her romantic life to never settle for a man who looks at her with anything but that level of adoration. I'm pretty sure random hookup guy was not gazing at me like that the night I seized in his bed and wet myself. And I know this because he texted me the next day requesting I buy him a new mattress. Apparently, the urine seeped into the padding. Baby, I love doing anything with you, Zach says. That's it, right there. Life goals. I need to find a guy that says, baby, I love doing anything with you. Follow me. Zach nods in the opposite direction, keeping his attention on Suzanne for a few more seconds. That adoring, lingering gaze also gets added to my wish list. Nice meeting you. I give Suzanne a smile that I hope erases my ridiculous epilepsy comparison to cancer and my cringe-worthy oversharing of bedwetting. You too, Emerson. I hope this works out. M. I give her a tiny shrug. My friends call me M. M. Suzanne nods several times. M it is. And my friends call me Susie. Bye, Susie, I say over my shoulder while following Zach. He turns on the light to a bedroom. We're just looking for basic cleaning. Nothing about him or this house seems basic. Thorough dusting, thorough sweeping, thorough mopping, thorough... I chuckle. Save some oxygen. I'll assume all duties are to be done thoroughly unless otherwise stated. Zach gives me a sheepish grin that shows just a hint of his white teeth. Fair enough. He turns on the lights in the main bathroom, and I step inside, taking mental notes of what needs to be cleaned. Large tile shower, soaker tub, 2 sinks, vanity with backlit mirror. Next to the vanity, there's a huge jar filled with flat rocks. Each rock has writing on it. She's always called me her rock, Zach says, drawing my attention away from the jar and back to him. He leans his shoulder against the doorway. After she was diagnosed, I started collecting rocks. Every morning, I wake up early and write something I love about her on the rock. He shrugs. Extra color floods his cheeks, and he glances away for a second. Every day, I give her a rock, so she knows there are an infinite number of things I love about her. And all of those little things are what gives me strength. I'm not sure of the right word. Pathetic, he chuckles. No, I was going to say romantic, but that's not the right word either. Cheesy? I laugh, inching my head side to side a few times. Definitely not that. Endearing, and endearing. Zach's lips twist for a second. He's contemplative, which makes him a little mysterious. He says a lot with his eyes, but I don't know him well enough to translate his expressions into words. I'm sticking with cheesy. I can't hide my grin. Anyway, where were we? Oh, yeah. He heads out of the bathroom and down the hallway. We have 3 bedrooms, 2 full bathrooms, and a half bath. Living room, office, and kitchen. I don't expect you to do laundry, prepare meals, or wash dishes. I do all of that. And I'll clean the jungle. And what a jungle it is! I follow him through the kitchen to the opposite side of the house and the 2 other bedrooms. Zach laughs. It's her favorite room. Better air quality. I'm not going to lie. She talks to her plants. One of those infinite number of things I love about her. No one has ever said they love an infinite number of things about me. Either Suzanne is the greatest woman ever, or I'm not that great. Definitely not infinitely great. Or, and this might be the correct answer, Zach is not like most other men. I'm not mocking it, I say. It's a wonderful room. I mentally add a house full of plants to my list of future goals, along with finding a man who cooks, cleans, washes the dishes, does the laundry, and loves an infinite number of things about me. How did my mom manage to find every man who was the opposite of Zach Hayes? These bedrooms don't get used, but they still need a thorough... Zach catches himself and smirks. They still need a good dusting and vacuuming every week. We'll provide all the supplies since we want certain products used in our house. If there's anything extra you want or need, just let me know. After turning off the bedroom lights, he heads back to the kitchen. Any questions? Do Tuesdays work? He fills a glass with water from a stainless steel dispenser on the counter. Every week? I nod, tucking my fingers into my back pockets. What time will you start? He asks. It's up to you, but I'd rather not start later than 9. Zach twists his lips. 9:30? With a soft laugh, I lift a shoulder. Sure, 9:30 will work. Do you have any other questions for me? More references, my social security number so you can run a background check on me? Fingerprints? How much I charge for my services? No. Amusement flickers in his eyes. The Mumfords are the only reference and recommendation I need, because they are very particular and diligent. And old. I roll my eyes. I'm sure you had to pass at least one lie detector test to work for them. They are older and thorough, I say, nodding several times. And I know you're a fan of thorough. Indeed. He focuses on the glass of water in his hand for a few seconds. Since he's not drinking it or offering it to me, I assume it's for Suzanne. Well, thanks. I look forward to working for you. I can, let myself out and see you Tuesday at 9:30. Thank you, Emerson. Emerson. He presses his lips into a firm line like he's biting his tongue. Okay, he prefers Emerson. I bolt out of the house before he has a chance to see my grin. Chapter 2. Emerson. Hey, babe. Brady strolls with a client toward the free weights. My eyebrows peak in a subtle acknowledgement as I take a swig of water. There are a few perks to dating a guy who manages a gym, like free membership. This means I have access to the locker rooms, specifically the showers. Not everyone can have a guy give them a rock each day with something they love about you written on it. And not every girl gets to have a bounce house for her birthday party either. But that's stuff for a therapist to deal with when I can afford one. Brady doesn't let me spend the night after we have sex. If I ask to shower, he'll get suspicious. If I flat out tell him I'm homeless at the moment, he'll dump me. Brady constantly brags about my creativity, hard work ethic, strength, and independence. I like who he thinks I am, and I realize that's messed up since it's a little misleading at the moment. His vision of me is a goal, and I could use a goal to work toward. Photographer, travel blogger, homeowner, a moderately put-together human being. My dream of finding an unconditionally loving man to marry seems to wane a little more each day. I want everything my mother never had. Love, emotional security, and a partner in life. After working out for an hour to justify my shower, I head toward the women's locker room with a good 90 minutes to spare before I need to be at the Hayes' house. That extra half hour Zach requested might be a blessing. "You'll have to run home to shower, babe," Brady says from behind me. I turn and release my hair from its ponytail. "Why?" He leans down and kisses me while sliding his hand over my ass, giving it a firm squeeze. "Because I just put a new layer of sealant on the grout, and it can't get wet for 24 hours. "Well, that's inconvenient. I have to get to work, and going home is a little out of my way." "You clean houses, Em. I'm not sure why you need a shower until you're done with work anyway." I hold out my hand. Give me the keys to your place and let me go shower there. He lives 2 blocks from the gym. Brady smirks, scratching his jaw. He's a massive man, a total gym rat with a closely shaven head and a few tattoos on his biceps and chest. He's sexy and protective. Some days, he's even a little generous, so I can overlook the parts of him that aren't the Zach Hayes gold standard. Brady clucks his tongue several times while shaking his head. I have a rule. No one in my shower unless I'm in it too. I guess this isn't a generous day. That stinks. And so do I. Fine. Let's go to your place and shower together. I cross my arms over my chest and push up my cleavage. He takes instant notice. I'm working, babe. You're the boss. You can run a quick errand. Can't, he says, while his gaze remains glued to my chest. Sure, because I'm feeling very generous. My tongue makes a slow swipe along my bottom lip. How generous? I remind myself that he is my boyfriend, and I do love our sex life. So offering sex in exchange for a shower is not the worst sacrifice. I'm just pissed off that he won't hand over his key and let me grab a quick shower at his place without getting something in return. Glancing at my watch, I frown. Anything you want. Yes or no, Brady? Meet you in 5. Men, so predictable. I beat him to his place, but by the time I step off the elevator, he's pushing through the stairway door after sprinting up the 3 flights. That's just lazy, babe. He rolls his eyes before unlocking his door. I return the eye roll, stepping into his meticulously clean apartment. The funny thing about me, I clean homes, but the rest of my life is chaos. Even when I had a place to live, it was a disaster. How can one be good at cleaning houses, yet live amongst such clutter? It requires a unique talent. I don't have much time, I think, as his mouth crashes into mine before he gets the door closed behind us. We turn into a tornado of limbs and discarded clothes as we stumble our way to the bathroom. Brady, I reach toward the shower trying to turn it on. I do, in fact, have a limited amount of time. And despite his belief that my job is dirty, and therefore I can arrive at my clients' homes sweaty and smelly, that's not my level of professionalism. He pulls away from me and smirks. You said anything I want. As long as it's quick. I have to work. His head bobs side to side. It can be quick, but I'm not sure you'll want it to be quick. Things don't go as I imagine, but he does cut my face and says, I love you. For the first time. A curious moment to profess his love to me. I bite my tongue, because the ego's favorite meal is dignity. After Brady gets his anything promise fulfilled, my ego sinks its teeth into a big piece of my dignity. Strong people don't always make the right decisions. They excel at moving on from the bad ones. I know I should be honest with him, but I can't. Not yet. It's not that I don't want him feeling sorry for me. That's not why I don't tell him about my homeless status. It's because I know he won't feel sorry for me. He'll feel sorry for himself. Brady's much too cool to have a homeless girlfriend. I should leave him, and I should salvage what's left of my dignity. But I need a shower, and I need that gym membership because this won't be the last shower I need while I sort through my financial situation. So, as much as I want to tell Brady that I'm living out of my car, because I lost my trailer, because I have a shit ton of medical bills, and because I have epilepsy, I just don't. I don't trust him to care that much. I don't trust him to do the right thing. I don't trust his kind of love. After taking it up the backside, literally, I'm rewarded with a quick shower and no conditioner. Brady waits at the door, sipping a sports drink, his proverbial cigarette. He wears smug better than most men. It's not his fault I'm a hot mess who did promise anything for a shower. Can I buy you dinner tomorrow night? I think that's the least he can do after I just bartered the integrity of my anal sphincter for a shower. Forcing a smile, I draw in a confident breath. Dinner sounds nice. Your place? Sex, shower. Maybe I'll get to spend the night too. since he loves me now. I could do dinner tonight if you want. I head toward the stairs, knowing there's no way he'll take the elevator with me. I'm going out with some friends. Don't you have friends to hang out with? No, I don't have friends. I left my friends behind when I cut ties with my mom and moved to Atlanta, and my friends from college have moved away to use their degrees. Mine resides somewhere in the back of my car, the most expensive piece of paper I have ever purchased. Brady would know this if he ever spent time asking me about myself. I know everything about him. I could fill out his family tree and recite his resume. If he ever introduces me to his friends, I'll know them by name on sight because I've asked Brady so many questions over our 3 months together. 3 months. Really, we should know each other. Of course I have friends. I jog stiffly down the stairs. I've told you all about them a million times. I know, babe. Just kidding. Yeah, he loves me so much. Before we part ways in the parking lot, he pulls me into his arms and kisses me while one of his hands slides to my ass and squeezes it. He smiles, releasing my lips, and I know what he's thinking. It's not happening again. Ever. Message me the time and place for dinner tomorrow. I peel his hand from my ass and plaster on a fake smile. Sure thing, babe. I arrive at 9:45 instead of 9:30. Late on your first day? Zach eyes me sternly as I step into the entry and remove my shoes. I'm really sorry. It won't happen again. I cringe. The showers at my gym were not available for use this morning, so I had to shower at my boyfriend's apartment, which was a pain in the ass, and it put me a little behind. If he only knew just how much truth I'm giving him in that one sentence. I was kidding. It's fine. Maybe just call or send me a message if it happens again so we don't worry about you. God, I hope it never happens again. And worry? It takes a minute to find the right words because he's caught me off guard. I've never had anyone worry about me. Absolutely. I swallow past the tiny lump in my throat. And again, I'm very sorry. So, I blow out a long breath. Do you have a preference as to where I start? We'll be in the jungle, so start wherever. All the supplies are in the kitchen, including the hose, and heads to the central vac. Cool, thanks. I'll get to work then. Great, Emerson. He again accentuates my name. Emerson. I chuckle, fixing my ratty, damp ponytail. You really can call me Em. I could. Zach has the most wickedly playful smile, but it's also kind. He has no idea how much I need some genuine kindness right now. How's Susie today? Tired. She had her last chemo treatment yesterday. It was a rough night, but she's a little better this morning. I'm so young, and my lack of response proves it. There is no easy way to talk about cancer with someone who is going through it themselves or living through the suffering of a loved one. All the idiomatic phrases that would fit something like a bad cold or the flu don't work with cancer. Hope she gets better soon. Have you given her chicken noodle soup? She's got this. This too shall pass. It is what it is. I don't know what to say, I respond in a soft voice, and shy shrug. That's my truth, and I hope it doesn't sound insensitive. He shakes his head. There's really nothing to say. It is what it is. Okay, so he can say it without it sounding horrible, but I still won't utter those words around him or Susie. Anyway, I'll let you get to work. I'd hate for you to do a perfunctory job because I made you run later than you're already running. He grins, so I know he's kidding. Sorta kidding. Perfunctory. I grin. Yes, sir, Mr. Hayes. Then I salute him and make my way to the kitchen. After I thoroughly clean all the bedrooms, bathrooms, and office, I finish in the kitchen. You are still here and looking cute as a button in your high-rise jeans and ruffled blouse. Too nice to be cleaning my house. I glance over my shoulder, pausing my pink-gloved hands that have been scrubbing the sink. Suzanne climbs onto one of the stools at the kitchen island. Hi. Well, I wear leggings and tees to work out. If I don't wear these clothes to work, I'll spend every day in activewear, and that would be depressing. My mom wore old, shitty, unmatched clothes. She preferred drugs to cute jumpsuits, or matching socks for that matter. So many of my choices in life are a mix of conscious and subconscious fuck yous to her. I feel ya, Susie says. Sometimes I shower, do my makeup, and throw on something cute just to feel alive, feminine, desirable. Lounge pants and oversized hoodies can get a little depressing. I nod slowly. Where's Zach? Are you okay? Do you need anything? She tips her chin to the right. That cabinet with the glass doors and the china? I point to it. Yes. The second drawer beneath it has placemats and cloth napkins. Under those is a box of Cap'n Crunch. Could you get it for me? After processing her request, I peel off my gloves and thoroughly wash my hands. Then I retrieve the hidden box of cereal and set it on the island in front of her. Thank you, Em. She shakes a small amount onto the white and gray granite. Do you want a bowl? Milk? A spoon? Nope, I'm good. Want some? She slides 5 or 6 pieces of cereal across the counter. Come on, don't make a dying woman sneak cereal alone. She flashes me an irresistible grin while tossing a few pieces into her mouth. I mirror her expression and pop a few into mine. Where is Zach, and why are we sneaking cereal? Zach ran to the store and the pharmacy. Despite how he coddles me, insisting I take it easy all day, I'm functional. He has work tomorrow. My sister Michelle takes me to my appointments and keeps an eye on me when he's gone. What does Zach do? I shove my hands back into the pink latex gloves. He's a pilot. Most days he can return home, so it's only a handful of times each month that he's gone overnight. Seniority has been a godsend. A pilot? I can only picture him in sweats and a tee, not a captain's uniform. And you? What do you do? I bite my lips together. Sorry, of course, you're sick? Dying? She pours more cereal onto the counter. I was a flight attendant, and that's how I met Zach. We had known each other for years before we ended up together. When we met, I was with someone else. My eyebrows inch up my forehead. I think this might be a good story. Popping more cereal into her mouth, she smirks. It's not as forbidden as it sounds. Zach is 5 years younger than me. I didn't give him a second look when we met because I was over the moon for my first love, Tara, my first soulmate. She lets me blink slowly for several seconds before smirking. Love is fluid for me, you know? I nod. Maybe I don't know it precisely as Susie knows it, but I understand love comes in many forms. Sadly, I've felt very little love in my life, not even a mother's love. Susie's smile wanes. Tara died of an aneurysm. Just poof. Her gaze stays affixed to the cereal. We had breakfast together, oatmeal, berries, coffee. I kissed her goodbye and headed to the airport. When I landed in Boston that afternoon, I got a call from her boss. An hour after returning from lunch, tears glisten in her eyes. Well, it was fast. Susie clears her throat. And that's how we all deserve to go. My biggest fear isn't dying. It's suffering. It's comforting to believe that Tara didn't suffer. I'm sorry, I whisper. I should be working, scrubbing, and thoroughly doing my job, but I can't move. Suzanne mesmerizes me, and it's hard to explain. I feel like she thrives on optimism while still keeping reality in focus. But I'm not sure anyone dies quickly from cancer like an aneurysm bursting, and that makes me sad for her. Everyone said a year plus 1 day. That's how long I needed to grieve Tara before I'd be ready to move on. Whatever that really meant. I took a week off work, and I did nothing but look through every photo we'd ever taken together. Some days, I didn't get out of bed. I just stared at photos. An unbearable, empty, hollow feeling in my chest. Then I slept so I could dream of us. She never dies in my dreams. When Susie glances up at me, I don't blink. I can't. When my time off ended, I packed up all the pictures and put them in a box. All the recent photos on my computer went into a folder on my hard drive. I donated her things, put on my big girl pants, and went back to work. It was a step forward. Sure, I looked back. I still look back. But I took a step. I moved on. A year plus a day, my ass. I don't think love is expressed through wasted time. What a waste of time to sulk for that long. Sorry, I know I sound insensitive. Everyone's needs are different. But it pissed me off that everyone else thought they knew what was best for me. You know? I nod, slowly. It's the only thing I seem to be able to do. When I die, she continues, I want Zach to give himself a week. Hell, I'd like him to walk away from my grave the day of the funeral and just get on with life. But that's probably too much to ask. A week is good. After that, I want him to walk out the front door in his uniform, get on a plane, and never look back. You don't think the chemo is working? At this point, it's like trying to drive across the country on one tank of gas. I'll go a while, but I won't make it the whole way. Even Zach knows it's when and not if. Are you scared? I whisper. No. Her face relaxes, and it calms me, but only a bit. I don't know why I'm afraid for her. I just am. It's probably because I've thought about my own mortality since the ellipses diagnosis. Nobody knows how many tanks of gas they have to make it to wherever their final destination is in life. Tara is waiting for me. And as crazy as it sounds, my believing that is comforting to Zach, too. He's not jealous? It doesn't make him feel like Tara was the love of your life and he's second place? Closing the box of cereal, Suzanne winks at me. I know you're young, but I'm going to give you a spoiler alert to life. Soulmates are not S-O-L-E mates. Without one, we are not alone. Many souls feed our own. Humans are interchangeable puzzle pieces. We fit into more than one space. I fit with Tara, and I fit with Zach. I've never had children. Still, I imagine it's how a mother can love all her children equally, even if differently. I don't love Zach more or less than I loved Tara. I love him differently. Well, he's lovable. He told me about the stones in that jar, and that's... I shake my head. Emotion fills her eyes. I know. But you... I grin, trying to keep her from crying. You're artsy. What? No, I'm not. She laughs, wiping the corners of her eyes. Yes, you are. I turn and start scrubbing the sink again. I'm not sure what I'm doing most days, but I know who I am. I am an artist who loves photography. That's my true passion, so I feel like I recognize fellow artists. Maybe you don't design clothes, sculpt, paint, or take photographs like me, but you see emotions, and emotions are invisible. Artists take the intangible things in life and give them form, give them life. You just made the idea of soulmates tangible for me with your words. I laugh a little. It's a huge weight off my conscience to know that I'm not looking for the soulmate, just a soulmate. Susie nods a few times. But don't rush it, she says. We women tend to fall in love with love. Don't settle. Even when Zach got up the courage to pursue me after Tara died, I made him work for it. Even after he had full custody of my heart, I made him continue to work for it. After rinsing out the sink, I turn and peel off my gloves again. The way he looks at you, I shake my head. Well, I can't imagine how amazing that must feel. A sad smile pulls at her dry lips. Indescribable. That's just Zach. He gives 110% to everything he does. His job, his friendships, his marriage. I twist my lips. I'm glad I can give him more time to be with you. Well, she rolls her eyes. A dirty house isn't keeping him from me. You're feeding his need for control and order, so in a way, he's using you as an extension of himself. Zach can't save me, so he will make sure he can do everything else. A clean house will not grant me one more day than what I'm probably predestined to live. Can I ask? I pause a second. Ask me anything. Trapping my lower lip between my teeth, I nod slowly. How much time do you have? She shrugs. You can ask, but I can't answer that. They didn't give you an idea? No, they did. I should have been dead 6 months ago.
Chapter 3. Zach. How's Suzanne? Matt asks as I exit the plane. He and Suzanne used to work together. I slide my bag over my shoulder. She finished her last round of chemo. That's good, right? Yeah, it's good. I don't tell him it's the last trick in the bag. I don't tell him it didn't get all the cancer. I don't tell him hope has turned into acceptance. I don't tell anyone these things because I can't say them aloud. Well, tell her hi for me and that I miss her overly cheerful self. My mouth finds a small smile as I nod. It's true. Suzanne has always been glitter and confetti. Knowing her is a gift. Loving her is life. Saying goodbye will gut me. On the way home, I pick up a bouquet of fuchsia tulips, her favorite. When I walk into the house, I hear the TV from our bedroom. After removing my shoes, I wash my hands in the kitchen, put the tulips in her favorite recycled glass vase, and carry it to the bedroom. She's there. She's alive. That's all I need for this to be a great day. Captain Hayes. My wife grins from her side of the bed that's raised to a 45-degree angle. My gaze attaches to hers while she shuts off the TV as if she can click the button before I notice that she's watching a reality TV show. She's not wearing anything on her head, a peach with a bit of hair attempting to sprout back to life. She's too thin. She's too frail. She's too sick. But she's always perfect in my eyes. Every time I see her, I have to take a minute to catch my breath and tell my heart to chill because it's impossible not to fall in love with her every single time I see her. Trashy TV, Mrs. Hayes? Are those for me? She ignores my TV comment and acts surprised that I brought her tulips. I always bring home tulips. They might be for you. I haven't decided yet. I set them on the nightstand and sit on the edge of the bed. Give me those lips. She wets hers, but I'm already leaning in to take them. The way she ghosts her fingertips along my jaw as I kiss her never fails to make my skin tingle all over. How are your flights? She asks, pulling back just enough to put a breath between us. I used to answer that question with something like, long and lonely without you. But my fear and impending grief would only steal her happiness. And we have so little time left. I don't let myself look forward. I don't let myself feel anything outside of this moment. Smooth sailing, and Matt said to tell you hi. She draws in a long breath and releases it with a smile. That's good stuff. Are you going to grab your guitar and play me a song? I'm going to crawl in bed with you. I pull back the covers. We lie next to each other, spooned like one person instead of two. She's warm, and her chest rises and falls in time with mine. Zach? My lips press to her head. You know how you always say I'm too generous? Uh-huh. When I die, she says it so matter-of-factly, it sucks all the oxygen from the room. Will you do something extraordinary for someone else? Someone who needs it? Will you do it and think of me? I don't want to talk about this. Because I don't want you to ever question life or your purpose in it after I'm gone. So go big. Change a life. Make it your purpose. And how will I know what that is? She shrugs, hugging my arms to her waist. I feel the sharp bones covered in loose skin. magnifying how much of her I've already lost. You'll know. It will be a feeling, or you'll see a sign. I grin despite the pain in my chest, despite the way it feels like she's melting away in my arms. Sand in an hourglass. In a blink, I will be hollow, empty, and out of time. You and your signs. Signs are everywhere. And it's not that people don't see them. They just don't want to acknowledge them. I said yes to our first date, because that day we were leaving the rainy terminal. You held your jacket over my head to keep me dry. When I was a young girl, my mom told me to never settle for a man who is anything less than a complete gentleman. With a laugh, I kiss her head again. I was just trying to get into your pants. She laughs so hard, it brings tears to my eyes. If I can't hear her laugh, then I might as well be deaf. If I can't hold her, then why do I need arms? The thought of life without her cripples me in ways I can't even articulate. And that's why she knows I will question life and my entire existence when she's gone. I found you, she whispers, as if she can hear my thoughts. When Tara died, I found you. And nobody could have told me that before she died. The idea of sharing my heart with another in that way was unimaginable. But I found you. I've told you so many times, we have more than one soulmate. Nope, I don't buy her soulmate theory. I'm not finding anyone else. But like so many other things, I don't tell her that. It gives her a sense of peace to feel that I might find love again. And I will offer her anything, say anything, to ease her mind and grant her a feeling of peace. Signs everywhere. Change a life, go big, and find love again. Got it, I say. If she turns around, she'll see all the tears streaming down my face. I hope she stays still and doesn't feel my heart in my throat, barely beating and completely suffocating me with grief. On Tuesday, Suzanne insists on a shower, makeup, and a silk scarf. Why the need to do all this for the girl who cleans our house? I bend down and kiss her neck as she eyes me in her vanity mirror. She caps her lip gloss and takes one more look at her reflection as I pull on a t-shirt and ruffle my wet hair. Her name is Emerson, not the girl. And I like chatting with her. Did you know she has a textile design degree, but her love is photography? Yes, I read her resume. However, I wasn't aware that she has a love of photography. I'm not surprised that someone with a fine arts degree is cleaning houses. I bet cleaning houses pays better. I wink at her reflection. Suzanne gives me her best stink eye, but she knows I'm right. Anyway, I don't like to scare her by looking like death warmed over, and I see the worry in her eyes when I'm not looking so great. She's young. She needs to focus on life, being stylishly dressed with great hair and endless possibilities. There's more to life than hair and clothes. And you don't care what your sister thinks. Michelle shaved my head, and before that, she held my patchy hair back when I vomited on the days you were working. I think it's a bit late to save her from my worst side. Besides, she can't quit being my sister. If I scare Em, she might quit and find a job where death doesn't loom all around her. The doorbell rings, prompting Suzanne to stand slowly. Each day renders her a little weaker. I'll get it, I say. I'll come with you. I roll my eyes but offer her my arm just the same. She blows me a kiss and loops her arm around mine. Suzanne waves to Emerson through the glass door when we turn the corner. Look at her gingham romper, she's just the cutest. Again I roll my eyes, even though I can't help but grin at my wife's excitement. I imagine she was a lot like Emerson at 23. Good morning. Have you had breakfast? Suzanne asks the second I open the door for Emerson. Emerson narrows her eyes into tiny slits of blue. Yeah, sort of. Why? She steps inside and removes her sandals, curling her toes painted in flaking pink polish. Without hesitation, She heads straight to the bathroom to wash her hands like she's diligently done for the past month, leaving behind a scent I can't distinguish. Amaretto and maybe cherries, like a pastry.
Zach is making Eggs Benedict. Would you like some as well?
My wife follows Emerson to the half bath.
I should get started cleaning.
Emerson dries her hands and turns toward the door and my eager wife, who has befriended our maid in a very unexpected way.
You don't need to vacuum the spare bedrooms.
Suzanne flicks her wrist as if the notion of our maid cleaning what we pay her to clean is absurd. Emerson's gaze jumps to mine as I hover behind Suzanne. She curls her blonde hair behind her ears, a few strands falling back into her face, as she digs something from her pocket. Lipstick, maybe lip gloss. As soon as she uncaps it, I recognize the scent, cherry and amaretto. I didn't know I was making Eggs Benedict this morning, but I will. I'll make her anything, do anything, go anywhere, be anyone. I love her beyond words. So I clear my throat and smile. Emerson, you should have Eggs Benedict with us, and if you don't have time to vacuum the bedrooms, so be it. I'll do it later because it's going to get done one way or another. I thought we hired a maid to clean and allow me more time to spend with Suzanne on my days off. Apparently not. If she wants to have breakfast with the girl in cute clothes, if that makes her smile, then that's my purpose this morning.
Sounds yummy. Thanks. I'll start on the bathrooms.
When breakfast is ready, I head to the jungle to get Suzanne, but her chair holds nothing but a half-folded quilt. I search the patio before heading back inside, lured by the sound of giggling. Suzanne's perched on her padded vanity stool with Emerson on the floor at her feet. She's braiding Emerson's stick-straight hair. Has Emerson cleaned anything yet? Lifted a finger to earn so much as a nickel of pay? I'm conflicted at the moment. This hiring a maid thing has taken a direction I didn't see coming.
Em has the best hair, don't you think, Zach? Of course, everyone has better hair than I have at the moment.
I fear my wife looks at Emerson and sees everything she used to be and will never be again. The smile falls from Emerson's face when she sees me. Her lips curl inward like she can eat it before I see it. I'll likely be cleaning our bathroom later, too. Probably the whole house. Breakfast is ready. The best I can do is offer Emerson a toothy grin, the kind where my tongue bleeds from biting it so hard. But I'd rather die than say something that wipes that beautiful grin from my wife's face. And Emerson seems to be the reason for it, so what's a guy to do?
Hold this, Zach.
Suzanne nods to the end of the braid in her hand.
I need to grab a hair tie from my drawer if I still have any. I might have given up on ever needing them.
She laughs softly like it's no big deal, again making subtle references to her dance with death that inches closer each day. I take the end of the braid as Emerson continues to bite her lips together, her whole body stiff, like she's holding her breath. Caught by the boss, not working. Will she charge me for cleaning the whole house? I shouldn't make her squirm, but I find it slightly satisfying. A reprieve from the heavy stuff.
Thanks, sweets.
Suzanne takes the braid from me and wraps the tie around it.
Did you know that Em's boyfriend manages the fitness club we used to belong to? I remember him. Brady? All the tattoos? Do you remember Zach?
I nod several times. Yeah, I remember him, but no, I didn't know he's her boyfriend. Probably because I let her do her job instead of playing 20 questions with her. My smile escalates to capacity, hiding my sarcasm. Or maybe it's jealousy. Am I jealous that Emerson is the one that's brought Suzanne to life today? I might be on the verge of growing out my hair if Suzanne finds such joy in braiding. Emerson springs to her feet and helps Suzanne up before I can get the chance to do it.
Stop being such a spoil-sport, Zach. Life is too short to worry about a bit of dust or a few water stains on the shower door.
Suzanne playfully narrows her eyes at me. I love this woman so much. That's why I keep smiling, despite my thoughts. Sorry, my bad. I just assumed that's why we hired her. Again, I was so very wrong. While the two women get cozy in the nook by the window overlooking rows of garden beds, I serve them Eggs Benedict and fresh squeezed orange juice. Emerson tracks my every move. I'm not sure if I make her nervous or if she's never seen a guy make Eggs Benedict. Suzanne winks at me when I hand her a cup full of vitamins, her pain meds, and a tall glass of filtered water to go with them. As if she can read Emerson's mind, she pats the empty seat between them, beckoning me to sit.
Zach has always been a good cook, but he took it to the next level when I was diagnosed with cancer the first time. It's good, really good,
Emerson mumbles over a mouthful of food. My wife smiles and takes my hand, bringing it to her lips for a soft kiss.
He is the best. I'm a lucky and loved woman.
Matching her smile, I swallow more emotion brought about by her tiny verbal reminders that things are coming to an end for us.
Who has the green thumb?
Emerson nods out the window to the rows of raised flower beds and vegetable gardens. Suzanne. The jungle is all her, the garden, everything that has life. It's her. While addressing Emerson's question, I don't miss Suzanne flinching at my words. We're good at tiptoeing around reality while leaking our emotions into benign comments. She is truly the person in this house that gives it and everything else life. I don't know what I will look like without her. Will I even see my own reflection in the mirror? Or will I feel so hollowed out that I'm nothing but a ghost of the man I am now? An empty jar with tiny cracks and a lost lid. Useless.
Zach is a good student. There is nothing he won't do or try to do. He spent hours reading botany books so he can take care of my plants on my bad days. He watched YouTube videos to learn how to give me a perfect pedicure. When I was first diagnosed with cancer, I swear he was on his way to earning a medical degree so he could have intelligent conversations with the doctors about my treatment.
I know it's not her intention, but I hate when she makes me sound like a saint. I'm far from it. Just an ordinary man who loves his wife. It's what my dad has always been to my mom.
So, you and Brady, is it serious?
Suzanne makes a quick change of subject. I love her for that.
Is marriage in your future?
I'm not into girl talk, but my wife is addicted to love stories, romance, and gossip. When she and her sister Michelle discuss their favorite reality TV shows, that's my cue to get out of the house.
I hope not.
Emerson stares at her plate while relinquishing a nervous laugh.
Oh, Em, don't tell me you're wasting your time with a guy who isn't worthy of you.
I can't shovel my breakfast down fast enough and get out of here.
Not every guy is a Zachary.
Emerson's lips pull into a sheepish grin as her eyes turn to me for all of 2 seconds. Great. She too thinks I'm better than I am, when I'm just good at hiding my flaws. My biggest one is loving too hard and losing a sense of control and a grip on reality. I want my love to be some magical solution to everything, but it's not.
True.
Suzanne rubs her foot against my calf.
All the more reason to weed out the ones who are not up to par. I don't know Brady that well, but he's always seemed nice. Brady is nice,
Emerson says, but there's little enthusiasm behind her words.
And honestly, it might be me. I might not be worthy of him. He's focused on where he's at right now and where he wants to go in the future. He's chasing his dreams, and I'm still just dreaming without direction. And I'm fine with that. It just makes us feel incompatible most of the time. However, I do like him, and whatever we have seems to work for now. So why walk away if neither one of us has anything better at the moment? We're useful to each other right now.
Emerson drops her gaze to her plate again as she moves her food around with her fork, lips twisted as if she's figuring something out.
Useful,
Suzanne laughs.
Fair enough. Just promise me you'll never settle when it comes to love.
Emerson nods slowly, but she doesn't look at us.
Maybe you'll find a younger man like I did.
I smirk, standing with my empty plate. Emerson grins, her gaze ping-ponging between us.
Maybe. Thank you so much for breakfast. It was too generous, really.
She carries her dishes to the sink and rinses them off.
I better get back to work.
I take Emerson's dishes and load them into the dishwasher. You're welcome. She leans down as I'm bent over the open door.
Don't worry, I'm going to vacuum everything. Thoroughly.
Amusement hijacks my twisted lips, and I lift my gaze to meet hers. Something changes between us, and I can't find the right words because this shift throws me off kilter. She can read my mind like my wife can. Great. 2 women reading my mind, busting my balls. I'm doomed. As soon as she disappears down the hallway, I saunter toward Suzanne, her full glass of orange juice, and nearly untouched eggs Benedict. How are you going to take your pills without food in your stomach? I say softly, as I pull my chair closer to hers.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
What? Did I really hear her correctly?
She's beautiful and refreshing.
Suzanne's knee playfully nudges mine. Should I be worried? Are you going to leave me for the maid? My wife giggles and shakes her head.
No. But maybe you should leave me for the maid. Her breasts are delightfully perky.
Fuck you, I whisper with a manufactured smile. I'm not mad, but that hurt. She knows I don't care about perky tits, and she knows I love her with every fiber of my soul.
I wish you would. I wish you would fuck me. And if not me, maybe someone like M.
Jesus, Suze. I run my hand through my hair. Where the hell is this coming from? My hands drop to her lap. Take your pills.
Maybe I don't need the pills.
I frown, scooping up a bite of food and holding it at her mouth. Maybe you do. She pleads with desperate eyes as I maintain my challenging expression for several seconds. With a sigh, she succumbs to my request by opening her mouth barely enough to fit the food into. Chewing in slow motion, her beautiful face sours into a painful grimace. She's not hungry, and it's all she can do to swallow it, no matter how much she used to love my eggs Benedict. Days have passed since she's taken more than 1 or 2 bites of her meals, and if I force her to down the pills with so little food, she'll throw them up. Babe, if you don't eat, I say the word slowly, just above a whisper.
I'm tired.
She rests her hand on my cheek and tilts her head to the side, giving me that loving smile that I can't refuse. She can get me to do anything with this one look. Want me to take a nap with you? She nods.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
I have a million things to do around the house. Furnace filter to change, leaks to fix, a garage to clean, and grass to mow. But all those things will be here later. They are not going anywhere. The only thing these hands and arms need to do right now are hold my wife.
Chapter 4. Emerson. When I'm not cleaning houses, browsing thrift stores, peering through the lens of my camera, or working to build my following on social media, I search online for something. Anything to get me out of this rut. It's not that cleaning houses doesn't pay well, it's just not my dream. Every day I lose a little more focus of that dream. Tossing my phone into my gently used Hammett handbag, I release a long, exasperated breath and climb out of my temporary housing on wheels. When I knock on the glass door, Zach appears within seconds. After last week's awkward breakfast, his welcoming smile is exactly what I need this morning. It took forever to clean their house that day. Zach may have hired me as their maid, but I think Susie would rather I be her Tuesday friend. And if I could get paid to be her friend in good conscience, it would be a great job. "Good morning," Zach says. "I'm leaving in a few minutes. I wasn't supposed to work today, but things changed. I'll be back later this evening, and Susie's sister will be here by 3. He talks without taking a breath while I step inside and remove my shoes. I'm not asking you to watch her. She doesn't think she needs anyone. But if you wouldn't mind checking on her a few times. Zach. I cut off his rambling, feeling every ounce of anxiety radiating from his body. I've got this. Surprising myself with a high level of fake confidence, I added a big, reassuring smile to sell it. In reality, I'm not sure I have anything. Hanging out with Susie while Zach is here, or at least within 20 miles running errands, is a more trivial responsibility than what he's asking me now. Even if he's trying to downplay it, I know he's panicking. You sure? His face scrunches as his teeth plant firmly into his lower lip. This is my only house to clean on Tuesdays, so if it takes me longer, or if you'd like me to stay until her sister gets here, it's no problem. Would you stay? He replies so quickly my head spins. Yes, I chuckle. I'll stay. You're the best. He shrugs a shoulder. Okay, Suzanne's the best, but you're close. If it wouldn't be completely unprofessional, and if I had more time, I'd hug you or braid your hair. Zach winks, and it makes me giggle and shake my head. He pivots and heads toward the bedroom. Don't worry, I'll pay you more. As I sort through the cleaning supplies he has on the kitchen island, he peeks his head around the corner. Gotta go. You're awesome. If someone hasn't told you that today, then now you know. Hey, you don't need to pay me to be with Susie. It's my pleasure because I like her. A lot. I follow him toward the back door. Zach turns just before reaching for the handle. After a few seconds of silence, I wonder if he's lost his ability to speak. Finally, he gives me a sad smile and nods. I like her too. A lot. My eyes instantly burn with emotion. He's breaking my heart. Zach is a lost puppy, even though his owner is still alive. He clears his throat and shakes his head. She's in the jungle reading a book. Again, thank you for everything, really. I give him a slight grin. The second best. Got it. Have a safe flight. The tension along his face softens, and his grimace turns into a genuine smile. Thanks. All emergency numbers are on my desk. I nod. After I clean the bedrooms and bathrooms, I check in on Susie. Hey! She catches me peeking my head around the corner. Hi. Do you need anything? I inspect the jungle as I mosey toward her recliner. I need you to stop cleaning things that aren't even dirty. She nods at a striped ottoman. Have a seat. It's where Zach sits to rub my feet, but you don't need to do that. I just want you to tell me everything. She sounds a little stronger today, and that's probably why Zach was in a better mood. Playful, full of gratitude, and overflowing with compliments. He thinks I'm the one doing him a favor. He's so wrong. Neither he nor Susie know how much they feed my soul with something. Friendship? Compassion? Just something that feels like nothing I've ever had before now. Everything, huh? I laugh while taking a seat. Everything. Start at birth and work your way up to cleaning my house. Susie adjusts the scarf around her head before folding her bony hands on her lap. Her skin has a slightly mottled appearance. Are you sure I can't read you a book instead? There are so many good stories out there, but mine isn't one of them. With a slow headshake, she clears her throat. I don't want a fairy tale. I want something real. She points to herself. I'm all about real at this point in my life. On an easy nod, I take a deep breath. Where to begin? I give her the Cliff Notes. My mom and her addictions. Her favorite pastime involved sleeping with men. Mean men. No clue who my dad is or was. No siblings. Susie gives me her complete attention, and I can't remember the last time someone cared this much to listen to me. I find myself glancing away to compose myself. Is this what it feels like to have someone really care? I pretty much raised myself. No time for sports or anything like that. I had to find odd jobs to make enough money to eat when my mom blew through her paycheck buying drugs and alcohol. And her paychecks weren't reliable anyway, because she never kept a job for longer than a few months. Susie frowns, but I continue. When I graduated, my mom tried to convince me to go to the University of Georgia, close to home. I laughed in her face, stole her car because I felt like she owed me something, and drove to Atlanta. Let's see. I twist my lips and stare out the window for a few seconds. College, student loan debt, an epilepsy diagnosis, a job at Walmart. It's such an amazing story, huh? I release a nervous laugh because I've needed to say these things. Something just beneath the surface of my pride needed to hear those words. I've spent so much time wondering how the hell I got here, feeling lost. One of the other employees at Walmart told me she cleaned houses on the side. So, I used my first few paychecks to buy cleaning supplies with my discount. And I started going door to door, looking for jobs. Never landed one that way. I met an older woman while walking out to my car after work, Margie Mumford. I grin. She dropped her wallet a few feet behind her, but she didn't notice. I picked it up and returned it to her. Then, fate stepped in and opened a door for me. She mentioned being distracted because she had a party coming up and her maid went into labor. That was my first job. And her referral to friends led me to have enough houses to clean that I could quit my Walmart job. And here I am. Susie nods slowly. Does she pity me? God, I hope not. I'm good. I don't need her pity. It would ruin the excitement I get when I know it's Tuesday and I get to hang out with my two favorite people. Well, she blows out a long breath. That was awfully generic. I'm giving that story 3 stars. Maybe 3.5. What? I laugh. Story? You didn't want a story. You asked for a recount of my life. And I still know very little about you. How did your mother's vices impact you? Who are you because of her choices? Why art? Why photography? Have you ever been in love? Do you have dreams? When you're not cleaning houses or dating hot fitness trainers, what do? What kind of music speaks to your soul? What food makes you moan with pleasure? When was the last time a single moment gave you butterflies or sent chills along your spine? If you answer those questions, then I'll know you. I need to clean your house. I offer another nervous laugh, a little off kilter from her emotional probing. How does one answer the question, what makes you, you? No, you don't need to clean anything. Pulling my feet onto the ottoman and crossing them, I close my eyes for a few seconds. I've never taken the time to think about myself beyond the circumstances that have led me to this point. Saul, he was one of my mom's boyfriends. I think the only good one. Opening one eye, I frown. He didn't last long. He was too good for her. He was an artist who bought me paints and clay, pencils and sketch paper. Saul let me use his camera. One Saturday afternoon, we drove to the beach when my mom was a little hungover. She stayed in the car most of the time. Saul and I played in the sand. We built castles with moats and pretended I was the princess and he was the knight trying to save me. And he did. Saul unearthed my love for art, creating and capturing the essence of humanity in its many forms. He showed me beauty through creation, and he was my first love, not in a weird or inappropriate way, just he gave me a glimpse of what love looked like. And I haven't seen it since him. I haven't felt butterflies, but just hearing my mom's voice gives me chills along my spine. Because of her, I am driven not to be her. Oh, and I like R&B music. The sexier, the better. Susie grins. I continue. I dream of a family, which is funny because I don't know what that looks like, but I see mothers and daughters shopping or eating at a quaint cafe at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Thursday, and I imagine what it would be like if that were my life. And I don't think about food often because I haven't had many chances to enjoy it beyond the simplicity of calories to fuel my body. When I'm not cleaning houses, I'm snapping photos or shopping for great designer finds at thrift stores. Girl, you are speaking my language, Susie says in a huge grin. Her words encourage me to continue. I love reading biographies because it's fun to be someone else for a few pages. Crazy, huh? Susie hums. Not crazy. I know exactly what you mean. Right now, I'm you. Oh no, choose someone better than me, I chuckle. No, I want to be you. A dreamer with a tiny tether to reality. An appreciation for life, never taking any of it for granted. And oh, the possibilities. You can be anything, do anything, go anywhere. You have those butterflies to feel for the first time. You have butterflies to feel. God, I wish I could go back and feel them again. It's not that I still don't feel them with Zach, but they're never as strong as the first time. You have a million firsts left in your life. I have a handful of lasts. Don't waste a single minute being anything but courageous. Courageous. Am I courageous for living out of my car? Am I courageous for having no clue what it's like to have a healthy, honest relationship with a man? I think she's mistaking courage for hidden fear. Say it. Susie claps her hands several times. Say what? I am courageous. Susie raises her hands above her head, fingers stiff, grin to her ears. I am courageous, I say. No! What was that? Try it again like you mean it. Better yet, actually mean it. I am courageous. I add some power to my words. Again, don't forget the arms. I giggle. I am courageous. I jump up, land on my feet, and shoot my arms toward the ceiling. Atta girl. That is your soul, girlfriend. Do you hear me? That is your soul. The hair, your body, the epilepsy, that's your genetic vehicle for this life. Use it for pleasure and use it to do good. But never let it define you. I plop down onto the ottoman, and before I know it, I'm wiping away a few stray tears. Oh, hey. She slowly leans forward and reaches for my leg. I shake my head and smile past the emotion. Sorry, I think I've needed a therapist or a friend. I nod and sniffle. Well, you have one right here, okay? She finds my hand and squeezes it. I blow out a breath and smile, eyeing her frail body while feeling her inner strength. You're not letting the cancer define you? She shakes her head. I have too much living to do. It might not be in this lifetime, but that's okay. I'll grab a cancer-free vehicle and take it for a new journey in my next life. I don't believe we ever end. We simply move on. I don't know what to believe, but if thinking like Susie means life is full of pleasure and adventure without fearing death, she just converted me to a new religion. Chapter 5. Emerson. By midsummer, Susie becomes more than my friend. She's my mother, my sister, and my mentor. When she dies, it will hurt more than it would if my biological mom died. I still clean her house on Tuesdays, but I also hang out with her in the evenings when Zach has a late flight home. One might think our age gap would leave us with little to talk about, but it's quite the opposite. Susie loves watching me edit photos, and I enjoy snapping a few candid shots of her when she least expects it. She gives me an eye roll, and I peek around my camera and give her a wink. She's always interested in talking about my mom and her sordid past. I think it's her way of giving me therapy, which I can't afford. I enjoy her mentoring me on gardening and caring for her jungle. At the same time, she shares all the places around the world she visited during her career as a flight attendant. And we both love reality TV, celebrity gossip, and all things fashion. There are good days and bad days. Days I think she's miraculously beating the cancer, and days that feel like the end is near. So many times I've come close to confessing my housing situation. I've casually mentioned student loan debt and a few medical bills, but I've never told her they've piled a mile high. I don't want her pity. I'll figure out my own shit, eventually. For now, I just want to be her friend. Thank you, she says. I glance down at her from the ladder, dusting the lights above the island while she eats her Cap'n Crunch. That's how I know today is a good day. Cap'n is always a good day. It's my job. You pay me, and no thanks required. I wink. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about us. You're the only friend I have who doesn't give me the pity look. You don't bombard me with questions about new treatments. You don't tell me I should be on a juice cleanse and meditate every day. When we're together, it's easy to forget I have cancer. My attention returns to the lights because she's trying to make me cry, which would look like pity. She's set the bar high. I'll have to really watch what I say, how I look at her, and definitely not suggest too much nutritious food. I'll drop off a pint of her favorite ice cream if Zach is working tomorrow. Sometimes I forget that you hired me to clean your house, especially since Zach has been so grateful. When I first started working for you, I felt like he was unsure about our friendship. Like, maybe he resented it? But now, I feel like he's truly grateful that we bonded. I've never had a boss say thank you as much as he does. I finish wiping the last light and toss the dusting rag over my shoulder. Grabbing the cereal box, I help myself to some breakfast contraband. Sans washing my hands. We know I'm not going to kill her with a bit of dust and dirt. Susie smiles, adjusting her red beanie. It's 95 degrees outside, but she's chosen a winter hat to cover her head that still hasn't seen much hair growth. She's cold all the time, but I don't say much. There's not much to say when it comes to her physical state. It is what it is. Zach is. She smiles, and it's love. Unconditional love. And it's a little heartbreaking because I don't think their story ends with a happily ever after. Listen, Em, don't clean houses forever, unless it's really what you want. But I think you're going to be a wildly famous photographer someday, so don't spend all the interim cleaning houses. It's a big world. Travel, make memories, make mistakes, make love, blow an entire paycheck on a handbag or the most impractical shoes. I saved my money. I should have bought the shoes. Be better than me, Em. Susie is everything good in my life. What will happen when she's not here? Will all the holes she's filled in my life feel hollow again? I pop a few pieces of cereal into my mouth and smirk. I can't imagine there's anyone better than you, but I like how you think, even if some of the lovemaking is a mistake. Susie shrugs. 2 birds, 1 stone. I shake my head. Where were you when I needed this advice? When my mom was too busy being a truly horrible person? Well, I don't want you to think of me as a mom. That makes me feel old. Big sister? Too late. Susie's everything. Big sister it is. I slip behind her and wrap my arms around her narrow shoulders, giving her a gentle hug while kissing her cheek. Do you think we were friends in another life? I feel like everything is easy with you, like I could tell you anything. Like I could tell you I'm living out of my car. But I don't, even though I feel everything in my life is more manageable when I share it with her. Susie has a way of reducing mountain-sized problems into boulders, minor bumps in the road. I do, she says. I think we were something. But it's just going to be you again, okay? Don't let yourself stay in a rut. Think of the mistakes I made, all the things I wish I would have done differently. Then you do it better. When you're questioning your purpose or can't see which direction you're headed, pack up your crap and change the scenery. I regret the times I spent trying to repaint the same canvas. Susie sighs. But for now, be done. She turns as I release her. No more cleaning today. But I'm not done. With a firm smile, I try to hold my ground. I know she's getting ready to suggest something that will prevent me from doing my real job, something that will make it hard to accept my paycheck when Zach hands it to me with a sincere thank you. How many bosses thank their employees every week? 1. Just 1. Zach Hayes. When he thanks me, it feels like he's thanking me for so much more than dusting and running the vacuum. This afternoon, there's nothing to clean, and cancer doesn't exist. My eyes narrow just enough to make me feel responsible for a few seconds. Well, I definitely like the part where you don't have cancer, but Zach coming home to a half-clean house doesn't sound as appealing. Screw Zach. I giggle. As appealing as that sounds. Susie's eyes widen, and her jaw relaxes into an undecipherable expression. Joking. I'm completely joking. Please tell me you know I'm joking. Closing her mouth, she covers it with her hand as she snorts a laugh. Thank God. She knows I'm joking. I'm sure Jack could use a good screw about now. It's been a long time. My cheeks flush. We haven't talked about sex. Well, her sex life, which is surprising because we talk about everything else. He still thinks he could break me. I'm fragile, but not that fragile. And I can't think of a better way to go than dying from sex. A giggle sneaks past my lips, even though this topic feels a little inappropriate and morbid. On another dreamy sigh, she continues. It's hard to explain how losing my breasts crushed me. Not because clothes would never fit right again, not because I worried about people noticing. No, it was knowing that a part of me, which brought Zach so much pleasure, was gone. Like cancer stole a piece of our intimacy. Not that he's ever looked at me with anything but complete love and desire. It's different than other cancers that leave internal scars, but stay hidden in places we can't see. Nope, we can't be intimate and not see, not feel it in the most physical way. I worried so much about him. I worried he would miss my breasts and feel wrong about ever admitting it. Then one day, I was looking in our bathroom mirror after a shower, and I said, I miss my breasts. He glanced up while buttoning his jeans and he replied, I do too, but not as much as I'd miss you. And oh my God, I nearly died. I didn't expect him to admit it, but the fact that he did, that he was honest with me, then followed it up with that last part. She shakes her head again, tears in her eyes. I fell in love with him harder than I did the first time. Susie swallows hard several times, fighting to keep the emotions from having their way. Well, I twist my lips, nose wrinkled. That's just the cheesiest thing I've ever heard a man say. It was epic, and we both know it. Susie groans and rolls her eyes. I know, right? Like, come on. Who says that? Try to be a little more original, Zach. Total cheeseball. Her smile says, thank you for lightening the mood. Her smile reminds me that we agreed I would not be a maid this afternoon and she would not have cancer. Movie? Sugary coffee drinks? I tap my chin with my finger. Mani-pedi? I nod slowly. I like how you think. My car, yours. Gulp. My car is loaded with cleaning supplies. It's a mess, and I'd have to clean it out just to fit you in it. So maybe we should take your car, or I'm totally cool with paying for an Uber. Susie stands and shuffles her feet slowly toward her bedroom. We can take my car. Thank God. After an unforgettable afternoon with my new BFF, I work out at the gym, shower, and meet Brady at his apartment for a surprise. Our relationship has been a little rocky over the past few weeks, and I blame Zach and Susie for showing me what my life is missing. A life. Okay, I might blame myself more. I should just be honest with everyone about my living condition and financial situation and see who stands by me. I already know the answer. Brady will leave me, and Susie will attempt to adopt me like an abandoned puppy. All I really need is a shower. Maybe I can start cleaning my clients' bathrooms with the door locked and grab a shower. Brady's not the best for my self-esteem. The sex is good, and the conversations we have are okay. Still, I can't help feeling like I'm doing it all for the gym membership, aka locker room privileges. Does that make me a horrible person? Or just a survivor? There's my girl. Brady pulls me into his arms the second he opens the door to his apartment. He palms my ass as he kisses me, and I hope he's not wondering when I will lube up again and let him in the back door. So, what's the surprise? I wriggle out of his hold and set my handbag on his sofa. You said you have a surprise for me. I give him a curious expression while praying that it's not a new sex position. I envision him with a bag of sex toys like butt plugs, nipple clamps, and a gag for my mouth so he doesn't have to listen to me question every move he makes. Do you remember our first date? What you said you wanted? No, and I can't believe he remembers. I pinch my bottom lip between my fingers. I'm sure I said many things on our first date, like how I want to travel the world and work on my photography portfolio. Do you know someone looking for a photographer? No, Em. I'm talking about something else. I nod slowly. Okay. He grins like a young boy. I don't get to see this side of Brady very often, and it's moderately endearing, so I feel lucky to be the recipient of this level of happiness. Still, I have no clue what surprise he has in store for me. Stay here and close your eyes. As I close my eyes, a zing of excitement rushes through my veins. I do like surprises. Okay, keep them closed and hold out your hands. Holding my hands out, I shiver a little giddy. Then, something warm and furry touches my skin, and my eyes fly open. Surprise! Brady smirks like he's the god of gifts. You got a cat? I hug the white and black patched kitten to my chest, nuzzling my nose in her hair. Well, he chuckles, I got a cat for you. For me? I no longer feel as smitten with the kitten because I fear what he means. On our first date, you said you liked cats and wanted to adopt one someday. I did say that. Now, let's break it down. I wanted to do the adopting, and someday is not today, when my current residence is my car. Unless you're married or living together, you don't buy someone a living, breathing creature. That's a huge fucking responsibility. I can't believe you got me a cat. I feel bad about how things have been between us lately. I've been working nonstop, and I've kind of been a dick about you staying the night. I stare at him with a slow nod and an equally slow raise of my eyebrows. You're going to let me stay over? Is this our cat? God, no. I'm actually a little allergic to cats. All pets, really. I just thought you'd feel less lonely at your own place if you had a cat. I mean, that's why you said you wanted one, right? Say it. I try so hard to get the nerve to tell him the truth as the kitten sniffs my chin, tickling me with her whiskers. Her. I'm not sure if it's a her. Speechless. Brady looks so proud of himself. In his own special way, I'm sure this is a huge gesture and show of love. So, speechless. I reposition the cat, only to see that it's a boy. He got me a tomcat? Figures. I wanted a female cat, but it's really not my biggest problem. It's midsummer in Atlanta. Hot as fuck. I live out of my car. I don't know if I can train my cat to do its business outside like one can train a dog. A litter box in my car is a bit too much. And what the hell am I supposed to do with him during the day when I'm working? Leaving him in my car is not an option. Why don't you look as happy as I thought you'd be? I shrug while offering a nervous laugh. Sorry, it's quite something that you remembered that little nugget of information from our first date, and I'm probably just in shock. That's all. Brady frowns. I expected high-pitched squealing, hugs, kisses, maybe other kinds of gratitude. He waggles his eyebrows. Really? Does he really expect sexual favors for a cat? I should buy him a gift certificate for a new tattoo and expect him to let me move in with him. How would he like that? Well, now I have a cat. What am I supposed to do with her? I wrinkle my nose. Him, while expressing other forms of gratitude. Brady's mouth opens to speak, but I cut him off. I think it's best if I get this little guy home and we hang out another night. Never. I'm breaking up with him right now. He just doesn't know it yet. Screw it. I'll use body wipes until I figure out an alternative plan. I can't risk him buying me a sofa or something else for a place I don't have. Later, I will send him a lengthy message after I give my explanation more thought. It will go something like this. Dear Brady, thanks for the cat and the gym membership. I will always remember you as my first anal partner. I think we have different needs at the moment. Best of luck with your quest to own your own gym. It's been fun. M. P.S. I've been living out of my car for nearly 3 months, and I have epilepsy. I'm just spitballing. I might tweak a few parts of it, hence the need to give it some more thought. I'm living a lie, waiting to get caught, and I can't go on any longer. What if I have a seizure? What if he gets some harebrained idea and decides to come to my house, a trailer where someone else lives now? It's all too much work for just a shower. I can put the cat back in the box, and it won't take that long. He reaches for the cat. My jaw unhinges. You've kept him in a box? Are you serious? What is wrong with you? I won't elaborate by telling him the way to a woman's sexual soul is not with the words, "It won't take that long." With an eye roll, Brady parks a hand on his hip. There are holes in the box. I'm not an idiot, Em. I just can't. I'm too excited. My words hold no excitement, so I nuzzle my nose into the cat's neck and bring out the baby talk. You don't want to go into a box, do you? No, not my little guy. We need to get you home and name you. Shooting Brady an apologetic smile, I sigh. Sorry. Rain check? Brady's nose twitches and he sniffles. Yeah, it might be a good idea. My allergies are already acting up. This really highlights the seriousness of our relationship and how it's on a one-way track to nowhere. What if this cat lives 10 years, give or take? Are we really planning on staying together but living separately for that long? Or would I have to get rid of the very cat he gave me if we moved in together or got married? Thanks again. I step forward to kiss him, but he backs away, eyes turning red. I try to keep from laughing at the insane irony of the whole situation. Later. He returns a stiff smile. Is it possible that he, too, is questioning his decision? Chapter 6. Emerson. 2 of my 4 clients are not home during the time I clean their houses. Guess who's guaranteed 2 showers a week? Guess who needs more than 2 showers a week during the hellish heat of summer? Since I sent Brady the breakup text 2 weeks ago, things have been a little chaotic, and not just in the personal hygiene department. Turns out, Harry Potter, yes, I named my cat Harry Potter, doesn't like being led around by his collar and leash, like a dog, to go to the bathroom. He's super fucking finicky and insists on a litter box, probably because they got him used to one at the shelter. Sans any other great ideas, I've been hiding him in basements and sneaking his litter box into houses while I work. Then I have to pussyfoot him back out when I'm done at each house. Night times are tricky, depending on where I park for the evening, which is usually at one of the big box stores that allow overnight parking. After a few rough nights with Harry Potter and a couple of pee accidents on my clothes, I come across a fortunate discovery. Susie and Zach's garden shed is in the shade, and it's relatively cool. Problem solved. Around 10 at night, I sneak Harry Potter to the shed with his litter pan, food, water, and a blanket. Since I've been helping Susie lately with her gardening, I'm the only one who goes into the shed. Until today. While Susie takes her morning nap, she's been quite exhausted lately, I clean the guest bathroom and myself. For the past 2 days, I've been as ripe as a brown banana. Someday, when I'm living in a modern penthouse with a well-lit corner for doing custom photo shoots and one of those showers with a slew of shower heads, I will look back on this time in my life and remember how I learned to appreciate the simple things. Like body soap and running water. Emerson, what do you know about the cat in the... Zach opens the bathroom door that I didn't lock because Suzanne is sleeping, and he's supposed to be in the sky working. I should have locked it. I'm an idiot. Shit! I contort my arms to cover my naked bits on full display through the glass shower door. What are you... He turns and takes a step out of the bathroom. Doing? Why are you cleaning the shower naked? His voice hits a pitch higher than I've ever heard come out of his mouth. I speed rinse the shampoo from my hair and shut off the water. Grabbing my own towel, I quickly wrap it around my body. Why are you home? I say from behind the partially ajar door. Canceled flight. Where are your clothes? And what do you know about the cat that was in the shed? Was? I poke my head around the door, water dripping from my hair. Was, as in it ran out the second I opened the door. What's going on, Emerson? Zach keeps his back to me. What do you mean he ran out? Where did he go? With total disregard for my single towel attire, I bolt past him toward the back door. Harry Potter? Harry Potter! Come to Mommy! I race to the shed, but it's empty. Then I tighten my towel and inspect the beds of vegetables and flowers. My heart hammers. Yes, I'm about to get fired. Yes, the neighbors can see me half naked. Yes, my feet are covered in dirt and grass clippings. No, I didn't think I cared this much about my male cat until he ran away. Harry Potter! I skitter toward the side of the house. Emerson, Zach chases me. Stop. I whip around. Which way did he go? Zach pinches the bridge of his nose, head down, like he's still attempting to be a gentleman. If he were the true gentleman Suzanne paints him to be, he'd help me find Harry Potter. Instead, he blows a quick breath out of his nose and smirks. Fucking smirks. It's slightly hidden beneath his tucked chin, but it's there. And goddammit, this isn't funny. He ran up the tree by the shed, Zach says, peeking up at me. Call 911. I march past him. I don't think that's the best use of emergency resources. He tails me as I stomp my way toward the tree, eyes squinting against the sun, searching for Harry. It's not an actual emergency, says the guy who doesn't have his cat stuck in a tree. I don't have a cat. My head swivels to shoot him the stink eye for a few seconds before resuming my search for Harry Potter. There he is! I start to point my finger, but my towel decides to slip a few inches, and I barely catch it before it reaches the point of no return. Listen! Zach's eyebrows form two curious peaks. Listening? I don't appreciate the amusement on his face. I'm going to hose off my feet and get dressed. Then, I'm going to get your ladder from the garage. I just need you to keep an eye on him until I get back. Pressing his lips together, he returns a slow nod. He's a little more intimidating in his uniform and tie. Then we'll talk about the events that have taken place in the past 15 minutes. I deflate and push a harsh breath out my nose as I brush past him toward the house and the water spigot. Yeah, we'll talk about it. By the time I get dressed, Zach already has the ladder leaned against the tree trunk, and he's at the top grabbing Harry Potter by the scruff of his neck and pulling him off the branch. Meow! Harry Potter doesn't like being scruffed. Zach retreats several steps, dropping Harry Potter into my waiting arms. I don't like coming home to a cat in my shed, so Harry Potter has bigger concerns than his aversion to scruffing. I kiss Harry's head, and he instantly starts to purr as Zach reaches the ground. Your cat? He asks, as if there's any question by this point. I nod, nose still nuzzled into Harry's hair. And why was he in my shed? Zach questions while lowering the ladder. Because... Can I quit, like I basically quit Brady, and send Zach a similar text? Dear Zach and Susie, thank you for the job. I really enjoyed working for you and forming such a close friendship. I'll think of you often and pray for a miraculous recovery. M. P.S. I've been living out of my car for 3 months. Don't feel bad for me. It's only going to make me stronger one day. I am courageous. Because... With an unblinking gaze, Zach steadies the ladder in his hands and waits for my response. The thing is, I'm not ready to quit Zach and Susie. I'm also not ready to have them take pity on me. It's embarrassing. I don't know how I got here. I just know that it sucks. Because I haven't had him for very long, and he doesn't do well at home by himself. So I put him in the shed where I can check in on him every hour or so. Lies are nothing more than wishful versions of the truth. I think optimists, like myself, probably tell the most lies. The truth is usually less than appealing and far from optimistic. Zach inspects me, my reaction to my own lie. My chin juts out and up, shoulders back. And you were cleaning the shower without any clothes on because... Don't be an asshole. It's out. I just said that to my boss. Zach chuckles. I'm sorry. How is asking a logical question suddenly being an asshole? I don't enjoy lying to Zach or anyone for that matter. People who lie, cheat, and steal don't always do it because they're bad people. Sometimes they do it because they're desperate. And if he's never truly been this desperate, then it's easy for him to judge those of us who are just trying to survive. So, I lie. Maybe something personal happened to me. Maybe I wet my pants, or started my period and things got messy. Where the hell am I going with this? Must you call me out on it? Do you really need to know why? Zach's eyebrows lift while his lips part, as they should because I could have suggested I spilled coffee on myself or some cleaning solution that made my skin itch. Who jumps straight to wetting herself or a heavy menstrual cycle? I roll my eyes to make sure he knows I'm kidding about the gross part. The showers at my gym were unavailable again, so I didn't have time to run home and shower without being late. I chose to be on time. To be here when Susie woke up and forego my shower until she took her morning nap. And I was cleaning the shower too, not just myself. For the record, I'm dropping my membership to that gym since their shower availability is so unpredictable. There. Are you happy now? The unfortunate thing about lying is that it just gets easier and easier to do. I should write fiction. I have so many made-up versions of life in my head. Hopes, fears, dreams. It's disturbing how easily people can shape the world in their heads and give it a false reality with empty words. It's even more disturbing how I can treat my employer like he's the one at fault here. When Zach doesn't respond, I force myself to look him in the eye. And I swear, I really swear, he sees right through me. Every single hope, dream, fear, and lie. In this moment, something shifts. I don't know what, but something. And that something tells me I'll reflect back on this moment in the future. He's not my husband, not my lover. I'm not even sure he's my friend. He's a trespasser into my... well, I don't know yet. Okay. My eyes narrow. Okay? Okay what? Okay, I understand now. The shower, the cat. Its name is a little weird, but it's your cat, not mine. That's it? Just, okay? I'm not fired? No, Emerson. He chuckles, heading back into the house. I'm not the asshole you think I am. Just lock the bathroom door if you ever clean in your birthday suit again. And I'll make sure to open the shed door slowly next time. It's not pity. At least, I don't think anyway. He doesn't know about my living situation or my massive piles of debt. It can't be pity. Well, it could be pity. I must have looked quite pitiful running outside with nothing but a towel wrapped around me, screaming, "Harry Potter!" Zach disappears, probably snuggling in bed with Susie, so I finish my cleaning duties in record time and sneak out before I have to face him again.
Chapter 7. Zach. On Saturday, Michelle comes over to stay with Suzanne while I take a much-needed run. As I round the corner at the park, I see a familiar car with its windows partially rolled down. It's Emerson. She's asleep with the seat reclined, head tilted to the side, and a string of drool down the side of her face. Emerson? Her body twitches like she's having trouble waking from a dream. Did she have a seizure? Emerson? Again, she stirs but doesn't open her eyes. Emerson! She jumps. I wipe my sweaty forehead and rest my other hand on my hip. Zach? She asks, squinting her eyes. What are you doing? She sits up, raising the back of the driver's seat. Napping? What are you doing? I'm jogging. She nods several times, eyes still squinted like she's fighting a headache. I inspect her car, in particular the back seat and the hatchback space, loaded with a shit ton of stuff. Not just cleaning supplies. Clothes, towels, boxes, Harry Potter, a bag of cat food, a black bra hanging over the headrest of the back seat, shoes, fast food bags wadded on the seats and floor along with a littering of empty water bottles. Just everything. So it's a little hot to be napping in your car. Why aren't you home? I tear my gaze from the piles of stuff and eye her through my own slitted eyes. Just an accident. I wasn't planning on napping.
We were enjoying the shade and breeze, then boom.
There is no breeze.
I drifted off to sleep.
She shrugs. It's not safe. It's hot as fuck. Really, your cat can't be comfortable either.
Where's Susie?
Home with her sister. You should go home too.
Good plan.
She starts her car.
Nice seeing you. Hope Susie's doing okay.
Again, I inspect the back of her car. She clears her throat, bringing my attention back to her.
I'm glad to see you're jogging. Susie wants you to take care of yourself.
I return an absent-minded nod, not really registering what she's saying because this car is utterly disgusting.
Well, tell Susie I'll stop by tomorrow and pull weeds in the garden.
You're living out of your car.
I've been busy. I need to clean it out. Obviously.
She rolls her eyes.
But I'm not living out of my car.
She snorts a laugh, but I don't miss the uneasiness in her eyes, the fear, the growing redness in her face. As I stare at her, her gaze shifts to the windshield, to the people on the trail and the kids at the splash pad. Emerson, I say slowly, feeling confused. Is she homeless? How can that be? She has a job, a college degree, a boyfriend.
Zachary,
she says without looking at me. Where do you live?
Why? You coming for a visit?
A few seconds of silence and tension settles between us. Don't mind if I do. Before she can mutter the slightest protest, I round the car and plant my ass in the seat next to her. There's a stench in the car, but I try to keep from wrinkling my nose. Dirty laundry, cat piss, partially eaten food. How long has this been marinating? All summer? Emerson starts the car and drives out of the parking lot. First left, second right, another right, two lefts. She drives me all around the city until there's no other choice. Then she steers the car back to my house. I remain quiet the whole time. I know she has nowhere to go. This tour of Atlanta has been to bide her time. She puts the car in park in my driveway. How long? I ask. Emerson swallows hard as tears redden her eyes. Not that long, she whispers like she can barely hold it together. How long is not that long? She bats away her tears the second they escape.
Since spring?
Jesus. I pinch the bridge of my nose and shake my head. How? Why? I don't get it. I'm angry. Not at her. Well, kinda at her and the absurdity of this. Also, I just want to know how the fuck this is possible. She averts her gaze out her window to the yard overgrown with weeds and in desperate need of mowing. I chose to use my hour of time away from Susie to jog instead of mow the lawn. Is Emerson thinking it's rich of me to question her life when I'm clearly not the best role model? Don't you have family, friends? You had a boyfriend when you started working for us. How is it that you were living out of your car and not with your boyfriend? Silence seems to be her answer of choice. I grunt a laugh, shaking my head. Your boyfriend. You never told him, did you? More silence. Was he just too much of a dick? Or were you too proud? She chews on the inside of her cheek, gaze affixed to the steering wheel. You can't pay rent with the money you make cleaning houses?
No,
she murmurs.
I can pay rent. Or I can buy medication for my epilepsy, pay my student loans, and have a basic cellular plan.
Yet, you got a cat.
I didn't get a cat. My dick boyfriend got me a cat.
I stiffen, anger building as I drum my fingers on my knees. Because he didn't know you were living out of your car?
Your yard looks like shit. I should mow it for you.
She is judging me. Fuck the yard. My wife is dying and her new BFF is living out of a car. With a goddamn cat.
I'm temporarily living out of my car, but I have a car, and I have a job. My life is not ideal right now, but I'm young, I'm talented, I'm hardworking. So I will get through this just fine. Living out of one's car temporarily is not the worst thing ever.
She exudes a surprising amount of confidence, given the fact that she's singing her positivity song in a stinky, trashed car, after lying to us for months. You're her.
Who? She asks.
Suzanne. You're an eternal optimist, even when you know you have no cards left to play. But I think she's an optimist for me more than herself. You're the real deal.
Even if you fire me for living out of my car, the Mumfords won't fire me. I still have 3 other clients, and I have a few other people who wanted to hire me when my schedule was full. I can check with them, so I'd hardly say I don't have any cards left to play.
I don't know if I should grin because she's so tough, a side to her I didn't know existed, or if I should be offended that she thinks so little of me. I'd never fire you for being homeless.
Dude, I have a car.
I'm not going to split hairs with you. I massage my temples. Let's take your stuff inside. I open the door.
What? No, why?
Ducking my head back into the car, I lift my eyebrows. Is she serious? To give you a safer place to sleep until you get things figured out.
I don't want your pity or your charity, and I definitely don't want you to tell Susie.
I bet you want a shower. I bet your cat wants out of the heat. I close the door, then slowly open her hatchback. Fucking hell, who lives like this? Things spill onto the ground. Emerson hops out and hustles to get her belongings picked up, including a pair of panties barely hanging on to the bumper. She cringes and tries to bat away my hands as I reach for her things.
Let me do it. I don't need to bring everything inside just to shower and give Harry Potter a break from the heat.
Suzanne will insist you stay. She snatches the bra from the top of my shoe at lightning speed.
That's why we're not going to tell her.
I can't keep this from her. Her frantic hands pluck a sandal and tube of lipstick from the driveway before she snaps her spine straight again.
Listen, Zach, you have a pass, at least from me. I get the need you must have to do right by Susie's every wish, but she nor you need a live-in right now. And you know this. She's still here with you, so you need to focus on her. So stop acting like you're honoring a dying request, a final letter, a forced promise in a weak moment, or maybe just good old-fashioned guilt. I know she'll want you to take me in like a stray dog. I don't want it. No.
She shakes her head.
Just no.
Why have you always given me this vibe that you're a little unsure about me?
Unsure?
She cants her head to the side. I shrug. I don't want to say I think you don't like me, but it's a similar feeling. You get a little stiff whenever I walk into the same room as you and Suzanne. Like I'm spoiling some party or that I, for whatever reason, make you nervous. I don't get an answer from her. I get her crossing her arms over her chest and her hip pushed out to the side as she scowls at me. What did I do?
Emerson. Zach will forever put my nerves on high alert. First, I have an innocent crush on him. It's his fault for being the perfect husband. Second, I have an innocent crush on him. It's his fault for looking sexy all the time. Third, I have an innocent crush on him. It's Susie's fault for telling me about their sex life. Since she's dying, she gets a pass, and I'm forced to now blame that on him, too. All crushing aside, I don't know how to read Zach. I don't know how to read men at all. If I psychoanalyzed myself, everything would boil down to daddy issues. Acting as confident as I can, which isn't much since he knows my secret and the disgusting odor from that secret is wafting out of the back of my car, I take a deep breath and blow it out my nose. I've been a little lost, and since Susie befriended me, I've felt a little found. You hired me to clean your house, and I fear I don't do that as well as I should do it. I think you're happy that I can sometimes be with Susie when you're not here, but when you are here, I feel like an intruder because... Zach cocks his head to the side. Because? Nibbling at my lower lip, I shrug. Because there's this intense intimacy between the two of you. The second you walk into the same room as Susie and me, I instantly feel like I've overstayed my welcome. He frowns. My wife is dying. That's not... Zach's head inches side to side. It's intimate. It's personal and private. I don't think I really know what that's like, but I do know that when you walk into the room and she looks at you, the earth turns a little slower on its axis. All these unspoken words seem to hang heavily in the air. I can barely breathe when I'm in the same room with the two of you. Zach blinks several times before his throat bobs with a hard swallow. Maybe you're the oxygen in the room. Maybe it is a little hard to breathe around us. All I know is whatever you two discuss makes her smile, even on the days I know she's in pain. And that comforts me in ways I can't express. So don't ever feel like you're intruding. Surrendering as my last ounce of pride evaporates, I shove a few things into a plastic bag and hand it to him. Then I retrieve Harry Potter, his litter box, and the partial bag of litter, some of which has spilled onto the floor of my car. It's not about the cancer. I head toward the house. We rarely talk about the cancer. I think I make her feel normal. Normal makes her smile. I stop and wait for him to open the door because my hands are full. I think her other friends reek of grief and pity. Even when they don't mention the cancer, I bet she can see it all over their faces. He pushes down the door lever. How do you look at her? Tightening my hold on a squirmy Harry Potter, I shrug. Probably in disbelief that she treats me as an equal, not as hired help, not as a young, stupid woman who hasn't had the same life experience. Zach maintains a blank expression, like my answer needs some time to sink into his brain and make sense. Susie doesn't want anyone's pity for her cancer, just like I don't want anyone's pity for my homelessness. I don't know. Maybe she will understand. Maybe I should have told her my whole situation before now. I don't know what it's like to have someone trustworthy in my life, so my default mode is to distrust everyone. I clear my throat. I'm going to fill his litter box and jump in the shower. Then I'll tell Susie. I'll tell her. And if she doesn't suggest I stay here, you don't say one word, okay? Zach relinquishes a tiny nod before pushing the door open. After a long and much-needed shower, I dry my hair and slip on a sundress. Turning the corner to make my way to the kitchen, a pile of things inside the guest bedroom catches my attention. It's my stuff. Everything from my car is neatly piled at the end of the bed. Zach told her, I'm going to kill him. He did exactly what I asked him not to do. I head down the hallway, hoping I find him before seeing Susie, but I spot him outside. Opening the door and softly closing it behind me, I stomp my bare feet to the driveway, where he's using a shop vac to clean out the inside of my car. What are you doing? And why did you tell her? I asked you to let me tell her. I flip the switch on the vacuum to shut it off. Zach tosses a glance over his shoulder, confusion on his face until he sees me. Why did you shut it off? He backs out from the rear of my car. Why did you tell her? I didn't. She's sleeping. Then why did you haul all my stuff inside? And why are you cleaning out my car? Christ. He tosses the hose aside and sits on the bumper, scrubbing his hands over his face. Because I know my wife, and instead of waiting for her to wake up and tell me to do exactly what I'm doing right now, I figured I'd get a jump start on it, he mumbles behind his hands before dropping them to his side. What are you afraid of? Someone helping you? Have you not heard the proverb, pride goeth before a fall? After a few seconds of silence between us, I slowly shake my head. This is so, I whisper, humiliating. Hey, look at me. I force my gaze upward. Having epilepsy is not your fault. The shitty healthcare system, or lack thereof, in this country is not your fault, okay? I know it's not my fault, but it's still my problem. And things that feel like problems start to feel like mistakes and faults. Go let Michelle know you'll stay inside and wait for Susie to wake up. She's in the laundry room mending a button on Susie's pants. I nod while slowly turning, feeling unavoidably weak. Taking 2 steps, I glance over my shoulder just as he reaches for the switch to turn on the shop vac. Zach? He lifts his head. Yeah? You're a good man. After a few beats, he gives me a tiny smile. So handsome. So unexpectedly kind. So broken. If one's soul can leave its body before death, I'm certain Zach's soul is slowly slipping away, chasing Susie's fading existence in this world. I can't imagine what that kind of love would feel like. Chapter 8. Emerson. Michelle finishes her sewing project and leaves just as Zach fills a bucket with soapy water to wash my car. Round 2 of embarrassment. I curl up on the paisley blue and white chair in the corner of the bedroom and watch Susie sleep. She's so peaceful. What visions fill her dreams? Does she dream of things in this life? A past life? Maybe she dreams of leaving her sick, frail body and reuniting with her previous love. Are you going to watch me sleep all day? I grin as Susie's eyes flutter open. Only if you're going to sleep all day. She eases onto her side, facing me. Why the sad face, Em? Her voice is different, not as strong. It's a reminder that she's dying. And here I am, adding something to her life that she doesn't need. Tears burn my eyes, but I will them away while I pull in a slow, deep breath. Zach caught me at the park. Susie's eyes narrow, making the carved lines around them deepen even more than her lack of proper nutrition has already done. Caught you? Were you falling? On a tiny grunt, my head inches side to side several times. He caught me napping in my car. Susie blinks a few times. Okay. Averting my gaze to the side, I blow out a shaky breath before returning my attention to her. My epilepsy has landed me in the hospital several times, no insurance, and I had to choose between rent and medication, and student loan debt is on top of that as well, so I've been temporarily living out of my car. But before you decide how to react to this, just know it's not the first time I've lived out of my car. And the fact is, I have a car and a job, so I'm not as homeless or desperate as it might seem. I'm actually quite fine. This is temporary. Nothing lasts forever, right? I mean, my nerves have hijacked my thoughts and sent jumbled words spilling from my lips. It doesn't make me less courageous. If anything, it's made me more courageous and resilient. So, I bite my lips together to stop the incessant rambling. Something changes in Susie's expression. I can't decipher it. Easing to sitting, with her back against the padded headboard, she folds her bony, wrinkled hands on her lap. Okay. I wait for more. She doesn't say more. One word. That's it. Okay, I whisper. Did Zach offer you one of our guest rooms? I nod, slowly. He thought you'd insist I stay, but I'm fine. I don't need to. With another wistful smile, she nods once. Then you'll stay as long as you need to stay. That's just it. I don't need to stay. She shrugs, her body slumped, her smile weak. Then don't. But make the decision that's best for you and Harry. Don't let your ego make the decision. Don't let pride rob you of the chance to have a bed, a shower, air conditioning, and more time with your feeble friend before she dies. I would have been too proud. Don't be me. Be better. Live better. Embrace humility because it will make you stronger than the most stubborn pride. Susie. Now the emotions come. I won't cry for me, but I'm not strong enough to hide my feelings about the inevitability of losing her. In one blink, a half-dozen tears escape all at once, and I brush them away just as quickly. It's fate. I shake my head. There's no fate in cancer, no fate in dying young. It's tragic. She doesn't want to hear that from me because I'm her escape until it's physically impossible for her to escape the end. If mind over matter gives her a few more breaths, maybe several extra days or weeks toward the end, then swallowing, choking on my real emotions and suffering this chronic heartache is worth it. Fate's a courageous word. I sniffle and wipe my eyes one more time while making my way to the bed and crawling up next to her. She takes my hand, interlacing our fingers and resting her other hand over them. Zach is going to struggle with this. This. She's referring to her death. This or that. No big deal. It's just a life. We probably have many lives. No need to pretend that anything is truly the end of the world. Internally, I laugh at my thought process. Susie has imparted her way of thinking upon me. It will come in handy in the coming weeks and months, probably for the rest of my life. We are bonded by optimism, and I don't believe this life is the end of our friendship because it never felt like the beginning. Our souls have met before. Many people will struggle with this. I chuckle to ward off any more watery emotions. Maybe, but Zach will try to fade into a dismal level of nothingness. I just feel it. So I need you not to let that happen. Another painful laugh. And how will I do that? I don't know. You'll figure it out. You're smart. You did catch the part where my intelligence didn't manage to keep me from living out of my car, right? Just tell me you'll stay here until life takes you in a new and exciting direction. Promise me you'll stay until you find something truly better. That's a lot of pressure. What if I don't find anything better? Then Zach will never be lonely, and that's a perfectly acceptable outcome as well. I stiffen. Don't. She rests her head on my shoulder while giving my hand a little squeeze. I see the way you look at him and the way he looks at you. Susie. My head shakes, and my voice does too. I don't... You do. You look at him like I looked at him even when I was with Tara. It wasn't love, of course. It was joy, an honor to be friends with such a kind man. Sometimes we start to fall in love with people before our hearts recognize what's happening. I'm not in love with Zach. My heart is too fond of Susie, my friend, the sister I never had. Susie has hit the point where her mind isn't working right. Well, I can tell you Zach doesn't look at me like anything more than the woman who should be cleaning his house instead of watching reality TV with his wife. He doesn't see it now, and for the record, he adores you. I think he sees a younger version of me in you. Your spirit, your kindness. Susie, I'm not sure I've ever felt this uncomfortable. This is a terrible conversation. Shh. She lifts her head from my shoulder. I'm not saying anything will come from it. I'm just saying it's okay if something does happen. Nothing will happen. Zach will always be Susie's husband to me. Friends don't fall in love with friends' husbands. I'm fairly certain that's written in stone somewhere. Now. She releases my hand and presses hers together at her chest like something exciting is about to happen. Aside from my new best friend moving in with me, tell me something that will, I don't know, make me laugh. I've got nothing. Except, I have a slightly morbid sense of humor, of which I'm certain is a direct result of her bad influence on me. Please don't tell your husband that you want the maid to fall in love with him after you're buried 6 feet under. Susie's jaw drops, and her eyes widen as her hand flies to her mouth. A second later, she snorts a laugh that breaks completely free in the next breath. I giggle. Then we fall inward, collapsing into each other in a fit of laughter, like two young girls talking about a mutual crush on a boy in school. I won't, she laughs. It will be our little secret. What's your little secret? We jump, swallowing our last giggles, and holding our breaths as Zach steps into the bedroom. If we tell you, it won't be a secret, Susie says. I climb off the bed without making eye contact with Zach, because I can't. Not yet. Not when Susie thinks I look at him a certain way. I nod toward the door and squeeze past Zach. I'm going to give you some privacy. Thanks for everything, really. It's our pleasure, Susie says. I'm not sure taking in a homeless person is a pleasure, but it's kind of her, of them, to be so generous. After organizing my things in the spare bedroom, I sneak out to the kitchen, not expecting to find Zach at the stove cooking something in a big pot. Hey. He turns and smiles. Hey. I'm making pasta for Susie. She thinks plain pasta sounds good. Do you like pasta? Oh, I shake my head. You don't need to cook for me. Really, the room is enough. I might pick up a few groceries, but nothing that will take up much space in the fridge. I promise. So, is that a yes or no to liking pasta? If she eats more than 3 bites, I'll be shocked. That leaves a pound of pasta minus 3 bites and a full jar of sauce. I work for the next 3 days, which means it will get tossed in the trash. So, yes or no to liking pasta? Who doesn't like pasta? Zach grins. Grab the jar of sauce from the pantry. And that's it. That's all it takes for me to fit into their life. Chapter 9. Emerson. Over the next few weeks, I clean my other clients' homes, mow Zach and Susie's lawn, take a million photos, bribe Susie to eat, and do whatever I can to free up every possible minute of Zach's time at home so he can spend it with Susie. Again, she cycles through good days and bad days. A lot of bad days. I haven't seen a good day in quite a while. It's wearing on Zach. His anxiety, his demeanor, his entire existence seems to fade along with her. I don't know what to do. Maybe there's nothing I can do. There's a heavy cloud of suffering in the house that's felt by everyone. When I arrive home on a Wednesday, just after 4 o'clock, I'm a little surprised to see Zach's car instead of Michelle's. He told me this morning that he would be home late, his last day working because he can't be away from Susie right now, not when she is deteriorating so quickly. The house is silent. Too silent. It's more of a chill in the air than a lack of sound that slows my steps. Meow. Harry Potter runs toward me. I pick him up and kiss his head. Hey, buddy, I whisper. Is everything okay? After I set him back on the floor, I tiptoe down the hallway. Susie's sitting on the edge of her bed in a light blue nightgown, pale feet dangling, hands gripping the side, head bowed. It's the first time I've seen her sitting up in days. Hi. Her head lifts slowly. What's wrong? I pad my way to her and kneel on the floor, resting my hands over hers as she stares at me with teary red eyes. I can't eat, she says in a raspy voice. What do you mean? You're not hungry? Nothing will stay down. She must be less than 100 pounds. Protruding bones, scaly skin, cracked lips. Her sunken eyes have lost every ounce of shine. Susie has lifeless eyes. Okay, well, have you tried a smoothie? Maybe some fresh squeezed juice? Or Emerson. I stop and bow my head, staring at her tiny legs, hidden beneath her threadbare nightgown. Where's Zach? I whisper. He left. He's upset. Michelle wants him to call hospice, she whispers. I nod. What can I do for you? She leans to the side, a painful moan escaping her chest as she grimaces. I help her lie down, then cover her with a blanket. Find him. I nod again. What do you want me to say to him? Closing her eyes, she tries to wet the dry craters covering her lips. You'll figure it out. You'll... Her voice begins to fade as she drifts off to sleep. You'll figure him out. Beside the bed, there's a tube of lip balm and a cup of swabs. I apply a little balm to her lips, then kiss her cheek. I check every room for Zach. Then I check the garage. His bike is here, and his car is in the driveway. He wouldn't go far. I know that much about him. Even if he's upset, he wouldn't leave her for long. That's just not Zach. Stepping out the patio door, I close it behind me and listen. Nothing. Zach? Nothing. I start to make my way to the side of the house. I'm here. Turning, I spot him sitting just around the corner of the garden shed. Knees pulled to his chest, hands threaded in his hair, gripping it tightly. As if any quick movement could scare him away, I tread lightly to the shed. Resting my back against the warm wood siding, I slide down, and plant my butt next to him, pulling in my knees just like him. For many minutes, I simply exist beside him, waiting, searching, patiently welcoming any wise words into my mind. I've got nothing. I'm scared out of my mind. He pauses and swallows. That I won't be here when she dies. I nod slowly. Words are too inadequate. I now know why he's home instead of working. I'm scared out of my mind that I will be here when she dies. My heart is suffocating from his words, squeezing it so tightly. So, the selfish asshole part of me just doesn't want to be here. What if I just go first and wait for her? Oh, Zach. I want to tell him that he would never have had any sort of life with her had she adopted the same mentality after Tara died. But I don't. Zach isn't asking for a pep talk. He's asking for someone to listen to all the thoughts that are going through his head. The raw, honest part of his heart that needs to be set free so he can live. So he can be here with Susie when she leaves this world. Like the ebb and flow of the ocean, the inhale and exhale of breath, life depends on the coexistence of holding on and letting go. It's how we navigate this life, mere children struggling to cross the monkey bars without falling. Sometimes we need a hand to hold. Sometimes we need someone to hear us. And sometimes we need a few minutes sitting behind a shed to catch our breath. A tiny time out from reality. A few moments to reconcile our greatest fears. Zach? Blowing out a long breath out his nose, he turns his head toward me. I can see it in his eyes. That pain bracing for me to say something too emotional, too encouraging, too something. The mower is not cutting well. I think you need to sharpen the blades. I wait. And wait a little more. Until a smile steals every inch of his lips, and his eyes redden with tears I know he'll never shed in front of me. On a slow nod, he whispers, "Thanks." A few more nods. "Thanks for telling me." "Sure." I grin and stand, holding out my hand to him. Of course, he doesn't need my hand to stand up, but he takes it anyway. I lean back with all my weight as I pull him up to his feet. We dust off our backsides and risk a glance at each other at the exact same moment. And now that our gazes are locked, I can't look away, and neither can Zach. Not because we're in love, not because of any sort of attraction. No. It's a silent exchange of respect. I think he's possibly the most wonderful husband to have ever walked the face of the earth. And if I'm reading him correctly, he thinks I'm the worst maid to have ever walked the face of the earth. But I've done something far greater than keep his house dust-free. And for that, I feel his unspoken gratitude. As I smile, I think he feels my gratitude as well. Zach? He stops just before reaching the back door. She's in pain, I say. Swallowing hard, he nods slowly and disappears into the house. Chapter 10. Emerson. Forewarnings are great. For example, those bumps on roads outside of town to forewarn drivers of an upcoming stop sign. Clouds growing dark before the onset of a storm. And hospice nurses arriving at houses to make sick people as comfortable as possible. And to forewarn family of what to expect. Zach calls hospice, which makes it feel like it's only a matter of time until the inevitable. It also feels like forever. It's been a week. A week of moments that have felt like the end. A week of moments that have felt like she's rebounding. Doing better, not worse. How many times can family say a final goodbye? The uncertainty has everyone on edge. She's on morphine, and that seems to help, but it also robs her of these last chances for coherent moments. It's hard to watch Zach struggle with his desire to keep her out of pain and his desperate need to connect with his wife, not the drugged-up version of her. Alert but in pain? Or sleepy and disoriented? I'm not sure Zach would have ever called hospice without a nudge. Denial blurs good judgment almost as much as whiskey. For the most part, I keep to myself, holing up in my bedroom with Harry Potter. As close as I am to Susie, I'm not her family, so I let them come and go, each time saying that final goodbye, just in case. I've replaced the tissue box in the hall bathroom 3 times, and I've gone through a whole box myself in the past 3 days. As I scroll through my photos, there's a knock at my door. "Can you help me find something in the garage?" Zach asks, a little uneasy. Not frantic, but definitely anxious. "Sure." I set my camera aside and follow him to the garage. The boxes that used to be neatly stacked along the wall in the 3rd stall are now scattered everywhere, ripped open and littered with things hanging half out of them. "What are we looking for?" I swallow the lump in my throat and blink away my tears as I open a box that he hasn't torn into yet. The air is thick with tension as waves of restlessness flow from Zach. "I'm not sure. It's a box that has some stuff from her childhood. Something blue. That's all she said." A nervous voice that could cut through the side of a mountain delivers his words on a rush of harsh, labored breaths. My heart plummets into my stomach, sending an instant sensation of nausea into my throat, all hot and acidic. "What about this?" I ask while peering into a box that has some old photo albums, a teddy bear, and a few dolls. "That's it." I step aside as he fishes through the contents. My glass, that's always at least half full, feels a little on the empty side at the moment. I realize it's not just Susie. It's Brady, it's Harry Potter, mountains of debt and the lies that have come from it. It's being estranged from my mom. It's my lack of friends. It's knowing that my one true friend is dying. It's having slept in a car for months and sometimes fearing for my safety. It's questioning my life and my future. It's the man standing before me. So tired. And maybe he's 33, but he looks at least 50 right now. A little gray in his hair and peppered in his 5 o'clock shadow. Permanent worry lines on his forehead. Bags under his eyes. But it's the look in his eyes that says the most. Lost. Zach looks irrevocably lost. So yeah, I start crying silent tears that I brush away as quickly as they fall from my burning eyes. "What do you think she wants out of here?" He retrieves something that snagged his attention, pulling out a dangly thing with feathers and beads. "What is it?" I ask. He holds it up between us as a sad smile graces his face. "It's a dream catcher. Before her mom died, she gave it to Suzanne to protect her from evil spirits and bad dreams. Suzanne was 10. Her mom said it would help Suzanne remember her life, not her death." His gaze meets mine. "Thank you, Emerson." Without blinking, I look at the ceiling and bite my lips together to keep from losing it again. "Mm-hmm." "She's awake if you want to see her." See her? He means say goodbye. I hate goodbyes. I'm bad at them. I'm good at looking for any excuse to right wrongs and fix stuff. I'm an artist, a creator. I make things. I mend things. I find the upside to every situation. Cancer doesn't have an upside. Death can't be mended. I can't upload her to Photoshop and erase the cancer. There is nothing good about her dying. So, why would I ever say goodbye? My pain and anger recite ridiculous reasons for what I do and don't want as Zach waits for my answer. "Okay," I whisper. I've adopted his foolish heart. It's impossible to love Susie and not want her here forever. So I don't let myself believe I'm going to say a final goodbye. Zach opens the door and leads me to their bedroom. But a few feet before the doorway, I stop and press my hand to my chest. This feels too final, and I'm not ready for a final anything. I can't do this. There's a constricting sensation in my throat, and my chest aches to the point of actual pain. I can't breathe or stop shaking. Zach turns back toward me. I don't move an inch, not a breath, not a blink. The tiniest of threads holds me together. If I move one single inch, I won't just cry. I will sob like the day I left home, a death of its own kind. Instead of taking the last 2 steps to the bedroom doorway, Zach retreats until I'm in his arms, his hand on the back of my head, pressing my face into his body to stifle my sobs as he walks me backward as quickly as possible to the spare bedroom, my bedroom, on the opposite side of the house, closing the door behind us. And I cry for all the stupid reasons rolled together in one big breakdown that he doesn't deserve to see, let alone feel burdened with the need to comfort me. Me! He's comforting me when his wife is dying. It's official. I hate myself right now. I allow myself 10 seconds in his embrace, and not a second more, before I push away and wipe my face. I'm sorry. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Why are you sorry? His eyebrows knit together. My hand covers my mouth as I grapple with my emotions and suffocate from the lump clogging my throat. You don't have to be strong for her, he says. Strong? Is he crazy? I'm not merely lacking strength. I'm an earthquake of emotions, shaking and crumbling from the inside out. There's no shame in walking away with the good memories. I sniffle, shaking my head. I hate you, Zachary Hayes. Killing me with kindness and... I sniffle. She's not going anywhere, okay? He blinks several times, veiling his emotions. Then he nods, because that's what people do when children are on the verge of a breakdown. And right now, I feel like a child with no control of my emotions. I want Susie to live, and if she doesn't, I might throw a tantrum. I have to get this to her. Pivoting, Zach heads back toward Susie. Running my hands through my hair, I close my eyes and shake my head. Susie would never run away. She'd put on her big girl pants and leave nothing unsaid because that's what courageous people do. Our friendship has only been measured in months, but it feels like years. True friendships form in a single moment and last a lifetime. It sucks that one spring and summer is the lifetime of our friendship. You can do this, I whisper. Then I wipe my face again and stop in the bathroom to blow my nose, frowning at my swollen eyes. Praying for 2 to 3 minutes of emotional stability, I pad my way to the bedroom and peek around the corner just as Zach sits on the edge of the bed next to Susie. He glances over his shoulder and offers me a sad smile, standing again to give me the space next to her. Look who's here, and she found your dream catcher. Zach rests the dream catcher on the flat top to their padded headboard just above her. Her head slowly tips back to see it. It's for you, silly, she says in a weak, pained voice. Put it on your side. Dagger to my heart. Of course it's for him. It's so he only dreams of her life, not her death. Her comment obviously catches Zach off guard because he swallows hard and clears his throat as I approach the bed. Here, he says, extracting a dose of morphine from the bottle on her nightstand and syringing it into her mouth, which means she doesn't have long before she's disoriented and groggy again. He shuffles around to the other side to move the dream catcher as Susie pats the edge of the mattress. I take a seat. Thank you, she whispers. She's speaking with the most clarity I've heard from her in the past week. Again, she's giving us hope. False hope. I nod, allowing hope back into my heart as my jaw remains locked to keep from losing it. If Zach looks 50, Susie looks 80 right now. There's nothing flattering about one's organs shutting down. There's nothing flattering about starvation and dehydration. Yet I, like Zach, see the beautiful woman beneath the thin, wrinkled skin that's awfully gray and mottled tonight. The answer is yes, she says in a raspy tone. I narrow my eyes. What answer? She feels my hand, and I give it to her. Pulling our hands to her chest, she rests them there, a frail smile pulling at her dry lips. You know, we talked about it. When the question pops into your head someday, she blinks heavily, you'll know the answer is yes. The only thing worse than a ghost haunting me is living with the answer to an unknown question. We talked about many things. I can't think right now. Something tells me a million questions will pop into my busy mind in the future. Is she saying the answer to everything is yes? Okay, I nod. That's what you do for people on their deathbed. You agree to absolutely anything without question. Take care of my 10 cats. Don't get a tattoo. Follow your dreams. Yes, 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 of course. Anything to grant a dying wish. She's not dying. My heart and my head battle with so many emotions. And keep an eye on Zach. I glance up at Zach as he takes way more time than should be required to lay that dream catcher on the headboard. Those jaw muscles of his pulse as he flexes them. It's his turn to fight all the emotions that a forever goodbye creates. I'm 23, so I can only imagine, but what I do imagine is the definition of unimaginable. What does he think of her request for me to keep an eye on him? I'm sure he's thinking, just what I need, the maid keeping an eye on me. To appease all parties involved, I return a simple nod before leaning down to hug her. Is this it? Is this the last time I'll see her alive? How will I know when she's dead? Will Zach come tell me? Will I hear him crying? Will an ambulance come to get her body? Maybe a text is sufficient, so I'll know when it's okay to come out of my room. It's not like I can ask him now, right here in front of her. Yo, mind shooting me a text when she passes? Grief and fear do weird things to a person. I can't believe this shit is going through my mind. I don't even say the word yo. I should feel grateful that I'm only losing it on the inside. Outwardly, I've managed to present the resemblance of an emotionally stable human being. It's time. Goodbye is not the word I want to say. I said it to my mom, knowing I might never see her again. But I can't say it to Susie, and it's silly if I'm going to see her in the morning anyway. Okay, Susie whispers. You say, okay, when you don't know what else to say. It's acceptance. I squeeze her hand, not wanting to accept her impending death. She returns a weak squeeze. You don't have to look like it. I accept my fate. But I don't like it. Zach clears his throat, sitting on the opposite side of the bed with his back to us. Is he hiding his emotions too? I slowly stand, and just as slowly release her hand. Tears fill my eyes again, so I know it's time to leave. Okay, she repeats. I turn and blink, setting free a new round of silent tears as I exit their bedroom, holding my breath until my chest burns. Beyond the pain and unfairness of it all, I find something to hold on to. I was very lucky to have been in Susie's life, even if it was for a short amount of time. I will never forget her, and I will always miss our friendship.
Chapter 11. Zach.
We need to say all the things that need to be said,
Susie whispers a few minutes after Emerson leaves. I grip the side of the bed until my hands go numb and my head feels too heavy to lift. We have time. My denial is childish, but this crippling helplessness makes me feel like a child. Where are my mother's arms when I need them? Can I hide under the bed until this nightmare ends? For the past few days, during her short, coherent moments between morphine doses, she's asked me to say all the things that need to be said. If I don't say them, then she won't die. That's my new level of reasoning because it's worked thus far. I don't say it. She lives. She's in pain.
Zach.
Don't say it. My voice cracks like my heart, like my soul.
Just hold me.
The anger inside builds until I can't find a breath, until my ears ring, until I can barely see through the tears blurring the life that's slipping away from me. I'm so fucking angry, and I don't know who or what is to blame. Suzanne is a better person than I am, times infinity. The morning of the day Tara died, I'm sure she said all the right things, did all the right things. Suzanne never leaves things unsaid because she knows every second matters. She's practiced in losing part of her heart while holding on to her dignity and doing the right thing. That's not me. I don't want to hold her until she stops breathing. I don't want to give her permission to die. I don't want to tell her that I'll be okay. No. I want to beat my fists into the wall until they bleed. I want to yell and give the whole goddamn world the middle finger, the biggest fuck you ever. I want to kiss her until she's no longer just herself, until we are one, and I can fight this for her, breathe for her, beat for her, live for her.
Be mad.
Her words lift my head, and I turn at a fraction as if to confirm I heard her correctly.
Be mad, Zach.
It's a whisper, barely even a breath, but I hear her. I understand her. Tiny muscles in my face twitch as I clench my jaw and fight the burning in my eyes. Be mad, Zach. Grabbing the lamp on my nightstand, I hurl it across the room. Fuck! It shatters. My chest heaves with heavy breaths. My heart rages. Next, I punch the wall a half-dozen times. It's so goddamn unfair! Until it's cracked and stained with my blood. Suzanne blinks and a single tear trails down her cheek as her lips quiver. My face scrunches while a sob chokes me. Pointing toward the door, I shake my head. It's not okay. It might be okay for her. I jab my finger, signifying Emerson. But it's not okay for me. It will never be okay for me. So don't ask me to say okay. Don't ask me to say goodbye. Don't ask me to... I grimace from the pain in my chest as I press my palms to the side of my head.
I love you too,
she says, closing her eyes and shaking with emotion.
And I'm scared.
I freeze, shocked by her confession, stunned. She can't even begin to understand how much I've needed to hear this. Her strength has made me feel so weak. Her acceptance has made me feel ungrateful. My wife is dying, and it's awful. I need it to be awful. That is the only thing that is okay with me. I can only accept the truth. It's unimaginable. It's cruel. It's wrong. It's harrowing. It's tragic. Her death holds no purpose. I will never be okay with it. There might not be a light at the end of this tunnel, and I can't imagine there will come a day that my heart won't feel severed, a day it won't bleed, a day that I will accept this. In the next breath, I'm at her side, pulling her into my arms as I kiss her head. With a single light on us, I slide into bed next to her and hold her so tightly, I fear I might break her frail body. I know I can't keep death from prying her from my hold, but it doesn't stop me from trying. I breathe in the floral scent of the lotion I've applied to her skin for weeks, and the faint vanilla from the lip balm. Several hours later, she shifts in my arms, moaning a bit. I feel her pain. I hate her pain so much. Do you need more for the pain? I whisper, kissing her forehead. She doesn't open her eyes. She just mumbles something. What, babe? I lift onto one elbow and adjust the pillow under her head. Better?
The rabbit. Don't go.
Another painful moan. I narrow my eyes at her mumbling. Are you having a dream? Are you awake? I kiss her forehead over and over again, unsure of what to do for her, unsure of what to do with the fear clawing at my chest. She stills, and I still with her. No, no, no. Then her lips part, and she draws in a breath, a sharp but shallow breath, like she's been holding it. I exhale too, feeling relieved. Don't scare me like that. I kiss the corner of her mouth, lingering for seconds. Again she moans. It's been this way for too long, in and out, dancing with death. What a terrible dance it is. She's suffering. This isn't love. I'm holding on too tightly, and it's killing her slowly. This isn't love. So I say it. I say what I think one is supposed to say if they truly love someone. It's okay, baby. I swallow hard as more tears fill my burning eyes. You can go, I whisper in her ear. You can go. Another moan. I hate it. Hate it. If God wants her so badly, then why doesn't he just take her? For another hour, I hold her, listening to her shallow breaths, 1 foot in this life and 1 in the next. She gurgles a bit. Fucking death rattle. I sit up and stare at the bottle of sublingual morphine on her nightstand. It's been hours. She needs more. I don't want her in pain. No more pain. No. More pain. I fill the syringe. My shaky hand moves the syringe to her lips, the tip of it disappearing between the crease, and I slowly press the plunger. I start to set the syringe on the nightstand, but I stop. Suzanne taught me patience, but she also taught me mercy. Refilling the syringe, more tears blur my vision. I love her. I love her this much. I am her rock. These same words loop in my head as I give more, and more, as I give her mercy. I lie next to my wife for the last time, and that time vanishes as I listen to her heartbeat until it doesn't. 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel nothing. Baby? I press my hand to her cheek. She doesn't move. A silent panic snakes up my spine, wrapping itself into a noose around my neck. I rest my ear on her chest, and I wait. I wait for a beat. I wait for a breath. 5, 6, 7, 8. I wait. I did this. I did it for her. I was her rock, even in death. I love you, I whisper. I love you this much. This rock is broken. Chapter 12. Zach. The sun shines, but I don't feel it. As I sit in the jungle with Suzanne's quilt over me, my family and hers mill around the house, whispering and sniffling. I'm sure they're in pain too, but I can't feel anything past my own gutted chest. An hour after they took her body away from me, I sent out a group text to everyone. I just sent one message to everyone in my contacts. I bet there are some people in there, like my hairstylist and a few of our favorite restaurants, who won't know how to respond to, "She died." There's not much for me to do. Suzanne planned everything before she died, including the music that will be played at her funeral. She asked her sister to read her favorite E. Cummings poem, and her friend, April, will sing something entirely too inspirational for death. I only have one job: be the grieving husband. Done. If I could make money grieving Suzanne, I'd be a very rich man. For a guy with many talents, or so my family and friends have always said, I think grieving is my new profession. I pride myself on being the best at whatever I set out to do. Watch out, world. I'm going to be a fucking pro at this. No need to eat, no need to shower, no need to speak, no need to move. If I stop breathing, so be it. At the moment, I kinda hate my life, and all life in general. Suzanne would be disappointed at my lack of strength and perseverance. Fuck it. I'll persevere in my next life. In the meantime, some dead chick named Tara is reuniting with my wife. She's probably already forgotten about me. The ironic part? Nobody is taking the time to even acknowledge me. I haven't been asked to do anything. No questions about plans. Just a wide perimeter of space. $10 says Suzanne left this part in her post-death instructions as well. Leave Zach alone. He's a pathetic pussy who will try to crawl into a ball and die. Give him a few days, then shove him into the shower, and put him in that gray suit that looks so handsome on him. He wears black for work, and I don't want him to look like he's grieving. It's not a funeral. It's a celebration of life. Okay, newsflash. If you want people to celebrate your life, you have to live. You have to have a life. Dying earns you a funeral, blubbering over your casket and organ music. The day passes. People come and go. Plates of untouched food on the TV tray next to me get replaced every few hours with fresh food. Then I'm blanketed in silence, and the lights go off. It's dark outside. I have no idea what time it is, so I close my eyes and go to sleep. Maybe Susie will be back in the morning. Maybe Tara's gained a little too much weight in the afterlife, or she's straight, or she's found some hot dead chick, and Susie will decide to come back and fight a little harder to live. Yeah, I'm banking on that. That I'd be okay with. As expected, by the third day, the day of the funeral, my dad and brother haul my ass out of the chair and put me in the shower. Fuck, my back arches when the cold water hits me, taking my breath away. Good, my dad snickers. You feel that? Guess that means my oldest son is still alive. I was starting to wonder if you'd make it. My teeth chatter. Soap up? Aaron forces a bar of soap into my hand before squeezing a shit ton of shampoo onto my head. I stand in place and shiver, letting the bar of soap fall from my hand with a thunk at my feet. I'm not crawling between your legs to pick that up, so bend down, pick it up, and wash your dirty ass. Aaron gives my face a few firm slaps. My gaze slides to his. He frowns and deflates with a sigh. I don't have a good pep talk for you at the moment because I loved her too. We all did. But she wanted you there today, and it's my job to get you there in some sort of presentable form. So unless you want Mom coming in here and washing your naked, grown ass, get to scrubbing. I stare at the soap on the floor of the shower for several seconds as the water warms up. Then I bend down and pick up the dented bar of soap. My body slowly goes into autopilot. I just want this day to end. But it feels like everything is on hold, waiting for me to do my part. And grieving husbands go to their wives' funerals. I suppose that is my part. So I shower, I shave, I dress. I get into the car waiting out front for me. I sit in the front row staring at her casket. People talk, people sing. The poem is read. At some point I hear laughter, but I'm not sure what's said to draw such a reaction. It could be one of a million stories about Suzanne. She had a way of bringing joy and laughter to everyone she encountered. I could use a little right now, but she took it all with her. After the final prayer, we're ushered out behind the casket. I don't have to greet anyone, hence the reason Suzanne didn't request a visitation. She knew I wouldn't like that. Always thinking of me, first and foremost. The burial ends in a blink. My mom releases my hand and whispers something in my ear. I think it's take your time, but honestly, my senses are still numb, and I'm cognitively sluggish. A few minutes later, there's a gentle tug on the arm of my suit jacket, and I turn. Hey. Emerson blots her eyes with a tissue in one hand, while holding out a bouquet of fuchsia tulips with her other hand. I stare at them for a few seconds. Did she tell you to bring these? Emerson shakes her head. No. Exhaling a nervous laugh, she shrugs. I think she probably assumed you'd bring them, but I'm sure you've had other things on your mind. So I grabbed a bouquet on my way, just in case. Taking the bouquet, I meet her red-eyed gaze. Her blonde hair whips in her face as the wind picks up. It's supposed to storm later today. I'm not sure how I know that. I think I heard my dad say it on our way to the cemetery. It's amazing I registered it. Thank you, I murmur. You're welcome. She averts her gaze and twists her fingers together in front of her. Well, I'll give you some privacy. If you need anything, you know where to find me. For now. I'll be out soon. It's high on my list. She nervously moves her mouth so fast I can't catch all her words or their meaning. God, I hope she's not telling me anything important. I can't do important today. When she finishes her spiel that I believe ends with her tidying up the house and mowing the lawn, I nod once. She inspects me with a world of pain in her eyes for several seconds, before pivoting and tiptoeing in her heels out of the grass to the stone path. The last time I heard Suzanne laugh to the point of snorting, she was beached out on our bed with Emerson, watching Bridesmaids on the TV. It was such an unexpected friendship. This is it, my love. I rest my hand on the shiny wood casket while laying the tulips next to the large spray of flowers in the middle. I pulled it together enough to be here. Tears sting my eyes while I swallow past the mass of grief in my throat. After holding it together throughout the entire funeral and burial service, the reality of the very last goodbye hits me so hard in the chest, I can't find a breath. My feet remain rooted to the ground for so long, I can't feel my toes. Blinking over and over, I wait to wake from this nightmare. I wait for God to say, oops, wrong person. Suzanne is too young and too good to take so early. My bad. Go home. She'll be waiting for you in the garden. She's picking vegetables for dinner tonight. Thunder sounds in the distance. I don't move. The wind picks up. I don't move. Sideways rain slaps my face despite the tent over my head. I don't move. I know someone, most likely my family, is somewhere watching me. They're giving me space and time. They know we can't reschedule this moment to another time or day. So if it rains, it rains. I won't melt. I will dry. I will live. I will live without her.
Chapter 13. Emerson. I'll never forget the clatter of the lamp crashing against the wall, or the thump, thump, thump of Zach's fist making a hole in it. I'll never forget his blank stare and lifeless voice on the day of the funeral. But more than any other moment in my life, I'll never forget what I saw him do. I shouldn't have been there, but after all the commotion, the yelling, the banging, and the tornado of anger, I needed to know if he was okay. Standing in the shadows of the hallway, just outside of their bedroom, with barely a sliver of visibility, I watched. Crying my own silent tears, my hand cupped to my mouth to prevent a single peep from escaping, I witnessed Zach saying goodbye. His face twisted in agony every time she moaned, stabbing a knife into my heart. Time vanished. Had it been minutes? Hours? I had no clue. Grief paralyzed me. A numbing pain settled into my extremities until the only thing I felt was the burdensome thudding of my heart. Zach slowly sat up. I managed a heavy blink and a tiny step backward. His shaky hands filled the syringe with morphine. The expected, the norm, the routine, it turned into something else. It took a moment to register what I was witnessing. My mind screamed, "What are you doing?" My heart answered that question. It knew. It understood. I had to leave. I had to escape to my room before he saw me. I wasn't supposed to be there. Whatever name there was for what he did, it wasn't mine to bear witness. Holding my breath, my shock, and my strangled sobs, I tiptoed my bare feet back to my room. I left Zach with the final goodbye and her last breath because it belonged to him, and him alone.
You have my number. Call if he doesn't eat or get out of bed by at least noon, okay?
His brother Aaron says to me as he opens the front door to follow his parents to their cars congested in the driveway. I shake my head for a second, bringing my thoughts back to the present. Yeah. Today his family is officially leaving him by himself. I'm not sure if they've been on suicide watch for the past week since her funeral, but someone, besides me, has been here the whole time, day and night. As for me, I've stayed in my room and out of the way since the night she died. I think their families have forgotten I'm here, except when I've slithered out of my room to tidy the kitchen or clean out the fridge and freezer to accommodate all the food.
Emerson?
My gaze shoots to Aaron's, and I force a smile. Yes, I've got this. No problem, I say with questionable confidence as I pretend I've got this. After a moment's pause, Aaron nods.
Thanks. Talk soon.
The door shuts behind him, and the house is silent for the first time in a week. I pad my way to his bedroom, their bedroom, to check on him. Zach is curled on his side. Jeans, no shirt, hugging a pillow. I think it's Susie's pillow. He's holding her. It's a few minutes before 7. I'm not sure if he had dinner, but I'm not going to ask. I won't say a word to him tonight. I'll deal with him tomorrow. After taking a few steps, I turn and go to the plant room. Snatching Susie's quilt from her chair, I take it to the bedroom and drape it over Zach before closing his door to keep Harry Potter from bothering him. I have to be the one in the house who takes care of myself so that Zach can be the one who's broken and lost. That means I will eat, work, shower, and be everything he cannot be yet. The next morning, I water her garden and the plants in her jungle. Her. Are these things still hers? When one dies, can things still belong to them? Does Zach wonder if she still belongs to him? Or has she found Tara? That thought must hurt. At 12:01 p.m., I knock gently on his bedroom door. No answer. I ease it open. Zach is in the exact same position as he was last night. Zach? No answer. I don't know what to do. Aaron seems to trust me. Why? That's a mystery. Susie trusted me too, as if she thought I'd have this magical Zach intuition after she died. I don't. Part of me wants to pack my bags, grab Harry, and leave, never looking back. Does Zach even care if I clean the house now? Probably not. Does he want me here? Probably not. Does he need me? I don't know. I try to put myself in his shoes and imagine what I would want or need. But when I do this, I imagine him wanting everyone to leave him alone and let him decide what happens next. Let him decide if he wants to go on or if he wants to chase her into the next life by leaving this one now. While I think on it, I take a seat in that paisley chair a few feet from the bed. There's just enough light prying through the blinds to let me see his face. Pulling my knees to my chest, I wait. Nearly an hour later, he opens his eyes. It's so slow and hesitant. I imagine the sound of a door creaking open against the will of its stiff hinges. "Hi," I whisper. After a few blinks, he returns a gravelly, "Hi." I'm supposed to get you out of bed and feed you, but I'm okay with you not eating until dinner. I swallow. I just can't let you... die? Can I say that? No. I can't let you check out. Sorry. With painfully stiff movements, he pushes his body to a sitting position. His bare feet dangle off the edge of the bed. I have to take a piss. Of course, I stand. I'll let you do that by yourself. He leans forward, resting his hands on his knees before lumbering to standing.
That would be great.
There's no detection of life in his voice, but he's standing on his own. That's something. I'll take that small victory today. I close the bedroom door behind me and retrieve a bowl of pasta salad from the fridge, giving it a quick sniff. So much food. As I spoon some into a bowl, Zach appears a few feet behind me. Oh, hi. I'm having pasta salad. Do you want some? In his right hand is a wadded-up shirt. After giving me a blank stare for a few seconds, he nods and wrestles with his shirt, threading his arms and head through the holes. Then he takes a seat at the table. As I spoon salad into a bowl for him, he stares at the empty chair beside him, where Susie always sat, where she will never sit again. We eat in silence. Zach goes back to bed until the next day. We repeat the same routine for several days, only it's not pasta salad the next day. It's a chicken and rice dish. Taco casserole. Lasagna. We will never run out of food. Aaron and his mom text me to check in every day. I fudge the report, saying he's doing pretty well. Eating. Getting out of bed. I just don't mention that he only gets out of bed for an hour and he's only eating one meal. With each passing day, he stays out of bed a little longer. He showers, his family visits, and I get back to my normal routine. But we don't talk. Zach doesn't say much to anyone. He's perfected the tiny fake smile and easy nod that makes everyone think he's hearing them. And I'm sure he does hear us, but I know he's not listening. Zach is with Suzanne, straddling this life and the next one, figuring out where he belongs, where he can find happiness. I see it. The eyes don't lie. They can't. Not like faking a smile. Not like nodding or murmuring the occasional, mm-hmm. Is he missing her? Is that what consumes him the most? Or is he thinking about what he did? That consumes me the most.
Chapter 14. Zach.
Oh,
Emerson jumps as she turns away from the toaster.
you're working?
She eyes me in my uniform, face shaven, hair combed. I'm playing the part. Yeah. I sidestep her and reach for the pot of coffee she made. Emerson's done everything. Cooked, cleaned, mowed, laundry.
That's good, I think.
She clears her throat and sits at the table. I sip my coffee and lean against the counter, giving a shrug. It's work.
It's,
She bites her lower lip, maybe weighing her words for a beat.
logical choice, since you have a job.
Sure. I stare past her out the window for several seconds. I retired the grieving husband. I cut the anchor. It doesn't matter how unfair I think life is. I can't change my reality. It's just me and time. It's moving forward without me. And I'm stuck in the middle, suffocating. I feel like I've been dragged for miles. I close my eyes. Everything hurts, but I'm still alive. Everything hurts, but she's still gone. Her gaze remains affixed to her toast like a safe zone. I go to the grocery store because I'm tired of family and friends leaving food on my doorstep. And she risks a glance up at me before I continue. The other day, somewhere between the bread aisle and the refrigerated section, I realized I'd put 10 things into my cart without thinking about her. My eyes closed for a brief second. And I felt terrible. I felt like a parent who left a child behind because they were too distracted. How did I let myself get distracted by things so insignificant like tomato sauce and peanut butter?
I'm not staying with you, she blurts out so quickly, it takes me a second to register her words. Emerson's nose crinkles while she brings her toast to her mouth, taking rabbit-sized nibbles, eyes wide. I haven't missed the way her gaze tracks me, the way she stiffens in my presence. Is she tiptoeing around something? You've helped, I say, trying to relieve her palatable anxiety. Just being here and not being like my family, not looking at me like my family looks at me. It's helped. Thank you. Emerson blinks several times and fumbles her words before managing a clipped, "You're welcome." She clears her throat. What I mean is, it's been my pleasure. Well, pleasure isn't the right word. I'm just saying, it is I who should thank you for letting me continue to stay here since Susie... She bows her head and pinches the bridge of her nose. She died, I say, just before sipping my coffee. Who knew 2 words could gut me all over again? What time is your flight? Emerson manages to glance up at me again. 11. She nods. Where are you going? Orlando, Dallas, back to Atlanta. Will you be home for dinner? She shakes her head. That sounds so... No, I say. Me neither. I'm going to meet up with someone. Her gaze averts to the window. A date? That's good. I dump the rest of my coffee into the sink and put the mug into the dishwasher. A date. She repeats my words like she's deciphering what that is. Enjoy your date. I head toward the door to the garage. Have a safe flight. Thanks. The door closes behind me, and I pause, taking a deep breath. I'm going, babe, I whisper, before my feet take reluctant steps to my car. I'm going. Over the next month, I take all the flights I can get. I feel closer to Suzanne when I'm flying. And when I'm home, I feel nothing but a big void because she no longer resides in all the places I've been used to seeing her. The jungle, our bed, the garden, the fucking empty vanity stool in the bathroom. It's weird having Emerson here. It's not like it was with Suzanne. It's not like it's ever been with any roommate I've had before. We don't see each other that much, we both work a lot. When I'm home, I jog and visit my parents. Emerson spends her free time taking photos or staying holed up in her room editing them. Occasionally, she burrows into the corner of the sofa like she doesn't want to take a full cushion and works on her computer. Suzanne used to love watching her tweak the images in Photoshop. She said it was soothing, the epitome of satisfying. Sometimes we cross paths in the kitchen. If I'm around, I'll make us dinner, but Emerson wolfs it down and escapes to her bedroom with Harry Potter. Tonight, I want her to stay. Want to open a bottle of wine with me? I ask as she stands to take her plate to the dishwasher. She pauses, eyes wide like she needs to verify that I'm talking to her. What do you mean? Chuckling, I shrug. I mean, do you want to have some wine? With me? Tonight? But if you have a date or something else to do, that's fine. Just thought I'd ask. Okay. She's been giving me the deer in the headlight look a lot. I think she's tiptoeing around me, afraid that I'm nothing but a broken man taking in the stray. I clear my plate and retrieve a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Emerson plunks down at the table again. We can sit in the living room. Okay. Her apprehension makes me laugh again. It feels good to smile without putting forth a lot of effort. With each passing day, I start to see all the things Suzanne saw in Emerson. She's kind and polite, and her big blue eyes light up when she sees me, the way they did when she looked at Suzanne. Maybe it's her youth, too. I find myself staring at her in contentment when she does tuck herself into the corner of the sofa, like now, scrolling through her photos and social media apps, occasionally glancing over at me with a tiny grin. Suzanne was right. It's soothing. She's soothing. By the time I pour 2 glasses and peek into the living room, Harry Potter's at her feet in a similar balled-up position, not taking up any more room than one of the 3 cushions on the sofa. Thanks.
She gives me a nervous smile when I hand her the glass before taking a seat at the opposite end of the sofa. So, things are awkward. They weren't this awkward when Suzanne was alive. How's work? She shrugs.
Good.
After taking a sip of her wine, she gives me a tight smile.
How's your job going?
Good. I internally kick myself for echoing her reply. I'm a grown-ass man who should know how to carry on a conversation beyond one-word replies. It's been a good distraction. I love to fly, always have. And it's been a while since I've worked for longer periods like I've been doing lately.
Go anywhere fun?
2 days ago, I was in Shanghai.
Your first time?
No, I grin. Have you done any international traveling?
Absolutely. Mexico for spring break, my second year of college.
Her soft laughter fills the room as if the wine is already relaxing her. That sound. It's not Suzanne, and I know it. I'm well aware that Emerson is not Suzanne. But my wife was quite taken by this young woman. And, well, I guess I feel like I want to feel something too. Can she make me smile? Can she make me laugh? Can she help me escape my reality, even if only for a little while? Mexico is good. I bring my wine glass to my lips to hide my grin. The grin I've made myself believe can't be real. When Suzanne died, I knew nothing that felt good would ever be real. And while I can't help but think I'll regret this later, that I won't be able to escape the guilt for stealing a breath of happiness, I let it in for a moment or two. I allow a smile to claim my face, instantly feeling the endorphins numb some of the pain. Emerson's wry grin tells me there's a lot more to her Mexico trip story. She makes me miss my early 20s, when I spent my time flying around the globe without a care in the world. Before Suzanne, before cancer, before death.
It's my dream to one day travel the world with my camera.
Her eyes light up like the rest of her face. It feels good, warm and bright. Again, I see a little more of Emerson that drew Suzanne to her. After another sip of wine, she rubs her lips together and hums.
It's funny. Many people think that spending so much time taking pictures means you're missing the bigger picture, like you're only seeing life through a tiny lens.
She shrugs, swirling her wine.
I think that's 50% true. But there's another side. Life moves so quickly, we often miss some of the subtle moments that hold so much emotion. Tiny expressions that last no longer than a breath. The sun just seconds before disappearing behind the clouds. These micro moments deserve to be remembered and savored. That's why I love taking photos of everything. I feel like I capture far more than I miss.
Harry Potter makes his own catwalk to me and stretches out across my lap. Emerson's eyes widen as her jaw unhinges.
Harry Potter, what is this about? Are you a traitor?
I stroke his back and smile like I've won some contest. If you must know, we hang out a lot when I'm here and you're at work. Just us guys. Her expression softens and her gaze slides from him to me.
I have a stupid fine arts degree that I may never use, a stupid amount of student loan debt, and it makes me feel
stupid. She grins and nods.
Yeah.
Then why did you get that degree? She shrugs a shoulder.
Self-worth. My mom used to complain that she couldn't find a good-paying job because she didn't have a college degree. And I haven't been certain about a lot in my life. But one thing I've never wavered on is my determination to not be like her. So here I am, broke and homeless. That plan went to shit, right?
Shit happens. She snorts and quickly takes a drink of wine to hide the rest of her amusement. A few breaths later, her smile vanishes, and she stares at her wine glass.
Zach, do you remember when you told me about your trip to the store after Susie died? You didn't think about her for a little while, and it felt bad. You wondered how you let yourself get distracted by things so insignificant like tomato sauce and peanut butter. And I didn't answer you. I didn't know how to answer that kind of question. I return a slow nod. "Do you still feel that guilt?" she asks. I don't know. It's true, I still don't know how to navigate the future without clinging to the past and without forgetting every little thing that made me love her. I have a whole jar of those reminders in my bathroom. Why do you ask? Because I'm here, and I've been here longer than I ever planned on staying. I not only feel indebted to you for your generosity, I feel indebted to Susie for being my friend. And I know she'd want me to make sure you're good, you know? Make sure you're not crippled by her death. I mean, I see you go to work and make meals. I just hope you don't feel bad if you think of peanut butter and tomato sauce without thinking about her at the same time. I release the hint of a laugh despite the pain that's still alive in my chest. Is that a litmus test for my mental health? Peanut butter and tomato sauce thoughts without her? Well, she lifts a shoulder. Yeah, I suppose it is. It's hard. The guilt is still there, just not as demanding. I don't know what's okay, what's normal and healthy. How many times a day is it okay to think of her? Is it okay to look at pictures of her? Is it time to go through her side of the closet? And what do I keep? What do I give away? She's everywhere and yet nowhere. Is she thinking of me? Does she see me? Hear my thoughts? Feel my pain? Or has she moved on? Has she reunited with her Tara? How does that feel? I squint at her. How does what feel? She picks at some of the cat hair on my sofa. How does it feel to think that she sees you? That she can hear your thoughts or feel your pain? Is that what you want? Does it make you feel less lonely? Does it ease some of the pain? Because I think I would hate it. Her nose wrinkles. No offense, I'm just saying. I would hate feeling like everything I thought, did, or felt could be scrutinized by someone who is no longer here to share it with me. I'm sure in moments that are good, you'll naturally wish you were here to see and experience the moment. But what happens when you trip? We all trip. We all make mistakes and have thoughts that we wouldn't want anyone to know we're thinking. My response feels instant. But the second I open my mouth, the truth behind her words sinks in, and I question everything. I don't know. Her voice is still in my head. What's she saying? Do it. Do what? She chuckles and tucks her blonde hair behind her ears. I don't know. But I do. I know. She's waiting on me to make a difference in someone else's life. It's like she won't truly rest until I do. Maybe I won't stop hearing her voice until I do. Am I ready to stop hearing her voice? It's only been 2 months. Only? Already? I have no idea where time fits into this equation anymore. Have I been too slow to move on? Too quick? Was it terrible of me to think about peanut butter and tomato sauce and not her? You should call Michelle and ask her to help you clean out Suzanne's closet. She might want some of her clothes, and her family and yours would probably love to see that you're taking that step. I can't do that. Oh, sorry, too soon? I get it. I shake my head. If I ask Michelle, she will weep the whole time. Emerson drains the rest of her wine and sighs while standing. Well, you clearly need to do something. If you don't want her voice haunting you for the rest of your life, I suggest you figure it out. My lips twist as I think about her words. Thank you for dinner and the wine. It's been... Will you do it? I ask. She taps her empty wine glass against her chin. Do what? Put all her things in boxes. You should go through them. I shake my head. I'm keeping her quilt and the dream catcher. That's it. Are you sure? Does that make me a pathetic dick in your eyes? She laughs and stumbles back a few steps. Are you really worried about being a pathetic dick in my eyes? I frown. Well, I am now that you basically dodged that question.
Emerson leans down and presses her fingers to the inside of my wrist. What are you doing?
Checking for a pulse. Good news, you have one. Therefore, you are the strongest man I know, because you lost your wife and kept going. That's a superhero kind of power, Zach. You might be my new idol.
She smirks and saunters to the kitchen.
Don't be surprised if I get a little crush on my superhero roommate.
It's funny. It's cute. It's confusing as hell. Chapter 15. Zach. 2 days later, I finish my last route and head home for a 3-day weekend. On my way, I purchase fuchsia tulips and take them to Suzanne's grave. I miss her, but I don't miss seeing her in pain, and that's what I focus on when I visit her. Today I give her my blessing to be with Tara. I want her to be loved, always. After a see you later, my love, I grab some groceries and drive home to my roommate and Harry Potter. Hello, I say, towing off my shoes and shutting the front door. To my right are 3 rows of boxes with labels: sweaters, shoes, dresses. I can't help my smile. Emerson went through Suzanne's closet for me. For a few seconds, a little guilt comes over me. Maybe I should have forced myself to do it. Maybe I should have invited Michelle over to help and just endured her weepiness. Truthfully, I didn't want to make her cry again. I'm past that. I've learned to feel the pain without letting it crush me, but I know she would bring it out of me again. Emerson? Harry Potter meows and traipses around the corner, making red paw prints on the wood floor. Blood. So much blood. Emerson! I gulp my next breath and trudge through my fear, driven around the corner to the kitchen on a nauseating wave of panic. The bloody paw prints lead me to the other side of the island. Jesus! For a nanosecond, I pause, unsure of what to do first. Emerson! I hunch next to her bloodied body as I reach for my phone.
911, what is your emergency?
I need an ambulance for a young woman. She's fallen into the open dishwasher racks, and there's broken glass and blood everywhere. She has epilepsy. I think she may have had a seizure. Emerson tries to move her hand, but there's a thick shard of glass lodged into her forearm. She's bleeding all over. Her arms, her face, her neck.
Zach?
Emerson starts to cry, her breaths erratic, as if what happened just registered. It's okay, just try to hold still. I confirm my address and attempt to answer a series of questions for the operator. As much as I want to help her, I'm afraid to move her, especially with glass wedged into her neck so close to her carotid artery. That familiar helplessness I felt with Suzanne comes rushing back like a 100-pound weight, crushing my chest. Aside from keeping Harry Potter out of the way, there's nothing I can do when the paramedics arrive.
Is she your wife?
Tearing my gaze away from the congestion of men and women around Emerson, I focus on the woman asking me that question. No, I whisper. My wife died. She doesn't need to know that. I'm not sure why I said it. This question gets asked again and again by another medic. And once we get to the hospital, I'm asked the same question by several nurses there.
Does she have family we can contact?
I shake my head, trying to see past the second nurse questioning me as they take Emerson through the 2 big metal doors. A cold draft replaces her presence for a few seconds, until the doors close again. I fucking hate the cold. The bitter antiseptic smell, the suffocating lifelessness of hospitals.
She doesn't have any family or emergency contacts?
I'm asked again. Another slow headshake. My brain can barely see through the thick fog. She lives with me. She's a friend. I suppose I'm her emergency contact. When they determine I'm completely useless, I take a seat in the waiting room. 4 hours later, I'm allowed to see her because she's asking for me. Suzanne's voice still whispers in my ear, telling me to do it. Do what? I think, feeling angry because I know she wants me to do something grand in my life. But I'm kind of preoccupied with her ex-BFF having been slaughtered by our dishes. I'm doing the best I can for Emerson. Hey. Emerson's voice drifts across the room before I can bring myself to inch closer. The bandages look like a half-ass attempt at a mummy, a patchwork of hidden tragedy.
Hi. I'll replace the dishes. The nurse told me. She said I fell into your dishwasher when I had a seizure. It's kind of fuzzy right now. I don't remember it happening, but I remember some things from after it happened.
I drag my heavy feet toward her bed. I'm not worried about the dishes.
What about Harry Potter?
I called my brother. He's getting him checked out. She swallows slowly, and her tired eyes gloss over with unshed tears. He's going to be fine. I rest my hand on her bandaged arm like it could break if I press too hard.
It's not...
She sniffles. It's not what?
Nothing.
She draws in a shaky breath, trying to chase away the emotion. Before I can say anything, a nurse comes into the room, a little too happy for my taste given the situation. Suzanne always had the overly cheery nurses as well.
Hi, Emerson. I'm going to draw some blood, then you'll go for an MRI.
No, Emerson blurts out so quickly, it wipes happy nurse's smile right off her face.
It's expensive, and I don't need it. You know I have epilepsy. What do you expect to find?
The nurse glances at me, and Emerson follows her gaze to me as well. Oh, I can step outside for a few minutes, I say. The nurse returns her attention to Emerson, waiting for her to give the final say as to whether I should stay or go. I'll go. I offer my own synthetic smile and nod toward the exit. I might grab something to drink. I'll be right back. Emerson won't look at me, and I don't wait for her to say anything. After grabbing a sports drink from the cafeteria, I make my way back to her room, slowing my steps as I approach the desk where Happy Nurse talks to another nurse.
She doesn't have insurance. She hasn't seen her doctor in 6 months, and she wants to check out today.
The other nurse frowns.
The system is broken. Yeah, but she needs to have her medications adjusted. But if she can't afford it, I'm going to have someone see if she qualifies for any sort of assistance.
They glance in my direction as I pass the desk. I keep my head down as if I wasn't eavesdropping. Then I stop because Suzanne won't keep quiet today.
Do it.
Chapter 16. Emerson. What is the saying about squeezing blood from a turnip? That's me at the moment. I never envisioned my life taking up residence in the crapper of life. Not that anyone does. I made a conscious effort to do things better than my mom. Be a better person. Make better decisions. And even now, I'm not sure what I did wrong. Living with intention can't outweigh sheer luck. Or lack thereof.
I heard you're checking out tonight, Zach says as he saunters into the room, wearing a reserved smile and clutching a red sports drink.
I'm fine, and I think they're fine with it too, since I don't have an insurance company paying for the inflated fees and unnecessary tests. And let me tell you, as a repeat offender of seizures, I know just how criminal the price of everything is in the hospital. $75 for a warm blanket. No joke. Insurance or not, people should be upset and revolt. Zach digests my words with his eyes narrowed a fraction and lips rolled together.
I'm concerned about you.
Because I sound like a conspiracy theorist?
No,
He chuckles.
I talked with the nurse. She said you shouldn't drive again until you've gone 6 months without having a seizure. Have you thought about that?
My gaze angles toward the window. I just need a different medication or dose or something.
Then let's have your doctor decide what you need.
Cha-ching! I laugh at his expensive idea. They just spent the afternoon removing glass from my body. I can only imagine how much that bill will be.
I'll pay for it,
he says. No, it's not your problem. We're not talking about a $50 loan. There's a reason why people need insurance. Because without it, you can't afford to be sick. But, stupid me, I had to be a fucking epileptic. Zach shakes his head, quickly stifling his amusement.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at your situation.
He fists his hand at his mouth.
Haven't heard you swear like that before.
Gee, Zachary, so glad I could entertain you today.
Listen, He clears his throat. This isn't sustainable. We need to figure something out for you.
We? It's kind of you to take me into your home like the stray that I am, but my health and financial issues aren't your burdens to bear.
I understand. Still, we can discuss it without me feeling burdened by you, which I do not.
Liar. I narrow my eyes and he rolls his. Then, we get the hell out of here. Zach's eagerness to discuss my situation seems to fade before we ever get home. He's quiet, distracted, and not the bossy guy from the hospital. Has reality sunk in? Is he tired of taking care of women who need constant care? I refuse to be his burden. I'll move back into my car before I let that happen. Susie wanted me to make sure he moved forward. I'm hardly helping him move forward. Harry Potter, I grimace as he pokes his coned head around the corner, bandages wrapped around two of his paws, making us twins. Aaron appears just behind him, the lone, runty towhead in the dark-haired, brown-eyed Hayes family.
The vet said to change the bandages daily. There's an ointment on the kitchen counter, and he has to wear the cone as long as he refuses to leave the bandages alone.
He stuffs his hands into his back pockets. Thanks. What do I owe you? I ask.
Nothing. I've got it.
Zach relinquishes his first 4 words since leaving the hospital. He guides me to the sofa and helps me ease my ass onto it. Aaron, what do I owe you? I repeat. Aaron's eyes widen, darting back and forth, signaling his disinterest in getting involved in my little financial squabble with Zach.
Welp, feel better.
Traitor, I grumble. Aaron chuckles and pats Zach on the shoulder.
You're a good man. Let me know if you need anything else.
Good man. Yes, Zach is a good man. That might be an understatement.
You are too. Thanks.
Zach gives a weak smile to his brother as he brushes past him. When Aaron's footsteps fade behind the closed front door, leaving us in silence, I try to stand.
What are you doing?
Zach steps toward me, reaching for my arm. I'm going to the bedroom.
Oh.
He helps me get to my feet.
Good idea. You should rest.
Yeah, I reply on a long sigh. When I'm nestled in bed with Harry Conehead Potter, I close my eyes. Anything to shield my guilty conscience from the toxic stress lining Zach's face. The pain, it's pure angst. I did this, and I feel terrible. As I listen to the descent of his steps, I speak. It's just too much to keep inside. I'm moving out. Silence. More silence. I blink open my eyes, unsure if he heard me. He stands in the doorway with his back to me, unmoving, head bowed.
Why?
Look at me, Zach. I'm a walking disaster, and while I have the best intentions for digging myself out of this hole, it's not going to happen overnight. In the meantime, I'm pulling you into it. That was never my intention. I should never have stayed here in the first place. He slowly turns.
Where are you going?
Don't worry about it.
That's code for you have no fucking clue.
Whoa. I'm not the only one dropping the F-bombs today. Why is he angry? He should be relieved. That's code for you lost your wife, and I'm not your problem. That's code for I've made it this far, I'll figure something out. That's code for you're off the hook. Smile. God, please smile because I hate the look you've had on your face since we left the hospital. Doom and gloom, panic. It's actually palpable at this very moment. His head eases side to side.
It's not what you think.
Bullshit! You took me in because you knew Susie wouldn't have had it any other way. And that look? Right there. I jerk my chin in his direction. That look says it all. It says you're in over your head and you can't figure out how you're going to get the walking disaster out of your house, out of your life, so you can truly move forward and figure out what's next for you. Zach rests his forearms on the doorframe, a twisted expression marring his handsome face. He's not mine. I'm not supposed to feel any attraction toward him. I was supposed to look out for him. Bravo! I've done an amazingly awful job at it. Susie befriended the wrong person. I have no clue what I'm doing. I'm broken, physically and emotionally.
For your information, the look on my face is one of angst. I'm trying to figure out how to suggest something, ask you something, without you losing your shit and flying off the handle into one of your ego-driven tangents about how you don't need anything or anyone.
I don't fly off the handle. I do. I'm stubborn to a fault, but I will never admit that to him or anyone else because of said stubbornness. Just say what you need to say or ask or whatever.
I have to preface it with a few things.
With my less injured hand, I scoot my body up a bit so I'm resting against the headboard. Preface away.
Okay, but please don't interrupt me because what I'm about to say will sound a little harsh at first.
I swallow hard and prepare for his version of harsh. He continues.
I don't know if I'll ever find love again, and I'm okay with Suzanne being the last woman I love. So, what I'm going to say is not about love. It's about gratitude and trying to repay you for everything you did for Suzanne. And for me.
My eyes narrow. Zach, you paid me.
I'm not talking about cleaning the house.
He shakes his head a half-dozen times.
She needed a friend, a true friend. A friend I couldn't be because I was too busy suffocating her with my love. You gave her the kind of love she needed, the unselfish kind.
He deflates a fraction, gaze pointed to the floor.
And you are my friend too. You were just...
He lifts his gaze again.
Everything we had no idea we needed.
This is ridiculous. I'm living in his house, and he's thanking me?
Before Suzanne died, she asked me to do something. She wanted me to make a difference in someone's life, and I've been hearing her voice in my head telling me to do it. So this is it. I want to do this for you, and I want to do this for her. I know this would make her happy, and even in death, her happiness matters to me. I think peace is what we find after we die. Happiness is how we experience love while we're alive. She has peace. I need to seek happiness.
I have no idea where he's going with this, but if I die right now in the wake of Zach's words, I think I'd be good. Leaving this house won't be easy because he's felt like happiness, the kind I didn't seek, the kind that just found me. I can do something for you. I want to do this for you, and someday I know you'll pay it forward, and that will make me even happier. What? He pulls in a long breath and lets it out as he drops his arms from the doorframe.
I want to marry you.
Record scratch. Brakes screeching. Thunk of a mic dropping. He doesn't let it sit unexplained in the air for long, but it feels like an eternity because the thoughts in my mind travel at the speed of light. And by the time he continues, I've already had a million thoughts and emotions paint a picture in my head.
It will be temporary. No one will have to know. It will just be until you find a job with benefits or find someone else you want to marry for love. I have a really good health insurance that would be yours. And you want to travel. Well, I can get you incredibly cheap tickets. You can visit every wonder of the world and take pictures until your heart's content.
After at least 100 unanswered breaths, I whisper, a fake marriage.
A legal marriage, he corrects me.
She died, he says.
But she would have wanted this for you.
I'm too shocked to appease him with the ego-driven tangent he expects. Did Susie tell him what she told me? Did she tell him about the looks she thought we were giving each other, even though I don't recall any looks from either one of us? But he prefaced everything with, what I'm going to say is not about love.
You don't have to decide now. Just think about it.
Answer? I can barely breathe or even blink, but I manage to scrounge a single nod.
Okay, sleep. I'll check on you before I go to bed. You might feel hungry by then.
Zach closes the door behind him. I used to envy Susie, even with her terminal cancer. She married the most attentive man in the world, loving and generous with every action. And I used to sleep in my car, in a Walmart parking lot, dreaming about what it would feel like to be married to a Zachary Hayes or a clone of him. My dreams involved this clone coming home from work, loosening his tie, and smiling at me with a bouquet of flowers in his hand, the way he used to greet Susie. They were just dreams, innocent, unrealistic dreams. I never really imagined I could be his wife, yet that's the offer on the table. But he won't come home with flowers in his hand and look at me like I'm the brightest constellation in his sky. He'll come home and treat me like his roommate. He'll wonder how my search for a job with benefits is going. He'll wonder if I've met a nice man to marry so he can release me and feel satisfied with his good deeds. Me? I'll spend every day wondering how I married the man of my dreams, though it will feel like the worst nightmare. Chapter 17. Emerson. Not to brag, but over the next couple of days, I do a spectacular job of ignoring the 10,000-pound elephant in the room holding an invisible diamond ring. It's invisible, of course, because the elephant is invisible and the proposal is fake, but the marriage would be legal. I'll be 24 next month. Marriage was in my 10-year plan. Babies in my 15-year plan. Fake marriages rank about as high as anal sex. To be fair to Zach, he lubed it quite well. He's made sure I know it will not involve love. No one will know. And it will only last until I find a job with health insurance or another husband. A real one. Hopefully with health insurance as well.
I work tomorrow. Do you want me to see if my mom or Erin can stay with you?
Zach asks, squatted in front of me as he swaps out the bandages on my arms, neck, and face. The stitches come out in a few days. He'll do Harry Potter's paws next. Poor thing is sick of his cone. Yes, I think you should find the maid a babysitter. He pauses his hands and glances up at me.
Is that sarcasm?
When did you know you wanted to be a pilot? And no, I don't need a babysitter. Banter and subject diversions have become our official language. Zach holds my gaze, and warmth snakes up my neck, settling into my cheeks. Those brown eyes, they always seem to hold a secret. Even if I haven't been conspicuously pining for him, it's hard not to feel something beyond friendship towards someone who proposes to you.
I'll have someone check in on you. And I knew I wanted to be a pilot when my grandpa bought me a remote-controlled airplane. I was 10. When did you know you wanted to be a photographer?
I laugh at the simplicity of his question. I fell in love with photography when the only decent guy my mom dated introduced me to it. Sometimes I wonder if all the photos I take are just pieces to a puzzle that will lead me to my destiny. However, I have found a possible temporary job with a wedding photographer. I'm thinking about it. No benefits, but it's experience that might lead to something more. And it would just be weekends, so I could still keep my clients.
Working with another photographer sounds like a good opportunity.
He places the last new bandage on my wrist, keeping his attention on his hands.
Speaking of weddings...
I withdraw my arm from his grasp, pulling his gaze up to meet mine. Wedding? No. More like a pity marriage.
Call it what you want. Doesn't change the fact that it would help you a lot.
He scratches the back of his head, messing his slightly longer hair. It's hard to wrap my heart around this idea, probably because my heart isn't supposed to have any part of it. My mind isn't supposed to recall my dreams of a big wedding with flowers and every shade of pink, 3 different flavors of cake, a live band, a throng of family and friends. Of course, the family would not be mine, or most of the friends for that matter. Zach is offering health insurance and a big bonus of cheap airfare by way of a little legal contract. Marriage, not a wedding. When I don't contribute any more to the conversation other than a frown, Zach stands and gathers the first aid supplies. Before he makes it 3 feet in the direction of the bathroom, I think of more questions, as if I'm seriously considering his ringless, loveless proposal. So, I'd still live here? He turns.
Only if you want to. I'd prefer you not live out of your car.
And I'd date? Like, married to you, but date other men? He offers a bemused smile. I don't like that smile. And by don't like, I mean, I love that smile, but it's not good for me to love anything about Zach, since love is not part of the proposal.
Yes, Emerson, you can date. It will be like we're not married, except when you need insurance, you'll have it.
And when I need to fly, I'll get cheap tickets. That bemused smile swells a little more. I don't care for pity or being the butt of a joke. However, I don't mind being the source of his amusement.
If you're flexible with your schedule, yes, you'll get cheap tickets.
And you?
And me what?
Don't ask. Don't ask. Ignoring the sound advice of my common sense, I ask anyway. You'll date too, right? That amusement vanishes from his handsome face.
I lost my wife recently. I have no desire to date. I have health insurance. I have the means to travel if I so choose. This isn't for me, Emerson. This is for you.
Ouch. The young and stupid virus strikes again. When will I try harder to see things through his eyes? Of course he has no desire to date. Of course this is all for me. Of course my stubborn reluctancy is riding his last nerve. I see the endless possibilities in my future, and he can't stop gazing at the past like it's the last time he'll see the sun. Again, he pivots to return the supplies to the bathroom. I inspect my arms and feel the stiffness in my neck from the healing cuts. This is my life at the moment. I'll no doubt go on to do great things, but right now, I'm struggling. I toss my pride onto the floor and squash it with my foot on my way out of the kitchen. Yes, I'll marry you, I say, just as he steps out of the bathroom. Zach eyes me as if I ended my announcement with a comma instead of a period. He's waiting for the but. No buts. I'll marry him. I'll dig myself out of debt. I'll find a job. Maybe even a new husband who loves me. Pressing my lips together so he knows I'm done speaking, I clasp my fingers in front of me.
Okay. We'll apply for a marriage license next week, and we can be married the same day.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God! My racing pulse radiates a deafening whoosh to my ears. I hope he's done speaking, because I can't hear right now. This is happening. I'm getting married next week. Zach gives me 15 minutes because he has a dental appointment at 4, so we need to get going. 15 minutes to get ready for my wedding? Marriage? Nuptials? I don't know what to call it, nor do I know what I'm supposed to wear. I go through 5 outfit changes.
Emerson, let's go.
Shit, I mumble, not happy with the itchy fabric on my body. In less than 10 seconds, I swap out the itchy dress for a knee-length skirt and pink 3/4-length sleeved sweater. It's not fair to ask someone like me, someone with such passion for clothes, to just throw on something to wear for my wedding.
Emerson,
coming! We're on the verge of our first fight, and we're not even married yet. I shove some makeup and my hairbrush into my bag before running toward the back door with ballet flats in my other hand. Zach's brows stretch toward his hairline. What? I glance down at my outfit.
Nothing.
I eye his jeans and pocket tee. It's basic, but unfaded and free of wrinkles. Maybe something from J. Crew. You think I'm overdressed? I wear skirts all the time. Don't read into this like I think today is special. I simply threw on the first thing I found that didn't need to be ironed. He's not a real husband. I'm not taking an oath to be honest. I don't think wedding vows address honesty, and lying is sometimes necessary. The hint of a smile touches his lips.
You look nice.
After a quick pause to gauge his sincerity, I mumble, thanks.
You're welcome. Let's go.
On the way to the courthouse, I ignore his sideways glances while I apply a little makeup. Again, I wear makeup on days I don't get married. It's no big deal. It's a huge fucking deal. What I don't ignore is Zach singing to the radio, Imagine Dragons, next to me. Suzanne wasn't lying. He has a great voice. I hum along since I don't know all the words. From the corner of my eye, I see him grin, but he doesn't stop singing. The words are poetic and oddly poignant for my life. Someone standing by you despite the messiness of life, believing in someone when they're at their worst, loving them unconditionally. Zach doesn't love me, but he's unquestionably a saint in my life right now. A marriage license requires 2 forms of ID, and in Zach's case, proof of death. I don't know if Zach feels my guilt and remorse when he has to hand over the certificate to prove that his previous wife died, but I turn to stone and hold my breath. Even my heart slows to act as invisible as possible. With the license in hand, we head straight to the judge's chambers with a few minutes to spare before our scheduled appointment time. He'll use traditional, generic vows. It's not a requirement to exchange rings, so we won't. I nod a half-dozen times and swallow hard at least as many times. My nerves fire into overdrive as my gaze attaches to his left hand and ringless finger. He had it on earlier this morning. Is everything okay? He brings me out of my racing thoughts. The kiss? Will he ask us to kiss? Zach shrugs like he's not sure and it doesn't matter. But it does matter. I think it's just permission, he says, not a requirement. Like, you may kiss the bride. Doesn't mean we have to kiss. Okay, but won't it look suspicious if we don't kiss? My voice won't stop shaking. If you're worried about it, then we'll just kiss. We'll just kiss? Really? He's fine kissing me. Fine not kissing me. I'm a hot mess and anything but fine. Okay, I squeak out that one word. Okay to the kiss, or it's okay if we don't? Before I get the chance to answer, the door opens and we're beckoned into the judge's chambers. I'm going to puke. Don't puke. The he judge is a she judge, and she greets us with a warm smile. I suppose she reserves her scowl for the days she sentences people to jail, like people who commit insurance fraud through a fake marriage. Zach stays cool. That's his gift. Flying hundreds of passengers through the skies and delivering them safely to their destinations is what he does best. A fake marriage must be an afterthought compared to that. I excel at the nervous smile and occasional nod. After a little chit-chat that he handles, we get down to business. No coffee or last-minute counseling. Nope. She's reciting vows before I realize it's happening. It's happening. Do you, Zachary, take Emerson to be your lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward? I hear the words faithful, love, honor, cherish, for as long as you both shall live. My lungs crave oxygen, but I can't seem to get enough. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Then, as if he reads my mind, Zach says, I do, and leans forward next to my ear to whisper, breathe, Emerson. His words and his warm breath brand my skin. Do you, Emerson? The judge continues like she has other things to do today. Maybe she has a dental appointment too. Maybe I should have scheduled something today like a manicure or a psychiatric appointment. I could use some therapy. There's the longest pause after the judge asks me that final question. As long as you both shall live? It's times like these that I feel grateful for my experiences with Brady. I had anal sex in exchange for a shower. Is fraud really too big of a risk for health insurance and cheap airfare? I think not. I do, I say. I now declare you husband and wife. I'm too busy being so proud of myself for coming to terms with this and answering before things get too suspicious that I totally forget the final, albeit optional, act. You may kiss your bride. Oh shit. We didn't make a decision on this. He asked. I started to reply. The judge called us in here. And now, we have to decide. I give a quick glance to the judge. She appears rather pleased and happy for us. We must look like an adorable, although fraudulent, couple. Foregoing the kiss will be a red flag. I feel it. Inching forward a tiny step, I look up at Zach and rub my glossed lips together while gulping to keep my fear in check. He reads my silent acceptance and ducks his head until his lips are nearly touching mine. A breath of hesitation exists, even if the judge doesn't see it. I think, maybe I hope, he's taking this fraction of a second to get permission from Susie, or maybe to just remind himself it's only an act, a means to something greater, a humanitarian act, if you will. The kiss is short and soft, but long enough for everything in my head to spin until I forget what we're doing. My hand rests on his chest to keep me balanced, but he ends the kiss and grabs my hand, bringing it to my side and giving it a gentle, platonic squeeze. It says, "We are friends. I care about you as a friend. Here is your health insurance, but you don't need to know the outline of my chest." We get our marriage certificate and bounce before anyone has a chance to question us. "I have time to run you home before my appointment," Zach says, while retrieving his wedding band from his pocket and slipping it back onto his finger. I ignore the little reminder that he's not mine, and instead focus on the fact that he's spending our honeymoon with a dental hygienist. I might be slightly jealous that she's going to be in his mouth for 45 minutes, up close and personal with my new husband. Good Lord, I hope Susie can only read his mind and not mine. How do I break it to my best friend, or maybe admit it, since she already knew, that I have a massive crush on her husband? Oh, and he is no longer her husband. He's mine. I'm losing my mind. I'm not really crushing on Zach. I'm infatuated with the idea of Zach. The perfect man. And Susie's voice is stuck in my head, making ridiculous accusations that Zach and I look at each other in some subconscious way that implies more than friendship. She was sick, and therefore delusional. Right? Okay, or I can grab a cab. I shrug. No, I'll drive you. He opens my door. I try not to think the words, "my husband is such a gentleman," but I can't help it. As much as it feels wrong, like I stole something invaluable from my best friend, it also feels a little amazing to be married to Zach. And now, it bears repeating, I could use some therapy. Chapter 18. Emerson. Marriage hasn't changed Zach at all. Not that I expected it to change him. I'm sure the only way he can make this right in his head so quickly after Susie's death is to think of it as nothing more than a donation to a charity. I'm the charity. "Hey," he says, arriving home after being gone for 4 nights. I glance up from the sofa with my computer on the arm of it and Harry Potter on my lap. "Hey." It's hard to control my grin. "Have you had dinner?" "Yep, pizza. There are leftovers in the fridge." "Sounds perfect." He thumbs through the stack of mail on the credenza. "Look at this." He rips open an envelope and pulls out a card, holding it up for me to see. I squint. What am I looking at? "Your health insurance card. Let's get you scheduled with your doctor, get your medication straight, and get you on the road to a normal life again." Driving. Get me driving again. My first hour's pay each day goes straight to paying for an Uber driver. 6 months is 6 months. Well, 5 now. A doctor can't speed that up, but keeping you on track will hopefully prevent it from happening again. Wouldn't you like that? He winks at me with a smirk on his face before he turns and saunters toward the bedroom to change his clothes. A few minutes later, Zach retrieves the leftover pizza and a beer and comes back into the living room. "Happy birthday." He hands me a present wrapped in white paper and a pink ribbon. I try to bite my lip to keep from grinning like a fool. Too late. "How did you know it's my birthday?" "Birth certificate at the courthouse." He sits on the opposite end of the sofa. Just his nearness makes my day exponentially better. Just thinking that makes my guilt exponentially worse. Carefully unwrapping the gift, I peel open the lid. "For all your traveling," he says, a prideful smile stealing his lips. It's a carry-on bag with lots of compartments for more camera parts than I own. Yet. It's perfect. I love it. But you shouldn't have. You've already done way too much. Before I realize what I'm doing, my body stretches across the sofa, giving him a hug while he holds out his plate of pizza in one hand and his beer in his other hand. "Oof, you're welcome." Settling back into my spot, I wake up my computer and angle the screen. I used to show these to Susie, and she'd roll her eyes and tell me to delete them. Zach sits up straighter, easing his head forward a fraction while squinting at the collage of photos, a half-dozen candid shots of Susie. Her in the recliner, gazing out the window with a dreamy expression on her face. One of her in the garden, perched on her garden cart, sniffing a handful of basil while the tails of her headscarf blow in the wind. A crooked angle one of her hands braiding my hair. She called me obsessed when I lifted my camera over my head to shoot it. That one. He points to the one of her and him. Can you make it bigger? I forgot it was in this collage until after I angled my screen to show him. With a quick double click, it enlarges to take up the whole screen. In the photo, he's carrying her to the bedroom. The lights are dim, so it's almost a silhouette. I snapped it 2 days before he called hospice. I'm sorry, I whisper. In hindsight, it feels like I shouldn't have taken it. Like the moment was private and not mine to record. Zach's head inches side to side. It's fine. The way you loved her, well, it made me believe in love. He leans back into the sofa, and I close my computer. For the next several minutes, he finishes his pizza, then stands. How do you feel about ice cream? I laugh. I think it sounds cold. But necessary? After all, it's your birthday. He eyes me like I didn't just shove painful memories into his face. My laugh breaks free into a nervous chuckle. Sure. Then let's go. He returns his dishes to the kitchen. Ice cream? I don't say another word. Zach's sudden change in subject and desire to celebrate my birthday has piqued my curiosity. 15 minutes later, we climb out of his car and approach the ice cream shop. It opened a few weeks before Susie died. I was going to bring her here, but... I nod. There's no need to elaborate. He orders chocolate mint, and I get salted caramel. With our waffle cones in hand, we stroll down the sidewalk lined with stores, most of them closed for the night. Cute handbag, I say to a lady as she passes us with her tiny dog. Her face lights up, and her steps falter a bit. It's a black purse, nothing fancy, nothing special. Thank you, she says. It wasn't cute, Zach murmurs after she passes us. Doesn't matter, I shrug. It's all about the bounce. The bounce? Susie always complimented my clothes, my hair, handbags, even my smile. And I don't think all of it was worthy of recognition. But after she'd compliment me in some way, I'd have an extra bounce in my step. It's so easy to give someone a little bounce. So why the heck don't we do it more often? It took 2 seconds and virtually no energy to compliment that lady's handbag, but she'll have that extra bounce in her step for, well, potentially the rest of the night. Zach licks his ice cream, and we continue our walk. I wonder how he feels about me talking about Susie or showing him photos. Am I overstepping a boundary? Am I making it harder for him to move on? Cool shoes, he says to a guy passing us. I rub my lips together to restrain my grin. The guy with scuffed, ordinary shoes glances down at said shoes before giving Zach a half grin. Thanks, man. When the guy is out of earshot, I nudge Zach's arm. You're a natural. He grins, keeping his gaze in front of us. Were you really having a hankering for ice cream, feeling like my birthday couldn't end with pizza and a great gift? Or is this spur-of-the-moment outing for a different reason? If you're having second thoughts about what you did for me, I can't say marriage. It's still too weird. Zachary Hayes is my husband. Nope. It will never feel real, probably because feelings aren't supposed to be part of the deal. He finds a bench by the bus stop and takes a seat just as we say goodbye to the last rays of daylight. I sit on the other side, facing the opposite direction. A few days before she died, Suzanne asked me for a favor, he says. keeping his gaze on the street while I focus on keeping up with my melting ice cream. What's that?
You're not going to like it, even though you should like it, but you're stubborn, so you'll fight it.
My head snaps to the side, eyes squinted. I'm not stubborn. A chuckle vibrates from his chest as he licks his ice cream.
You can't even say it without using a stubborn tone.
I clear my throat and frown, oblivious to whatever tone he thinks I used. What am I not going to like?
Help. You don't like help. And that was Suzanne's request.
Was it her idea for you to marry me? My tone is one of shock and dismay, in case he doesn't catch it.
No. Well, not directly. She asked me to use some of her life insurance to pay off your bills.
Bills? What bills? His tongue swipes along his upper lip as he glances in my direction.
All of them.
All of them? Parroting him is my weak attempt at making sense of this, buying time for my brain to process what he really means.
Student loans, medical bills. I don't know if you have credit card bills, but...
I don't, I mumble. You're not using her life insurance money to pay my bills.
She adored you, and there really isn't a dollar amount I can put on how much you enhanced her quality of life over the summer. So let me do this because it's what she wanted. Because it's what I want to do.
This is ridiculous. I didn't do anything that special. Susie did more for me than I ever did for her. I should be paying him back for hiring me. I really think letting me live with you and the other part you've done is enough. Again, he chuckles.
Other part? You mean the marriage?
Holding my ice cream cone at my mouth, I return a tiny nod. He sighs.
She really wanted this for you,
he murmurs. Zach, it's close to $100,000. That's too much.
It's not.
Well, it is to me. The regret is instant. Why did I snap at him? For being too generous? His brows inch up his forehead as he eyes me. I deflate, averting my gaze to the glitching neon closed sign in the yarn store window. For years, I watched my mom give away pieces of herself for rent, for food, drugs, and alcohol. She wasn't a street corner prostitute, but there was a bartering system. Some men stuck around for days, maybe weeks. Most stayed less than 24 hours. But she always got something in return. Even the men who left bruises on her body gave her something. One guy busted open her lip, then he handed me a $100 bill before leaving the apartment. He said, "Go buy your mom some ice for her face, and grab yourself dinner while you're at it, sweetheart." Zach remained silent, allowing my focus to remain split between the past and that glitchy sign. If I dig deep, beyond all the hideous things she's said and done, I suppose I have to give her credit for teaching me a few survival tricks.
Like letting people help you when they offer?
My head eases side to side. He has no idea that I've had very few people offer his kind of help. Well, nobody has ever offered his kind of help. Like offering my ex-boyfriend anything in exchange for a shower at his apartment.
Anything?
Zach murmurs before clearing his throat. Answering with a slow nod, I exhale a long breath. Mind games. I convinced myself it was a small price to pay for something I needed. He was my boyfriend. I'm not a prude. So I took it up the backside, showered, and managed to get to work only 15 minutes late. Risking a quick glance at him, I shrug. Zach's eyes narrow.
How did you take it up the backside?
Pressing my lips together, my eyes widen. Slowly? It takes a few seconds before realization hits him.
Oh, Jesus. You meant you literally took it up.
My gaze falls to my lap. Even then, I never thought I was like my mom. Nope. I first found a good boyfriend, then I convinced myself that he would love me like no man had ever loved my mom. But I grunt a painful laugh. The problem was, I hadn't seen true love. Do you know how hard it is to find something you've never seen?
You've never felt love? Ever?
Twisting my lips, my head inches side to side. No. Well, that's not true. Not anymore. I've experienced kindness, and I've witnessed love. Again, my attention returns to his face. You and Susie. Actually, before I met the two of you, I thought I knew what love was. Nope, not even close.
She loved you,
He whispers. Tears burn my eyes, so I blink several times and avert my gaze. I know, I manage to say past the lump in my throat. I loved her too.
Then let me give you this.
Give me what?
Financial freedom. She loved you. You loved her. I want to do this for her and for you. It's a no-brainer.
It's too much. You need to save the money for retirement, or buy something you've always wanted, or
do this for you. Technically, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. I don't want to be in debt, so let's get the hell out of debt.
The confusion on my face only makes his grin swell. He shrugs one shoulder.
Georgia is a 50-50 state. You could divorce me and take half of my worth.
Zach, I would never, ever do that. The way I never, ever considered a prenup before we got married. Was I naive? Was he? Was he completely irresponsible? What would his family think of his recklessness?
I know,
he says, so matter-of-factly, it makes my head spin. Taking my crumpled cone sleeve to the trash by the yarn store door, I gnaw on the corner of my bottom lip and pivot just as he reaches around me to toss his napkin into the trash. I'll only agree to it if you acknowledge my need to repay you.
Emmer.
No. I shake my head. It's non-negotiable. I'm already the biggest charity case that ever lived. I can't take a nearly 6-figure handout with nothing more than a thank you and a smile in return.
Fine. Repay me.
His hands slide into his front pockets as he rocks back and forth on his feet. Not expecting his quick, agreeable response, I struggle to find my next words. Finally, they come to me. I could move out, I whisper. With the insurance and no debt, I could afford a place of my own. For a flash, not even a full second, something crosses his face. A shadow of doubt, maybe discomfort. He recovers from it in the next breath.
I suppose that's true.
Or I could pack a bag and travel. Maybe see if I can make some money off my photography. Maybe start a travel blog. Build a bigger social media following.
Or that.
He shrugs before brushing past me, heading in the direction of his car. Maybe I'll wait until the first of the year and see how much money I can save. Then I'll decide on travel plans if...
If what?
Zach's long strides make it hard to keep up with him. If it's all right that I stay.
Why wouldn't it be all right?
He unlocks his car. Because I make okay money cleaning houses, and if I don't have debt, it's unnecessary for me to stay with you?
Unless you're wanting to save money to travel.
I nod slowly, slipping into the passenger seat. I guess.
Then stay.
Stay. Stay and grow more attached to him. Stay and risk falling for my husband. Stay and realize it might already be happening. Stay and get my heart broken. Before he backs out of the parking space, I feel his gaze on me.
Who do you have?
Picking at my fingernails, I shrug a shoulder. What do you mean? I know what he means. Answering his question will require me to voice my reality.
If not me, then who? Family? Do you have any family to turn to? Someone willing to give you a bed or Even just a sofa and a blanket? He backs out of the parking space, and we head toward home. Nope. I let that one syllable echo between us for several seconds, but Zach doesn't budge. I don't have family. No siblings. My dad has never been in the picture. Never met him. My mom had some drinking issues, then some drug issues, then some mean men issues. That's why I left. She didn't want my help, and I didn't want anything to do with that life anymore. She said I could accept her for who she was or get the fuck out. Her words. I don't turn toward him, but I still catch his slight flinch. Even after all these years, it's hard to breathe when I think about my mother, the woman who is supposed to love me the most, just letting me go. And it's a little embarrassing, too. I clear my throat. So, the second I got my high school diploma, I left Athens with my mom's car because, fuck her, she owed me. Then I took out a gazillion loans to go to school, had a half dozen different roommates, and slept out of my car as needed. So you're experienced at sleeping out of your car? He gives me a quick sidelong glance. Sort of. Back then, it was for a few weeks in between apartments or roommates, not months. I'm sorry to hear you had it so rough. I shake my head. I didn't. I had friends in school. I kept my chin up. My mom was so many awful things, but she never abused me. Physically. And neither did her shitty boyfriends who felt it was okay to knock her around. I got a college degree, even if it's the most useless degree in the world. I followed my passion. I've always been a dreamer. Passion over practicality. And now you're cleaning houses. His bluntness pulls a tiny laugh from my chest. Yes I am. I don't know. I shrug. I saw it going differently, but I'm too young to give up. I'm going to continue to look for my place in this world. Zach shakes his head. You're like a battery-operated toy that gets tipped on its side, but it's still moving, even if it's not going anywhere. Suzanne was like that. When he glances at me, his grin falters. Sorry. I'm sure you're tired of me comparing you to her, but it's in the best way possible. No, it's not that I mind being compared to her. It's quite the compliment. It's just weird now. Because we're married? I nod, pressing my lips together as we pull into the garage. I mean, it's not like we're married in the traditional sense. I'm not sleeping with her husband. Jesus. Why does the filter between my brain and my mouth have such large holes? Zach clears his throat, and I swear his cheeks turn a little red, even if part of his face is covered with dark stubble. Well, technically, I'm your husband now, so you're not sleeping with your husband. And just to get past this really uncomfortable, unspoken thing between us, it's important to remember that she died. We lived. Tara died, and Suzanne lived. She moved on with her life. I'm moving on with my life, too. I'm just doing it differently. Instead of finding love again, I'm doing a favor for a friend. We climb out of the car. With a nervous laugh, I feel my own cheeks fill with heat as I step inside the house. And what a favor it is, I say through that nervous laugh. I'm, going to bed now. Thank you for the camera bag and the ice cream. It's been a great birthday. I risk a final glance at Zach. He smiles, just staring at me for a few more seconds before returning an easy nod. Night, Emerson. Chapter 19. Emerson. I take the job with the wedding photographer, a second camera for a few local weddings and engagement photos. It's a part-time, temporary job, a fill-in position while his full-time assistant recovers from surgery. Over the next few weeks, I experience an unusual kind of grief.
Maybe it's that I just had a birthday and 24 is a more hormonal age, but I doubt it. As crazy as it sounds, I'm a little lost. After feeling like a slave to my epilepsy diagnosis, my medical bills, and my student loan debt, and getting married, I don't know how to handle this newfound freedom. My doctor adjusted my seizure medication. I'm physically feeling better, exercising every day. I've been saving lots of money, and I'm getting paid to take photos without having to quit my cleaning jobs. So, why am I scared out of my mind?
I let you skip out on Thanksgiving, but you're not sitting home alone on Christmas,
Zach announces as he wraps presents on the living room floor. It's the week before Christmas. I dust the end table and the lamp. Skip out on Thanksgiving? You were working that day.
but my family wanted you to have dinner with them.
His family is great. They've not once questioned his charitableness toward me. I think they know it's what Susie would have wanted. Of course, they don't know the full extent of his charity. They only know he's been letting me stay here. I'm not ready to attend holidays with them when you're not going to be there. I'd end up having one too many eggnogs and let it slip that we're married. Are you good with that? I peer at him from behind the table lamp.
Good point.
I smirk, feeling victorious with my reasoning.
But I am going to be there on Christmas.
Yes, but it's a gift-giving holiday. That's just weird. Christmas feels like a more personal holiday, and this will be your first Christmas without Susie. That feels a little... My nose wrinkles. Sacred? And what are you doing? I cringe as he wraps the gifts, if you can call what he's doing wrapping.
What do you mean?
Have you ever wrapped a present before? I toss the dusting rag over my shoulder and kneel on the floor next to him. You need to cut off some of this excess paper so it rests flat against the side of the box. You're wrapping a cube, and it looks like a clump of wadded paper. And don't even get me started on your ribbon tying skills. I thought you had perfectionist tendencies. I chuckle. Zach holds his hands up.
By all means, Miss Art Degree Queen, feel free to wrap while I...
Finish dusting. He belts out a hearty laugh as he stands.
No, while I read a book, watch TV, twiddle my thumbs, play my guitar. The possibilities are endless.
Play his guitar. He's been doing it a lot at night. He likes to watch me edit photos, but I love listening to him play his guitar in his bedroom. Sometimes he hums and sings, too. Those are my favorite nights. When I move out, I'll miss his fingers strumming those strings. My favorite lullaby. Endless possibilities. I like the sound of that, Zachary. I think you are going to be okay in this life.
This life?
He laughs from the kitchen. I hear the crinkle of tinfoil. He's getting into the Christmas cookies I made. Yes, this life. I can't speak for any other life. You might be a hot mess in another life. He pokes his head around the corner. Sure enough, he's eating one of the tree cookies I spent the afternoon decorating.
Can guys be a hot mess?
You can be a mess and... I bite my lips and angle my head away from him to hide my blush as I curl the ribbon with the edge of the scissors blade.
But not a hot mess?
I shake my head in tiny increments at least a half dozen times. I didn't say that. I mean, yes, some guys can be a hot mess.
But not me.
I shrug and sweat. God, he makes me sweat way too much.
I get it. You think of me like a big brother. You can't think your big brother is hot.
Big brother? No, I don't think of him as a big brother. That would be so inappropriate. 1, we're married. 2, I think about him all the time. 3, all the time. No, I can't think of my big brother as hot. Maybe Aaron can be hot. But you're not my big brother. You're my husband, and quite the snack. Zach stops mid-bite, slowly chewing what's already in his mouth.
You like Aaron?
I start working on correcting another present. Sure, he's nice, he's funny, he's in his 20s, he's single. What's not to like?
He's my brother,
Zach murmurs, licking the crumbs from his lips. Grinning, I eye him over my shoulder. I know. I didn't say I'm going to hook up with him or anything like that. I'm just making an observation since you asked.
I asked because you brought up his name.
Zach is a little, I don't know what, agitated? I'm not sure why he would be agitated. Aaron isn't ugly. He's not Zach caliber, in my opinion, but he's worth a second look. The pain or whatever he's harboring inside that I've triggered elicits a unique sadness in my chest. Legally, I'm his wife, but I'm not his source of happiness despite feeling invested in his happiness. Maybe not the source, but the angel watching over him, ensuring he's okay. That much I did promise Susie. In other news, I refocus on my rapping. My temporary job is coming to an end. His assistant will return from medical leave in 2 weeks. And I found another job I'm considering. A photographer/travel blogger. I follow her on social media, and she's looking for another photographer to travel with her next year. So many other people commented on her post, but, I grin, she messaged me, and she loves the photos on my page. I'm going to meet her the day after Christmas in New York. That's where she lives, but she's rarely home. Zach, I think she's really interested in picking me.
So, you'd travel with her and take photos?
Zach asks. Yes. His lips twist to the side.
And she's going to pay you?
Yes. Well, I don't have all the specifics yet, but I'll make a % of what she makes on her social media pages. Zach nods a few times.
An influencer?
Yes, but I don't think that's the bulk of her income. Not yet, anyway. She has her own photography business, too, and she'll pay me a % of those jobs if I'm with her to help shoot them.
Huh. Interesting. So, you'll get to travel?
I grin. Yes, I think I'll be traveling most of next year. It would be an incredible opportunity to build my portfolio and my social media following.
Sounds...
He studies me while pressing his lips together for a few beats.
Perfect. You deserve all the best life has to offer. Suzanne thought so, and I do too.
He lifts a single shoulder.
It's why I married you.
My gaze drops to focus on rewrapping his gifts. I know that's why he married me, even if my heart thrives on foolish dreams. It might be too early to tell him that Susie wanted me to love him, and I think she wanted him to love me, too. Can I fall in love with my husband and chase my dreams? Or are they mutually exclusive? It would be a great opportunity, but I don't have the job yet. Still, I'm really optimistic, and I'd be out of your hair. That's good, right?
When is your first trip?
He slides his hands into his pockets. Again, I don't have the job yet, but she's going to Hawaii in January. I can't hide my grin. A sincere smile touches his lips the way it touches every inch of my skin.
I take it you've never been.
Hawaii? I laugh. No, I've never been. You? Before he can answer, I roll my eyes. Duh, of course you've been. There are probably very few places you haven't been. He nods. A slow smile slides up my face, and it feels so good. I don't need his approval to travel and experience my next chapter in life, but I want it. I want him to be happy for me. I want to know that he's going to be okay. I'll spend Christmas with you. He grunts, but it doesn't stop his face from relaxing into something resembling satisfaction. Besides, I hold up a perfectly wrapped present. I need to be there to take credit for these masterpieces.
You think they're going to be more impressed with the wrapping than the gifts inside?
Yes, I overheard you last month talking to your mom. You guys exchanged gift lists. You might not know the exact item you're getting, but you know it's something on the list you shared. So, the surprise will be lukewarm at best. But the wrapping, I waggle my eyebrows, is perfection.
O.M.
He smirks before turning and disappearing down the hallway.
I'm not that predictable.
M. He's never called me M. Everyone calls me M except him. Until now. How did he make something ordinary and common feel extraordinary? How do 2 letters and a sound so similar to a tiny hum make that beating thing behind my chest skip and flutter. Butterflies. I could, just maybe, be on the verge of a new adventure starting in Hawaii, taking a risk and diving into the life I've always dreamed of having. But I also want this job because I need to run from these feelings that I have for my husband.
Chapter 20. Christmas. Zach.
I'm nervous,
Emerson says as we pull into my parents' circle drive, nested in a neighborhood of older homes with spacious lots. Don't be.
They live in a mansion.
I chuckle, killing the engine to my Mercedes sedan. It's not a mansion, but it has been in our family for 3 generations. Emerson opens her door and makes a sloth's exit. Her jaw drags on the ground as she gawks at the white 2-story with 6 garland-wrapped pillars framing the entry. An enormous chandelier hangs a few feet from the black-painted door, adorned with a lush pine and winterberry wreath. It's all just home to me. What must she be thinking after living out of her car? I'm so glad she's here. Suzanne would be too. But now, I think I'm glad for myself more than Suzanne. Emerson is no longer Suzanne's friend. She's my friend. And my wife. She's not a charity case. She's more. That definition of more still needs time to work itself out in my head. Are you going to help me carry the presents? Or are you too busy tinkling in your pants and chattering your teeth? I ask Emerson. She shoots me her best scowl before loading her arms with presents. Breathe, Emerson. You know them, and they know you.
As the maid, maids don't attend the family Christmases of their clients.
She follows me to the front door. You're my roommate, we're friends. That's what they think of you. I promise you won't have to do the dishes or any manual labor today.
I'm going to do my part. That's just good manners.
I balance a pile of gifts on my lifted knee and give her a quick glance before opening the door. Your part is being my guest. No dishes for you tonight. Merry Christmas! My parents greet us in the foyer along with my brother. They don't know we're married, but Emerson is freaking the fuck out on the inside. I can see it on her face.
Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for having me, she says with a shaky and timid voice. Aaron and my dad take the gifts from her arms. You have such a lovely home.
Emerson slips off her lightweight coat. I take it from her before she even gets it all the way off.
Thank you,
she whispers, glancing back at me. I wink, hoping it will ease her mind. A just relax wink. But her wide eyes don't convey my wink is doing anything to put her at ease. She blushes. The wink might have been the wrong move.
We're so glad you're joining us,
my mom says as she pulls Emerson in for a hug. Emerson's fingers dig into my mom's back like she's holding on for life, like she needs a hug.
You okay?
Mom asks as she pulls away from Emerson and holds her at arm's length. Emerson nods and quickly wipes the corners of her eyes.
Yeah, sorry, Cecilia. I get a little sappy on holidays, that's all. I love your earrings, by the way.
My mom touches said earrings and grins.
Thank you,
she replies, almost with a bit of surprise.
Come in, honey, let's get you a drink.
Mom takes Emerson's hand and guides her out of the parquet floor entry to a grand living room furnished with vintage sofas and chairs, wood tables with intricately carved legs, floral porcelain lamps, fringed area rugs, and a ginormous Christmas tree. From the size of Emerson's bugged-out eyes, I'd say it's the biggest tree she has ever seen. Mom loves her tree adorned with hundreds of ornaments and lights weighting its beautiful pine branches. Aaron likes to give her crap about the room resembling a swanky department store at Christmas time. As I grab drinks, I hear Emerson complimenting my dad's ugly Christmas sweater and Aaron's nothing special striped socks. She's giving everyone a little bounce in their step. Here you go, I hand her a glass mug. It's my mom's famous slow cooker hot buttered rum. Emerson eyes me for a few seconds, probably because she's managed to put an unstoppable grin on my face in a matter of minutes since our arrival. She takes the drink from me and brings it close to her lips, inhaling the fragrant spices. We sit together on the sofa, not at opposite ends like at home. She keeps a death grip on her mug while scraping her teeth along her lower lip over and over. The gloss is nearly gone. Zach told us you're going to Hawaii next month for a new job. Congratulations. My dad takes a seat next to my mom on the opposing sofa, and Aaron plunks into a high-back chair adjacent to us.
Zach?
Emerson's eyes narrow at me.
I don't have the job yet.
I smirk and shrug. You will. Her head inches side to side as she returns her attention to my parents.
If I get the job, then yes. I'm going to Hawaii next month, but thank you, William. I hope congratulations are in order.
I'm happy for her. Suzanne would be too. I'm also a little sad. Emerson's been a distraction from my grief, a distraction from the silent void in my house, a distraction from the crippling realization that my life is, in some ways, starting over again. To Emerson, for finding a great new job. Dad holds up his glass mug in a toast before taking a drink. To Emerson, everyone else holds up their mugs.
Thank you, I hope,
she murmurs, her hand a little shaky as she raises her mug. My parents shift the conversation to Aaron, questioning him about his recent change in jobs from an EMT to working with a horse trainer.
Aaron has half a medical degree and 2 years of an architecture degree, and ADHD.
Cecilia eyes Aaron playfully.
The way he talks sometimes, I suspect he's looking into designing new humans.
Everyone laughs, even Aaron, who shrugs like she's not wrong. After they exhaust all questions pointed at Aaron, Mom suggests we move to the dining room for dinner, letting me off the hook for now. It's possible they still think I'm doing nothing but mourning the loss of Suzanne when I'm not working, so who wants to bring up that subject? Tonight, sitting around a beautifully decorated dining room table, savoring good food, sipping homemade drinks, engaging in laughter and conversing about lighter topics like who knows the history of Georgia better. I yearn for a sense of normalcy and peace again. I want to go a full day without feeling guilty about Suzanne. Did I save her from more pain? Did I cut her life short? Do I need to tell someone they can give me permission to truly let her go? Will it ever stop eating me alive? When our bellies are topped off with pecan and pumpkin pie, we return to the main room to open presents. Everything okay? I lean closer to Emerson and whisper in her ear. She clears her throat and nods several times.
Just a lot of kindness.
That's good, right? Again, she nods. Kindness. She doesn't have much experience with it, and that's its own tragedy because now she doesn't know what to do with it. Kindness is the hardest thing to accept because it requires true vulnerability to feel it. Emerson is afraid to be vulnerable, to truly feel.
My goodness, someone had help wrapping presents. I was going to say something when you arrived.
Mom picks up one of the gifts Emerson rewrapped and hands it to Dad. I take offense. I attempt to feign outrage, but I can't keep a straight face. In fact, my cheesy grin, the one that shows all my teeth, seems to be my go-to when I'm with Emerson. While giving her a quick glance to admit she did a great job wrapping the gifts, I rest my hand on her knee and give it a gentle, playful squeeze. She stiffens under my grip, and her face turns red, matching the color of her off-the-shoulder sweater. Did I overstep again? She's my wife, but I'm not allowed to touch her leg, right? My fucking brain, crippled with unsorted emotions, runs amok. I don't know what to do with these feelings, the ones that include Suzanne, the ones that have been driving my generosity toward Emerson, the ones that exist for the sole purpose of destroying my sanity. I don't love Emerson, but like feels inadequate. I'm doing this for Suzanne, and clearly for Emerson, but I'm doing this for me, too. Suzanne was right. It does feel good to do something selfless, to make someone's life better. But here's the crux. I don't want to just make anyone's life better. I want to make Emerson's life better because it's making my life better. And that realization scares the hell out of me. Well, look at this. Dad unwraps the gift from me and holds it up. It's an umbrella with an animal head carved in wood on the handle.
It's a James Smith & Sons, Mom says. I bet someone was in London.
I grin and return an easy nod. My family continues to exchange presents. Mom opens hers next. It's painted linens and a one-off porcelain pitcher in a unique glazed rose color from a shop I visited in Notting Hill. Aaron opens his 2 bottles of Jensen's gin from Bermondsey and wastes no time twisting the lid to one, despite Mom's exaggerated eye roll. As the present opening continues, I revel in the moment. I gobble up every glance Emerson gives me. She assumed the gifts to my family were predictable, things they put on their lists, but I've surprised her. She pinned me as predictable when I'm anything but. The final gift of the night is for me. A reverent silence blankets the room as I open it. I don't like silence or people staring at me, and I definitely don't like my mom blotting a rogue tear from her cheek as I remove a black book from the box. My entire heart catapults from my chest to my throat when I open to the first page, the only one that seems to have anything on it. As I read it, Emerson leans toward me to read it too.
Zach, make plans, my love. Life is too short. Yours, Susie.
It's a little black book, Aaron says. Cecilia nods.
She wanted us to wait until Christmas to give it to you.
Again, she blots another tear and smiles as I glance up for a split second before thumbing through the blank pages of the planner. The muscles in my jaw work overtime to keep my emotions in check. There's not a soul in this room who hasn't seen me cry over Suzanne. I'm better now. Not awesome, but fully functional. I'm moving forward. Do I have to make actual plans? Aaron jumps up and disappears for a few seconds before returning with a pen in his hand. He plucks the planner from me, flips to the first Wednesday in January, and writes, 7 p.m., drinks with your favorite brother. This brings a tiny smile to my face. Then my mom takes the journal and pen and sets a date for brunch with Mom on a Sunday in February. Dad adds golf with Dad on a Friday in March. And when he stands to hand the planner back to me, Emerson steals it, and the pen then turns to a page in January. Take M to the airport. After she hands the journal back to me, I stare at her words on that day. Thank you, I whisper. I'm not sure who I'm thanking. My family, Emerson, Suzanne. By some miracle, this Christmas isn't awful. The loss of Suzanne's presence is felt, but it hasn't robbed everyone of their Christmas spirit. As we gather our belongings and say our goodbyes, I take a minute to observe Emerson interact with my family. They adore her. I adore her. When she moves on, when she follows her dreams, it will be bittersweet.
Chapter 21. Emerson. Leah Rue hires me. We click like long-lost friends. Sisters, like I did with Susie. I got the job, I yell, calling Zach from my hotel room in Manhattan after my meeting with Leah. That's great. When am I getting rid of you? I giggle. Soon. January 8th. I put it in your planner on the 10th. Just a guess. But I don't really expect you to take the day off for me. Oh my God. I have to give all my clients notice. This is happening. Stop. I want to take you to the airport. What are you doing? I stare at the ceiling as I plop back onto the bed. I just fed Harry. Jesus. Harry! I shoot to sitting. Harry Potter. Shit. I haven't even thought about him. I can't take him with me. Leah said last year she was at her apartment in Manhattan for less than 10 days total. I'm going to have to find a new home for him. The male cat I didn't want has me all choked up. Stupid Brady. Why? He has a home. No, he's not your cat. I won't dump that responsibility onto you, and you're gone a lot.
If you could see him on my lap right now, you wouldn't say he's not my cat.
Zach, I blink back my tears.
It's fine. If I'm gone for an extended time, I'll ask a neighbor to feed him.
I don't know.
What? You're going to give him to some stranger? What happens when you're done traveling? Won't you want your cat?
Why are you so good to me?
He chuckles. Good question.
I grin and roll my eyes. Will I see you in the morning? I'll be home early.
Nope. I fly out early as well. I'll be gone overnight.
Well, safe travels.
You too, Em.
I disconnect and wince as my heart suffers in conflict. I got the job. It's a huge opportunity for me professionally and on a personal level. I can't wait to travel the world with Leah. But I'm going to miss my husband. So very much. We blink. That's it. One tiny blink, and New Year's passes with Zach in flight and me watching the ball drop from the comfort of Zach's sofa with Harry Potter next to me. Some packing, several dinners together, good wine, many laughs, and a few tears when Susie comes up in conversation. My tears. Zach is much stronger. Then, it's my day to leave for Hawaii early in the morning. I remind Zach that I can get a cab or an Uber, but he's already taken the day off. On the way to the airport, Zach goes through a checklist of things for me, like, did I remember my medication, and do I have plenty of money? When we get to the terminal drop-off, he sets my suitcase on the sidewalk and closes his trunk before turning to me. My nerves are fried. It's the excitement and fear of what's to come for me. It's traveling to Hawaii, but mostly, it's the goodbye that's just seconds away. The half bagel I forced down before we left home compounds the nausea from my nerves as it sits in my stomach like a brick.
You have no idea when you'll be back?
He asks for the 100th time. I shake my head and shrug. Leah lets life lead her. We might be back in 2 weeks, or 2 months, or longer. 10 days. Last year, she was home 10 days out of 365. That's 355 days without Zach. If he's home when I come home. Home. Is his home mine? Do I really have a home, or do I simply have a cat and a man who gave me health insurance and a roof over my head?
You have me as your emergency contact in your phone, right?
I return another nod, rubbing my nervous lips together. I'll probably have a fucking seizure before he can pull away from the curb. This is it. I'm going to lose it so hard, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. Jesus. Here it comes.
Hey. No. What's this all about?
Zach palms my face with both hands and catches my tears with his thumbs like little windshield wipers. My lower lip quivers, and I fight like hell to keep from going into an all-out ugly cry. Happy tears. Again, I try to swallow that boulder in my throat. They're happy tears. I do my best to reassure him, but it doesn't completely erase the concern in his eyes. His beautiful, brown eyes. His handsome smile. That sharp jaw covered in scratchy whiskers that he keeps at the perfect length. Zach is the most beautiful man inside and out, and I'm going to miss him like crazy. I'm worried that I'm going to feel inadequate working with Leah, and there's you.
Me?
Zach narrows his eyes. I know you're okay, I do, but what if you're not? What if you get a bad case of the blues? People do, you know. It can be months, even years after losing a spouse. I just need to know that if that happens, you'll call me to talk, or your family. Zach chuckles, still wiping my face with his thumbs.
Please don't worry about me. I'm good. I'll be fine. I'll hold my shit together. If for no one else, I'll do it for Harry Potter.
I know. Sorry. I pull away. It's stupid. I'm stupid for acting this way. Maybe it's just the flight. It's a really long flight.
Em.
I glance up at him.
You left the milk out last night, but I put it away.
It takes me a few seconds to realize what he's doing. It's the same thing I did to him behind the shed. A whiplash subject change to lighten the mood. to make me smile. So that's what I do. I smile. I can't help it. Sorry, I say on a tiny laugh. It won't happen again. I didn't have milk last night. He just gets me. Zach purses his lips and nods. Good. I hope not. That makes me giggle a little more. Now get going. Yeah. As I reach for the handle of my suitcase, Zach grabs my other hand, turning me back to him. My gaze goes right to my hand in his, then I find his eyes. They're contemplative, making me feel things I know I shouldn't feel. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Suzanne would be so proud of you, and she would tell you to get on that plane and not look back. More tears sting my eyes as I nod. I know she'd be proud of me. And you? What do you say? He blows a quick breath out his nose and smiles. I'd say listen to Suzanne. Have fun. This was the life you were born to live. But be smart. I return another nod. Call if you need anything. If I'm flying, I'll get back to you as soon as I land, okay? Again, I nod in lieu of speaking actual words that would choke me up. If he doesn't release my hand, I'm going to melt into a puddle at his feet, and it will be way more than the allotted ounces of liquid to be carried onto a plane. I'm leaving my husband because I'm 24 and need to find my own life. I'm leaving my husband because I owe it to my dreams to chase them until I catch them. I'm leaving my husband because he's not real. Zach releases my hand and hugs me. For a brief second, I stiffen, but the way I feel in his embrace feels too right not to relax into it, not to inhale him, not to miss him already. I'll work so hard this job leads to something permanent, insurance, or a husband so you can be free of me for good. Zach releases me as a few wrinkle lines form along his forehead. Just follow your dreams. Make that your job, and let the rest work its way out. He doesn't address the husband comment. Really, what do I expect him to say? I love you, Emerson, and you already have a husband. He doesn't say that, so I take my suitcase handle again. Okay. I smile, thinking of Susie's final words to me. Goodbyes suck. I didn't say it to her, and I'm not saying it to Zach. His smile barely moves his lips, but it's still there as he nods, like that's his goodbye. No words, just a tiny acknowledgement. Throwing my weight into it, I lug my stuff toward the door. Emerson. My heart crashes into its cage with the velocity of my sudden turn. Then it completely stops beating for a few breaths to hear what he has to say. Yeah? I wait for him to say something unforgettable, something romantic. I wait for him to say, fuck it, and rush toward me, taking me in his arms and kissing me with abandon. But my fairy tale thoughts are just that. A fairy tale. I wait. And wait. His gaze wanders to the side, as if he's searching for the words. The lines on his forehead deepen, while he bites his lips between his teeth. It's killing me. When his gaze returns to mine, he offers a second helping of that barely detectable smile. I love that hoodie on you. It brings out the blue in your eyes. And you have nice eyes. Seriously? My heart is on the verge of a prison break, but I gather my composure and cant my head to the side, feigning emotional confidence. Mr. Hayes, are you trying to give me a little bounce? Zach's smile doubles as he shrugs one shoulder. Maybe. I like your... My lips twist for a second, then I shake my head slowly and head toward the automatic doors. You like my what? He calls. It's too long, I say without glancing back at him. The list is too long. Chapter 22. Emerson. Leah's been in Oahu a few days, so by the time I make it to the hostel, she's already settled into the dorm room, waiting for me in her bikini. Hey, how was your flight? She jumps down from the top bunk bed. I survey the room. I know, it's small but affordable. We're not here to sit in a fancy rental or hotel room. It's all about the adventure and the landscape. After a tiny shrug, I heave my suitcase onto the lower bunk bed. Full disclosure? Leah pulls her straight black hair into a ponytail. The last time I saw her, it was naturally curly. I know from her social media accounts that she never has the same look 2 days in a row. She might find me a tad boring. It's a little late for full disclosure. I already hired you, but sure. What do you need to disclose? I've lived out of my car more than once, so hostels will feel like 5-star resorts. And they're cheap. Leah winks, sliding her arms into a pink and orange floral kimono cover-up. $25 a night. Now, get out of those boring jeans, put on your cutest bikini, and meet me out front. We have a car waiting for us and a full afternoon of work. You will never be homeless again, babe. Work. I grin while nodding. Is this really work? Oahu has the most picturesque jungles and mountains, a volcano with deep craters down the side of it that look like claw marks, swirly textured rock formations at Lanai Lookout that are any photographer's dream.